morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Bank Holiday. Welcome to Thursday, June the 2nd. Salman Rushdie, Services to Literature. I'm having a look through the list again. My name's got to be, if his name's in there, my name's got to be in there. I can't believe it. I've noticed, actually, the majority of the people who got these awards, some of them could be absolutely, dreadful at what they do, but they've done charity work. And apparently, charity work gets you an award nowadays. So, we've given one to Greg Wallace. I can't bear Greg Wallace. I don't know why. It's one of those odd things, isn't it? You watch somebody on the television, you just think they don't come over well. Helen Worth, who must be getting on a bit now, but looks amazing, is made an MBE. Even Rio Ferdinand, he's done it for helping charity. That's what he got the award for. James Milner, who else? Vicky Wright, all sorts of different people. And Tory MP Tracy Crouch gets it for working on the review of football. They hand them out like dolly mixtures, don't they? So what have you done, darling? Oh, you can have one. Anthony Cotton, MBE. Not exactly the world's greatest actor, but charity work. Charity work features very high in this one. Pauline Quirk, MBE, as well. Stella McCartney, Elizabeth Murdoch, Claire Balding, and I always liked Claire Balding, actually. I thought she was worth every award that was going. And what else we got? Who else was there? All sorts of it. Bonnie Tyler. Bonnie Tyler. I can tell you stories about Bonnie Tyler. But she's been belting out tunes for 5 decades. It's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. Also, who else do we get here? All sorts of different people. I mean, a lot of people you haven't heard of, but it doesn't really matter. But Anthony Cotton got one. And John Torode and Greg Wallace, honoured to mark Her Majesty's... do you know how old Helen Worth is? She's 71. No, it doesn't seem... To me, she looks like she's sort of, late 40s, if that. But they all got them. Stella McCartney gets a CBE. And also, I believe, Ewan Blair gets an award as well, who's made more money than his father. He's apparently sitting on a fortune of about 160 million. Which is not bad, isn't it? Desiree in Sheffield says, why on earth has Arlene Foster got an award? I don't know who's Arlene Foster? Is she? She's an Irish MP. I don't know. They do give them to people if they think they've done something worthwhile. I mean, I don't understand it either, to be honest with you. But you can nominate people for an award. You write to number 10. And if you write to number 10 Downing Street will then go, it'll be sort of, thought about. And they think about it and then they go, oh, sorry, I'm not going to give them anything at all. Although failing that, sometimes they go, and they write to you, I think it's back in November. If you really want the award. And they write to you and you're supposed to keep it secret. But most people can't keep it secret. They're absolutely blooming useless. They get, because, I couldn't keep it a secret. I'd be dropping hints all over the place. Somebody would be saying, so, have you done... It's like if you win the lottery. Could you keep it secret? Absolutely not. How would you keep the lottery secret? That would be terrible, wouldn't it? Believe it or not, Dean Gaffney. You know Dean Gaffney, don't you? He used to be in Albert Square. Now he's nowhere. And he's jobless. And he needs money to survive. And if you're an actor, there is less work as acting as there is in any other profession, I'm afraid. In fact, if not worse, I believe about 90% of equity members who are, within the profession are unemployed. Because if you do a play, it might only run for 10 weeks. Some people were waiting for pantomime, if you remember, during the pandemic, and that would have been their only bit of work. Then they started cancelling the pantomimes. Then they started social distancing in the theatres. It looked ridiculous. So consequently, he's blamed the fact, wait for this one, this unfortunately doesn't really wash with me as an excuse. He's been struggling to get paying roles and was living off his savings when the police nabbed him, drink driving, and found guilty. And he's blamed the pressure of finding work during the pandemic. Well, the one thing you don't do is spend all your money on booze. That would be just ridiculous. You don't do it. And also, drink driving is the biggest no-no you can ever have. The police hate it. Everybody hates it. Had you not, sort of got away with this, when I say get away with it, thank God you never killed anybody. Because if you get behind the wheel of a car when you've had drinks, you shouldn't be behind the wheel of a car. That's why I could never understand why Jordan's not incarcerated in the biggest prison cell in the country. 6 times drink driving. 6 times. Although his sort of person who was looking after him in mitigating circumstances said he should receive full credit for his guilty plea. Well, you're having some laugh or something. Should receive... so because he admitted to being a drunk driver, we're supposed to go, that's okay. In the same way, the Archbishop of Canterbury was saying, perhaps we should be nice to Prince Andrew. He is trying to make amends, And I'm going, I don't think so. As far as I'm concerned, Prince Andrew, out the royal family, stay out, don't go anywhere near it. And then they say, but his mother wanted him there. And you go, yeah, OK, she might have done. Unfortunately, there's something deeply unpleasant about Prince Andrew, apart from the fact he's an irritating little so-and-so. Nobody likes him. And this whole bizarre scenario of he does this stupid interview with Emily Maitlis on the television, and he thinks he's being really clever because he's so up his own rear end, you cannot believe it. He plays big time. He plays arrogant, and he plays arrogant because he has no remorse whatsoever for anything that he's ever done. He doesn't care. You will call me sir, you will do this to me, you will do that to me, and all the rest of it. And I remember him on the interview. Will you be talking to the FBI? Yes, I'll be talking to the FBI. You liar! Why would you waste time telling people these things? Because they catch you out. A little bit like Amber Heard. Guilty. Guilty. Sorry, I don't make a big deal about it, but guilty. Guilty. And Johnny Depp, not guilty. He told the truth. She, compulsive liar. And we're yet to wait on the Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney. That one's dragging on a bit, isn't it? I just hope they all get made bankrupt through it, because their lawyers' fees are going to run into a couple of million each, if not a little bit less than that. Amber Heard stood there in court and basically was destroyed by the jury, because it was a jury trial, and they decided on the evidence that Johnny Depp had been defamed. She'd lied about things. She'd made things up for the police. She'd staged certain things. She just made up stories. Quite clearly a fantasist. So it'll probably turn out she's probably ill and she shouldn't have been in court in the first place. But unfortunately, when you get somebody like Dean Gaffney, admitted drink driving, blaming the pressure of finding work. I know loads of people who haven't found work. A friend of mine was in radio and he lost his job. And I can remember sitting with him and I said, you will find a job. You will get a job. I promise you will get a job. I said, you might not get it immediately. And it took about luckily, he was going to he just put a deposit down on a flat. And luckily, he didn't go through with it. The day that he lost his job, he was due to sign for this property, which would have completely destroyed him. And he got a job. And he wrote to me and he said, you're right. He said, it's just getting through that difficult. And luckily, he didn't go through with it. The day that he lost his job, he was due to sign for this property, which would have completely destroyed him. And he got a job and he wrote to me and he said, you're right. He said, it's just getting through that difficult bits and pieces. But he didn't turn to drink. That's like saying, I decided to smoke weed, because I'd lost my job, or the cat was kicked by a footballer. Something like that. That was another one he got away with. You wait till the next time he walks onto the pitch. Can't wait to see how the crowd are going to treat him. But Gaffney, apparently, has been on and off in EastEnders for about 26 years. And he was hoping they were going to take him back on again. No. That's a bit like saying Daniela Westbrook's going to be going back into EastEnders. No. Sadly not, Danielle. Sadly not, love. They've replaced you with another person. She was going to sue the BBC. I love the way they all think about it. I'm going to sue them because they replaced my character with another actress who's still playing the same character. When you'd run your course, dear. You were unreliable. You want to sell your stories about your drugs and all the other bits and pieces. That's fine. But that's not what they want. They're looking for a little bit more. Apparently, when the officers approached Dean Gaffney, he said he'd not drunk any alcohol. Why is it people tell lies? Because if you're a police officer in a car and he comes up to your window, the first thing they're going to say is, I can smell alcohol on your breath. That's what they're going to say, because you're not aware of it. There was a woman in America. She's on YouTube. I love these American YouTube things. They're fantastic. And this was a young girl in a car, and I promise you, she's talking like, so go and get the dog. And they're going, I'm sorry, have you taken something? No, I'm taking it at all. Would like to get out of the car. I'm not getting out of the car. And she started rambling. In the end, they dragged her out the car and she screams the place down. And the officers have to tie her feet together and her hands behind her back to get her into another car. She's calling them every name under the sun. She's quite clearly not just 3 sheets to the wind. She's an entire service department. So they have to drag her off and they go, listen, you're going to be charged with drink driving. Get your... And it was effing this and effing that. It was like watching a Gordon Ramsay programme. We do love Gordon. He has such a wonderful command of the English language. He only knows the F word and the C words, doesn't he, really? But now he's had his hair dyed. I say his hair. It's a wig. He's not as bad as Michael Fabricants. He's had this weave done, cost him 30,000 quid. And he's had it dyed to make him look younger. His children, apparently, because you can always trust them, have started sort of telling him he needs Botox and stuff like that. It's this ageing process within show business that people worry about. If you're on television, you've got no hair, the idea is you must get hair immediately. Even if you are Michael Fabricant and you look about as, ridiculous as a glove puppet. And he sort of turns out that he thinks it's his hair. He thinks it's his... I couldn't believe that he's... has he looked in the mirror? He's very odd, very peculiar. And I don't mind somebody wearing a toupee. That's entirely their business. But don't try and pretend it's your own hair, love. It makes you look stupid. But there you go. So that was that one. So Dean Gaffney is clear. He only goes out with models. He's got a bit of a thing for, like, the page 3 type. And he's going out with a glamorous model called Valerina, who is 20 years his junior. Dean Gaffney is 44. So there's a little bit of a difference. He was another Peter Andre, Dean Gaffney. People were making comments about his appendage and saying basically there wasn't a lot to talk about. But he's been married, he's got kids and all these other things. But... he's very remorseful. He regrets the offence and is ashamed of his behaviour. Apparently from the age of 15, he's worked full-time. Well, I was working at 15, love. Doesn't turn me into a drink driver. But he was not seen driving, but he admitted to the police he had been driving the vehicle. Because if you're sitting in the vehicle and the engine is running, you're driving the vehicle. You're in control of it. It's as simple as that. But I love it. I love watching all these sort of programs on the interceptors. The amount of people who sort of get... Have you had a drink? Just one. So just one drink. How long ago? About 20 minutes ago. Okay, we'd just like to get out the car. And in America, they do the sobriety test, which we don't do here, which is, can you walk in a straight line? Over here, we don't bother. We just get out the thing and go, look, blow into this thing here. And people try and cheat it. They sort of go... They go, no. You're breathing from your stomach. That's what they want. They want the air in your stomach. Yeah. And then people go, it makes me sick. I can't do it. And they go, no. And so they eventually get round to doing it, because if you don't do it, they arrest you and they give you a blood test, and that's when they discover straight away. And there was this one bloke. He was 4 times over the limit. How he was even standing up, God alone knows. 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's amazing, actually, isn't it, how the drink driving laws have changed over the years. I mean, a long time ago, and I'm talking probably 30, 40 years ago, they weren't as hot on drink driving. They really weren't. And I know it seems now it's absolutely verboten. And also, the worst thing is that if you're done for drink driving, the chance of you getting insurance is kind of remote. Because the insurance companies don't want to touch somebody who's been done for drink driving. You're too much of a liability. And I can remember once I did get in the car 45 years ago when I'd had a drink. And I drove all the way home. I don't know how many drinks I'd had, actually. We used to have lots of parties at LBC in the early days. I don't know why. They still do it now. And I think I'd had a couple of Bacardi and Cokes or something. And I can remember I was driving down the Mall. I mean, this morning you can't drive anywhere near the Mall. There's people camped out on both sides of the road. Been there for nearly 48 hours, waiting for... Is today fly past? We'll get the full itinerary, what goes on today. Loads of things. Prince Harry and what's-her-face is going to turn up to Trooping the Colour. They're not going to be on the balcony with the Queen or anything like that, but they're going to go to Trooping the Colour. I believe Prince Andrew's going to something as well, although nobody really wants him to go anywhere at all apart from to another country. And take your wife with you and the children, because it just... I don't care what the Archbishop of Canterbury says, who now is distancing himself for what he was saying the other day. He appeared to be supporting Prince Andrew and saying, he's trying to make amends. And I said yesterday on the programme, wait a minute, trying to make amends for what? He's already admitted that he doesn't know this woman, who he paid £12 million to. I wish he'd tell people he doesn't know me either and give me £12 million. But, and he's not been charged with anything. So what's he making amends for? Is it because he told lies by saying he was going to talk to the FBI? He's never talked to the FBI. All they want to do is find out what he knew about convicted paedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, who Andrew stayed in his house on numerous occasions, flew on his private plane. We know that because we've seen all the records. And yet Andrew thought he could get away with it. Oh, yeah, just do that, this will be fine. And I'm going to give £12 million to this woman that I don't even know. Now, you have to ask yourself the question. I was listening to Sheila Fogarty driving back yesterday from my will signing, and it was very interesting finding out what two people who I thought, one of whom would be supportive of Prince Andrew, turned out to be not supportive at all, and basically decided that the sooner Prince Andrew disappears, the better for everybody. He's got a privileged lifestyle and he's completely abused the privilege. So there you go. Dave in Plymouth says, I was working with a guy for the first time. Yes, he's on the honours list. Loads of people are on it. Loads of people you've never heard of. But that doesn't matter. There's loads of people from the NHS, loads of people who've sort of done a lot of... It does tend to be charity work. Oh, by the way, you remember Billy Mucklow? Billy Mucklow used to be in Towie, and then they sort of got rid of her because she was less than interesting. Her fiancé, Andy Carroll, who had the three in a bed, but he was so drunk that nothing happened because he drank about 40 drinks. And he comes with history. He's been done for assault before now and various other little misdemeanours. But anyway, Billy was going to marry him, and now she's going to definitely marry him because she hasn't got anything else in her life. So she's going to marry this bloke. She is mum to his three youngest kids. She removed her engagement ring. They all do that. Have you noticed? That they take the ring off and then they sort of hold their hand up to their cheek so the photographers can get a picture of, oh, she's not wearing her wedding ring. And you think, you're such an old fraud, aren't you, Billy? You really are. But anyway, the wedding is going ahead. It's in 2 days and their guests are raring to go. She believes nothing happened in Dubai. Well, I mean, that's good, isn't it? Unlike Love Island, where one girl already has said she's prepared to basically have it off on television. And I was thinking to myself, your parents must be so pleased with the way you've turned out. How class. I believe there was somebody years ago who did actually get it together with somebody on Love Island. And then the mother went on television saying, I'm very proud of my daughter. And I remember thinking, obviously standards have slipped a little bit since my days. Steve, morning. Last night I went shopping to my usual Sainsbury's. I'm a regular customer and do my big shop there. When leaving, security alarm went off and I was stopped by 2 security guards. They proceeded to unpack all my shopping and check every item. Was asking me to show them the card transaction. And he kept saying, tell me what you've taken. They didn't find anything, but totally embarrassed me. I may complain. Well, I don't see how you can, actually. If you set the alarm off, obviously something somewhere. They don't go off just by themselves. They're very rare, these things. I mean, I think what they should do is basically they have a pit full of alligators and the alarm goes off. We push you into it. Leave you there. Simple as that, I don't see why we should have to faff around. I mean, people are shoplifting really badly at the moment. You might stand there till you're blue in the face. But if the alarm goes off when you're going through, then they have the right to stop you to make sure you haven't nicked anything. You can't complain about anything. And they want to see the card transaction. How did you pay for it? Mainly on card. Oh, I got my 2 rolls the other day in Pret-a-Manger. The bacon rolls are back in again. Obviously just for me, because I complained enough about it. Whereas Marks and Spencer's, totally useless by the station. They've stopped all their hot food during half term, assuming that the kids can afford to spend £3 on a bacon roll. Whereas opposed to it was just me. Steve says, Ollie, as a police officer for nearly 19 years, I can confirm drink drivers are the most irritating criminals to deal with. They often tell us we're in the wrong for stopping them, and they only go guilty as the evidence is usually overwhelming. On the way to work for the next 4 days, many of us working hard to keep everybody safe over the Platinum Jubilee weekend in London. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I mean, here they were drinking in the bar downstairs. I mean, God, there were crowds of them. How do they afford it? The prices in London are so expensive. So expensive. You go to a bar now and you buy sort of a couple of pints and a couple of shorts and things like that. I mean, you said farewell to more than 20 quid. Easily. I don't go out anymore. I've decided it's easier to sort of buy the booze in. Much nicer. But you haven't done... Do you get overtime? Yeah, you must get overtime for this bank holiday weekend. I would think so. There must be some overtime. Don't you think so? Because it's a bank holiday and then you'd be working the Saturday and Sunday. I think it's going to be very busy. Well, I know it's busy in the Mall. Very busy in the Mall, which is nice, and people will enjoy it, and they'll enjoy the celebration. But once you're in the Mall, and you've got your tent, you're kind of stuck there. You can't exactly pick up the tent and go wandering down the lines because there's no room to do that, and the police will be watching people. So, in fact, as many people as there are sitting down watching this thing, and there'll be the police standing opposite you, and then you'll see the carriage go past, the 1760 carriage, and you'll see loads of things, and there's going to be tour buses. I mean, presumably if you're there for the whole day, where do you go to toilet? I mean, I know that in St James's Park there are toilets, but if there's thousands and thousands of people, I think there's only 6 urinals in the men's. I mean, you'd have to queue forever. I'd take a bottle. Seriously, I mean, if you haven't thought about taking a bottle, I've done that before, which is quite good. Oh, the minister, who's told the airline the travel nightmare is your fault, because it is. And what they've said, if you're flying, and some of you might be flying today or hoping to fly today, take on luggage, carry-on. Take it on as a carry-on, because if it's going into the hold, you're going to wait forever and a day. Ever and a day. So take on carry. I mean, it's not going to get better. During the summer, this is going to get worse. 120 flights cancelled the other day, 200 from one of the airlines. They just don't give a stuff about you. They really couldn't care less. It's a case of, well, listen, you just have to put up with it, won't you? Put up with it. It's like, you know, ministers going, oh, what can we do about the price of petrol? We're going to have a word with the petrol company. Yeah, the petrol companies will be laughing in your face. Go do one. They don't care. I told you, £1.99 the other day I paid for my car. And to fill it up, it's about 170 quid now. £170. But that's nothing. We've had lorry drivers, you know, saying it costs like 600 quid to fill up a lorry. You've seen the size of the tanks on them. I mean, mine is... You know, the old Jaguars used to have 2 tanks on. I wish they'd put 2 tanks in my car. Make it so much easier. Steve, I'm very surprised Mr. Kipling has not brought out a Platinum Jubilee cake range. Yeah, I mean, I thought about that the other day, actually. Because you can get lots of Jubilee stuff, and people will be buying the souvenirs and the teapots and the pressed tin plates and pictures of the Queen. You know, mind you, I was listening to Tom Swarbrick last night. And he had a number of people on who didn't like the monarchy. I get the feeling Darren's not a big fan of the monarchy at all. Only guessing, of course. And but these people I heard on Tom Swarbrick, they were sort of going... There was one woman, I mean, she sounded like she needed medication. She was practically screaming down the telephone, she don't do nothing, she don't do anything. What does she do? How do they know? You know, and then some bloke, I thought he was completely off his trolley, was moaning about the fact she's doing a disservice to disabled people. She should be using a wheelchair. And I thought, well, how do you know she's not got a wheelchair? And he didn't know what he was talking about. He was off his trolley. Can't imagine what he did for a living. Steve, hope you're well. I am, actually. Very, very well at the moment. And enjoying this sort of weekend. I've got nothing to do today. It's fantastic. I'm just going to make sure we get all the buses are running. But I think it's a Sunday service. We will find out for you. And then, as I say, if you are coming up to London, don't drive. For God's sake, don't drive. And cyclists... Boo. You're going to be penalised as well, for the simple reason they're closing a lot of the cycle lanes, because there's going to be people milling about all over the place. So the areas to avoid really around here, Trafalgar Square, the Mall, Whitehall, Horse Guards Parade, all of these places around here will be absolutely chock-a-block. The barriers are going up. There's nowhere to park. You can't, and if you do park, you can't get your car out again because you'll be stuck there. Also, check with the stations, because some of the stations are closing. I think Green Park and St James's are closing after 3 o'clock today. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of walking. Why don't you just stay in, listen to it on the radio, watch it on the television? Makes it so much easier, doesn't it? Also a star of Married at First Sight. I don't think I've ever seen Married at First Sight. I can't remember. Married at First Sight. Anyway, her name's Amy Christopher. She was assaulted by a stranger on camera whilst reporting for racing TV at Beverley Racecourse. She wants to track down the racegoer who slapped her bum on air. That's ridiculous. She said, the E4 star told The Sun, I experienced sexism the whole day with men singing about the size of my breasts and somebody calling me a stripper. Someone slapping my bottom was the final straw. How dare he think he can do that? Oh, racecourse boss, Sally, said the man would be banned for life. I don't even know what Married at First Sight is. I've got no idea. I'm assuming it's but is it some sort of game show where sort of, it's a reality show, so you go on there, you see somebody, you go, I'll go marry you. Oh, you don't get, oh right, you get assigned somebody. And then...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
And it's oh right, so you see them and then you marry them. But really, she's doing the she's reporting for Racing TV, whatever that is. So obviously done well with your career, love. It's obviously going really, really well. It's like all the people on, and there's loads of stories about Love Island. Loads of stories. You can't move for pictures of. First of all, yesterday we had Michael Owen's daughter, 19, thinks she knows how to handle this one, and all the papers have said, you don't know nothing, dear. You're 19, got no idea at all. The deaf one is going, men find it very sexual that I'm deaf. I mean, she's got a cochlear implant, so she's not deaf. She can hear. It's an implant, and she said men find it sexy. And you think, have we really got to that state now? Where all of a sudden, you know, they go, oh, look, a deaf person. We put a deaf person on a programme on Love Island. It's taken them how many series? You know, put a deaf person, about 7 series before they put a deaf person on there. It was like, they all make big deals about it, like, oh, we're really diverse. We're really diverse. It's like, you know, in Strictly Come Dancing, we're going to put a gay couple on there. No, really, in this day and age, how exciting. A gay couple, good heavens above. You'll be telling me next that they haven't got any gay researchers working on Strictly Come Dancing. And Stephanie's programme on Channel 4, I mean, how many more gay people can she employ? I've never known so many people on it. It's everything. She has the dancers from Strictly. She's got... Oh, everybody. There's just it's far too busy, that programme. Not doing the great ratings, but there again, neither is poor old Piers Morgan. And as for poor old Sharon Osbourne, don't even go there. Do you know, one day, I'm not supposed to tell you this, her programme scored a magnificent 2,000 people watching. 2,000 people. I mean, you look at it and you think, nobody's watching. That's why everybody's listening to the radio. It's far more entertaining. Let's get the
LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, welcome to Wooey Bank Holiday on a Thursday. How about that? That's not bad, is it? And for all those of you in the Mall this morning and around London, waiting patiently for everything, I will give you the rundown a little bit later. I'll let you sort of just relax at the moment and chill out, you know, eat your food and everything else. Actually, if they had any sense, they'd have an ice cream seller going up and down the Mall in the van. Or somebody on a bicycle. They've got them on bicycles in St James's Park, and they've got the cooler box in front of him, and he rides up and down, and you can stop him and buy one, which is quite nice, isn't it, really? Steve, for a short while I drove the 207 buses from Uxbridge to Shepherd's Bush in the late 80s. The stories from some of the older drivers that would pop across to the pub on their breaks or spread overs for a pint or two was crazy, with the managers to boot. If caught by the police, you get a slap on the wrist. Yeah, I mean, it's... Oh, I tell you what, they've just given listed status to the cab shelters, to 2 of them. The cab shelters were there in the 1930s when we had horse-drawn handsome carriages. And there's one outside the V&A Museum, and they moved it from the middle of the road to the side of the road, and it's where the cab drivers could pop in their handsome cabs, with horses and everything else, and they're listed, and you can get a cup of tea and a bacon sandwich or something like that. And it was a rest point for them. But 2 of them have now got listed status, grade 2 listed. Which is amazing, isn't it, really? I've never been in one. But you can get a bacon roll, I think, about £3.80 or something like that, and a cup of tea. They're not very big. They're really not very big, but it was a place where they could go. I love the way they have something like this for cab drivers, like they're really poor. You know, I've never met a poor cab driver in my entire life. Never met a poor cab driver. They also all go on their holidays. They all have nice houses. They're not exactly living in squats or anything like that. But they put them in cab shelters. Only because they've been there for a long time, which is quite nice. I'm a bit annoyed about the shamed football star Kurt Zouma for kicking and slapping the cat. I mean, I'm not supposed to say it, but to be honest with you, I don't think anybody ever should be kicking an animal. I couldn't give a stuff who you are. You know, he's shamed. He's a disgrace. And he's been branded disgraceful and reprehensible. He sparked an outcry when he had this Bengal cat. They're not cheap, Bengal cats. It's because they look like small tigers. They're very lovely. And he was going to do unpaid work, which may include mucking out cages. he was wearing footwear, either trainers or slippers, when he kicked the cat, and said, he was saying all sorts of... Anyway, he was dropped by Adidas and fined $250,000 by West Ham over the incident. He suffered abuse. Good. I can't help feeling good. You just don't go around doing that, you peasant. You really are. I mean, seriously, that's about as bad as I'm allowed to go, I think, on the programme. So he gets 180 hours of community service. He was also to do 140 hours of unpaid work. The RSPCA Chief Inspector for East London, Claire Dew, said the sentence sends a message. It doesn't matter who you are, you must treat animals with kindness. Well, he's obviously a thicko, isn't he? If you kick an... What did you kick it for? Were you drunk? What's the matter with you? He said it was an isolated incident. I do hope so. I do hope so for your sake, matey. I think you're a disgrace. I think you're absolutely a disgrace. But, of course, fining a footballer like that, 250,000 quid, peanuts. Peanuts, that's a drop in the ocean. What does he earn a week? I wouldn't like to imagine. But I should imagine it's half his weekly salary. That's just weekly salary. You know, so he could earn £500,000 a week. Why does he bother? Yeah, sticks two fingers up to us. Ridiculous, isn't it? I like the idea the boy who slept in his tent for ages and ages raised a lot of money. And this is Max Woozy, 13. He's raised over £700,000 for the North Devon Hospice. He's been doing it for 2 years. 2 years he's been sleeping in the garden. We wanted to do that years ago. Oh, look, Andrew Pearce's front room has got bunting up. Only Andrew Pearce could have bunting up in his front room. Seriously. Have you got bunting up in your front room? No. So I check. Just check, you know. It's not what people are like nowadays. No, I don't have bunting up, no. I don't have any room for bunting. Heavens about bunting, I'd have to go and sleep on the patio. No, or in a tent. I used to like, you know, tenting. I nearly called it camping. I decided it wasn't really camping at all. But I mean, I quite liked the idea. I had a Blacks of Greenock tent, which was lovely. One pole. I don't like all these other poles you put in and then slide this bit into here and all of it. Have you ever been camping, Elliot? Do you love it? Yeah, I thought you might. I thought you like the old rough and ready kind of outdoor lifestyle. Yeah, you're a surfer. Yeah, I don't know what surfers means actually. Have you got any footage of you surfing? Yeah. Well, you go. Here, mate. Sebastian, can you film me? Surfing. Oh, not you as well. I can't bear it. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. I've never been surfing. I refuse to put the gear on. I'm sorry, I'm not buying the gear at all. I decided not my sort of thing. But there are certain places in the country, aren't there, where you sort of you can go surfing and the beaches are specifically for it. Whereas if you go to Australia, they have the big surf, where these things, you see people going through the middle of them, which is amazing. Calem's also been it's embarrassing, isn't it? Everybody's been surfing except Steve Allen, mainly because they'd be going, listen, old man, get off the beach. Get off the beach. It's not for... I mean, I don't think you find people my age. I always thought surfers were sort of, you know, blonde Amazonian hair and muscles and all the rest of it. And that's all they do. They just surf. I would look at the game. I mean, there is no doubt about it in my mind that I would look pretty choice. But it ain't going to be happening. I did a programme once on television. It was for one of the... I forget which channel it was for. And we filmed up at Teddington. And they said, I'd done various bits and pieces for them, and they said, listen, we want to do a bit on... What do we want to do a bit on? Oh, that's right, swimwear. And so I said, OK. They said, we've got a model in as well. Oh, typical, isn't it? And so I said, oh, great. And they said, and we've got some... what's that really tight swimwear? Like, what do they call it? I can't remember what they call it. That was sort of like a wetsuit, but it's sort of... It's just for... It's not a complete wetsuit. It's just what's it? Like lycra. And then they had Hawaiian shorts. So I thought, fantastic. I'm going to get the Hawaiian shorts. Nope. I got the lycra. I mean, it is so unforgiving. It is really, really unforgiving. And so it's a bit like Speedos. It's a case of spot religion. You know, it's a case of it was really embarrassing. And I tried to sort of carry it off with aplomb, but I didn't really manage it actually very well at all. I said to him, you're such a swine, aren't you? I wanted to wear the Hawaiian shorts, which I wouldn't wear on the beach anyway. I'm not a beach person. I'm really not. People, like the idea of sunbathing and they do all that kind of, covering themselves in ombre solaire. I'm the sort of person who sits under one of those big parasols, not letting the sun get to me or anything, because I think it's bad for you. I think it's bad for you to go sort of tanning and everything else like that. A friend of mine, John, works in Paul Cooper's. He sort of came back he had 2 weeks holiday. Obviously the weather wasn't that great because he doesn't tan as much as other people. Ab says, Steve, £4 for a sandwich from Pret. I walked out and headed for Lidl. £4 I paid $6.90 for 2 bacon rolls from Pret, which is about right. They used to do a cheese baguette. I don't know if they still do, actually, which was very nice. And I quite like a cheese baguette every so often. I'm sure they're going to be open today. I can't see anything that's not going to be open. I mean, there'll be a lot of other shops open, but the garden centres will all be open. Also, we've discovered the world's largest plant. If you think anything you've seen in the garden centres is big, nothing prepares you for this one. It's 70 square miles. One plant. It's the size of Wigan. It's seagrass. It's 4,500 years old, and scientists discovered it by accident, taking multiple genetic samples to see how many plants made up the vast vegetation. Amazing, isn't it? Wigan is the same size as this monster sea plant. Wow, that is huge. Very impressive. Overtime apparently, says Ollie, for PCs and sergeants, not for inspectors. Typical, isn't it? It's never for the inspectors. Actually, they were talking the other day to the former head of the Met Police. Was it John Stevens? Sir John Stevens? He was talking to Nick Ferrari, and he was saying, they're so short of police officers because they've got to find the next chief inspector of police, the next person, and it's down to 2 people, but I think one of them might have dropped out and it leaves 1 person now. But it's not a job you'd really want. You've got to be a bit of a politician, bit of this, bit of that. Cressida Dick was the last one. And it was a fascinating interview hearing how short of police officers we are. So now they're offering incentives, financial incentives for somebody to do like 5,000 quid for you to go and be exactly there straight away. That's a couple of wetsuits and probably a camper van as well at the same time, I shouldn't wonder. I mean, that's also bed and breakfast. I don't think so. We're staying in a hotel. None of this bed and breakfast malarkey. Cooked breakfast, $3.95. I think not. What, cooked breakfast? Bed and breakfast? Well, obviously you don't know. Apparently, they're run by kind, sweet little old ladies, and they open the door and everything smells of lavender and mothballs. And you go up to your room and it's got an eider down on the bed and everything. And there'll be a couple of sort of books next to your bed, or possibly some old copies of Reader's Digest. And there'll be the wardrobe, and you open it up and there'll be lots of odd hangers. Nothing will match at all. And she'll try and tempt you downstairs for a cup of tea and a slice of cake. The rest I leave to your imagination. That's what a bed and breakfast is. But if you want to stay in a hotel, well, where is the one they stay? Is it Travelodge or the other one where they do a really good all-you-can-eat cooked breakfast? That's really good. I had that once when I went to Moyles' party a couple of years ago, and we stayed overnight. Well, I had to. I was in no fit state to go anywhere. I was basically leaning up against the wall in the local kebab shop, slowly sliding down it. And they always ask you, say, what do you want on the kebab? Nothing. You can barely get the words out. So what are we going to do? We're going to take another break. It's non-stop breaks on this programme. You know why? It's a bank holiday and we love having you around. And I will tell you about the paint and pigeon situation. Dying to know if it worked. Well, I haven't done it yet, but I came up with something else which was very good. And I think it's frightened one of them a little bit. The other one I'm yet to get. That'll be today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, bank holiday Thursday. Honestly, it's a very odd week this week, isn't it? We had a normal week for 3 days, and then we've got sort of today, which is bank holiday, and tomorrow, which is bank holiday, and then the weekend is not the bank holiday, and then you're all back to work on Monday again. It doesn't matter. The Queen has sent out a joyous Jubilee message, and basically the argument is, listen, make some memories. Because it won't happen ever again. You won't be doing this ever again. If you're an elderly person like me, this is not going to happen again, as far as I know. And the crowds have arrived, and today as I'm going home, there's going to be all the people coming into London, and we will give you the rundown of exactly what's taking place, the fly past and everything else. So we shall get that. And if you want to get on the flight, if you're hoping to get on a flight, then just bring a carry-on bag. If you're bringing on luggage that has got to go, in the hold, It's a nightmare. But remember, if you're going to Spain, other place I don't know, there's a problem with coaches, delays at the airport from the coaches to get you from the airports to your hotel. Because I remember it from years ago, they'd be lined up outside, loads of coaches, there'd be like sort of 50 to 100 of them, and you'd have to look for your number and where it was going to and the sign and all the rest. And the drivers never spoke English. You know, so you had to rely on the tour reps and everything else. It was very entertaining. But that's what we sort of looked at. We sort of looked at, you know, it being a bit of fun. It was a bit of fun. You were on holiday. Apparently, the other day at the airport, there was one poor family. 15 minutes before they were due to get on the flight, they cancelled it. TUI cancelled the flight, and kids burst into tears because they had to say, "Listen, we haven't got any flights for you." I mean, I'd have laughed, you know, because if you go on half term to the airport, the killer words are half term. Everybody wants to get away on holiday. Everybody wants to go away. And for some reason, you want to fly with a German airline. Now, I don't have an issue with that, but they've cancelled more flights than anybody else. British Airways have cancelled a load, and EasyJet. But then EasyJet have been cancelling flights for years. Years. It's nothing new. I remember watching the programme, which was on EasyJet, and the one that they filmed at Luton Airport, I think it was. And they were cancelling left, right and centre. People are going... I mean, there was one bloke, hilarious. You'd have loved him, Elliot. He turned up and he's featured on YouTube, and he was complaining because they couldn't get him on the flight. And he said to them, he was a very, very posh boy, he said, "My father's a director of British Airways. I shall never fly with you ever again." And I wanted to say, well, sod off and fly with somebody else then. Don't hang around here, silly boy. You're only flying EasyJet because it's cheap. You know, your father's a director of British Airways. Of course he is, sweet pea. Of course he is, absolutely. And so he then sort of wandered off muttering and under his breath and all the rest of it. Because flights get cancelled, and because of the pandemic... because they got rid of a load of staff, they've not anticipated, they're a bit thick, that all of a sudden, half-term, everybody wants to fly. They want to go away on holiday. People have waited a year for their holiday. They just want to get away. They've got kids. I mean, some mothers standing there with pushchairs, little babies, pushchairs. You know, they couldn't care less. If you're in a pushchair, you sleep. It's only when the kids get to about 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, something like that, they're going, "When are we going to fly?" And they go, "Well, you might not be flying." So my advice is... A, only take carry-on luggage and make sure it's the right size carry-on luggage. B, check before you go to the airport, and this includes Bristol, Manchester, Gatwick, Stansted, Heathrow. Check that your flight is going at the moment. It could change. It can change, you know, at the last minute. And take stuff with you. Boiled sweets would be a good idea, or fruit gums, because they last longer. Then you can have a competition for how many hours you can make a fruit gum last. We used to do that in the car. You know, you put it on your tongue, and also you start salivating and the thing starts melting. But we'd go, and we used to play cricket in the car with pub signs. If it was the coach and horses, you'd go, right, there's 4 horses, that's 16. And then the driver has got 2 legs, and the coach, so 16, 17, so that's 20 points. But then if you got to sort of the cricket bat, you were out because there's no legs on a cricket bat. It only worked on legs. Do you never play games in the car? Oh, God, honestly, we did it all the time. Car journeys was... We never had phones when I was younger. Listen, exact... Oh, we didn't do I Spy. We weren't that naff. Come on. Joke's a joke. But we didn't have phones. In fact, the nearest that we got to a sort of a posh phone at home was cordless. And even then, you had to pull the aerial up and walk around. I'd say to my mother, "Mum, go and sit down. Go sit," because you'd go... Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Nowadays, you look at this, I could dial on my phone somebody in America and the line will be perfect. I can do FaceTime with Elliot. I won't. But I could do FaceTime, you know, and you go, "Hi, it's me." And you go, "I'm calling the police." You know, that's the kind of way it is. That's the sort of reaction that you get. But we didn't have mobile phones. The first mobile phone I had was, I think it was a slider phone. And then somebody said, if you go to Hounslow High Street, go to the Treaty Centre, they do a plastic case with lights in it, and you unscrew your phone case and you put it in this other plastic case. So every time it rang, the whole phone lit up with all these chases. Brilliant. Loved it. It was sort of, I had, first phone I had was a Motorola, which literally had a cable on it, and it sat on the front seat of the car. And then I was in Mayfair having dinner at a well-known trichologist's house with Biggins, and I heard this alarm going off, and it was my car alarm. They'd smashed the window and taken the phone. I left it on the front seat. I don't know why I assumed if it was in Mayfair it was going to be fairly safe, because Peter Andre parked his Mercedes outside the theatre on Tottenham Court Road, because he's appearing at the Dominion in a very small role, and he had his back window broken. And that's it, Motorola, and it looked like it actually. You see the second one in. It looked like the second one in. The phone fitted onto a cradle, and you charged it, and you plugged it into the cigarette lighter. It was a suitcase. And before that, after that, I had a Rabbit phone, which went on to become Hutchinson Whampoa, which became Orange. So I got one of the first Orange phones in the country. I had a Rabbit before then. So there you go. I've still got the Rabbit phones at home. You could use them at home and outdoor on the street, but you had to look for that Rabbit sign. That was the aerial, so you could stand outside Waitrose and make your phone call. You couldn't make it anywhere else. It had to be outside the thing, and they were very popular. I had 2 of those. Yeah, it has to be outside. Well, it's not going to be outside Lidl, is it, for goodness sake? Lidl? Some foreign supermarket, I don't know. They do cheap biscuits. Well, M&S, don't buy their strawberries. You know why? They go off really, really quickly, because they've come in and they're sort of chilled a little bit. So you've got to wait a day for them to be sort of edible. And then, apparently they did a survey in the paper today, and they got a 6 out of 10 because they then go off. And so if you've got them packed on top of each other, if you go to Costco, you can get a big, like a suitcase full of strawberries, but you've got to eat them fairly quick, because all the ones that are at the bottom get piled on by the ones on the top, and they go off very fast. Do you not have the card? Oh, God, I've got the card. I don't know how to tell you about that, but it's only for exclusive. I'm an executive member. I know, don't even go there. It's very posh. It just means that you get money back at Christmas. So, in other words, however much you spend, they give you a percentage back at Christmas. They say to you, today you earned £2.70, and you do that for the whole year, and you could end up with I've had a few £100s before. It's a way of, I like it, but the trouble is everything's big. Everything's big, you can't just buy 2 oranges. You've got to buy a huge sack full of oranges and stuff like that, and meat and stuff. Very good meat there. Peter Andre is very upset. Well, he's been upset for years. I remember when he was first on the television, I remember being quite upset as well every time he started. He took his guitar out to the jungle, didn't he? Mysterious girl, mysterious... Oh, shut up, Peter, for God's sake. Shut up. Isn't his son going into the music business, I believe? Prince? I think he is. Yeah, he seems all right, but he's sort of just a little boy. Yeah, oh no, Katie Price, what can we say about her? Actually, she's due back in court shortly. I knew there was something I was going to say about her. Yeah, she's back in again. This time she's in for speeding, which occurred before she flipped the car over and got done for drink driving. Yeah, the trouble is, she's, she doesn't look as much of a doll as Chloe Sims in Towie. Chloe Sims, who must be about 97, I think, at the moment, literally puts her makeup on. I've seen less makeup on Thai drag. Seriously, and that's saying something. That is saying something. In fact, actually, there's a lot of drag on the television. I don't know why drag's made a resurgence, but it has, because on RuPaul's Drag Race, and now all of a sudden, all these people who do drag secretly at home have started going, oh, we're on the television. And we all go out there, and you've got people called Bag of Chips and things like that. And you start thinking, it's all a bit odd, actually. And there's one complaining in the paper today. We'll tell you about that, actually. But as everybody knows, I do have a problem with pigeons at home. There is one particular place where they sit, and they're trying to make a nest behind an air conditioning unit. So I have, let's just call it a little machine that makes a noise and emits a flame to scare them off. But they still sit there, and they make mess like you can't believe. So the other day, I've tried so many things. I put tin foil over the areas where they sit. So I had a really good one the other day. You can get moth traps. And a moth trap is a piece of cardboard impregnated with pheromones, and it attracts moths. So if you've got moths in your wardrobe, you hang one of these things up. The pheromones attract the moth, and the pad is sticky, and the moth sticks to it and dies. A horrible death, screaming in agony. They have to go. And they come in like little sort of triangular shapes. I bought some the other day. Anyway, I bought one in Robert Dyas. And I tested it to see how sticky it was. It was very sticky. So I thought, if I put this on the ledge, when the pigeon stands on it, it's going to go, what the hell's that? And it's going to try and drag itself off. So I fixed it all up there. fixed it up and all the rest of it. Anyway, came down the other morning, and the pigeon had obviously been on it and couldn't get off. So it fell off onto the ground because I was left with the little card, but with pigeon feathers stuck onto it. So it was obviously panicking. So I've discovered an even better trick now. We've got paint that doesn't dry, and it's called anti-graffiti paint. It's to stop people climbing up the outside of buildings. You paint it onto ledges and everything else, and it's permanently wet. So this is going to see the pigeons off, because they're going to put their foot on it, and they ain't going to be going back there again. And they're going to die horribly, screaming, like that poor squirrel did the other day under the wheels of my car at Hammersmith Flyover, which was one of my worst days. I don't know. That's the trouble with squirrels. At the moment, it's baby squirrel time. They run backwards and forwards, backwards, and oh dear, you know. Morning, so the pigeons die. OK, it's as simple as that. You know, there's the statement of the day with this paint, which I'm very much looking forward to trying. Steve says, Shirley and Woolwich, I have no objection to all the actors or sports personalities that get these honours, but no Martin Shaw again. Oh, I like Martin Shaw. I know, and he's not. He said he's been acting for 50 years on TV, film and stage, does a lot of charity work for animals, and is patron of an animal sanctuary near his home. Yeah, I mean, you cannot work out who they're going to give it to. I mean, who'd have thought Anthony Cotton in Coronation Street? I'm not even sure he's even in it anymore. He used to work there, he worked in the Mike Baldwin's knicker factory, didn't he? They used to make knickers. And Steve from Dave, Steve, solid tent poles are so last century. Inflatable frames are the way to go. Well, listen, I'm not really going to be bothering with a tent. I mean, I'm really not going to be bothering with a tent, mainly because it's a case of I'm way too old for that. I need my creature comforts. And creature comforts are not only on my tent. I had a sewn-in ground sheet, which was particularly nice. Shane in Sydney says, I'm not a surfer. My cousins are. I'd probably sink. Probably, yes. And Aussie Trace said, you'd look fab in a pair of budgie smugglers. Yes, I probably would, actually. So your production team surf, but you are king of the radio waves, says Ian. Yeah, a little play on words there. Thank you very much indeed. I am the king of the airwaves. I am. Johnny G says it's Premier Inn who do the all-you-can-eat breakfast, Steve. It's very good.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
It's very good. It was very good value. You can just keep going and eating, and it's lovely. Marva says, I'm delighted I can listen to you from Jamaica. No, she went of her own accord. All the old gags are the best ones on this programme. We only recycle. Merci. Were you thinking of buying an iron or something for Christmas, maybe? I don't know. Just ask. I don't want to make a big deal about it. Don't want to start being a fashionista at this time of life. I love it. I remember when somebody once, they took in their suit to the dry cleaners, and it was a suit that was meant to be crumpled. I can't remember what it was. And they ironed all the creases out. When he went to collect it, he went, what have you done? And they went, we've ironed your suit. And he went, it's supposed to be creased. I don't want to make a big deal about it. Looks like I'm picking on people. Yeah, you did iron it. You took it off. Yeah. The funny thing is, I mean, I get all my shirts laundered. Yeah, because I'm a radio presenter and you have to do that. I don't do any washing or ironing at home. I haven't ironed anything for the past 25, 50 years. Seriously. I used to have one of those Singer, which looked like something out of Prisoner's Cell Block H, where you lift it up and you put the thing and you go, really good. Very good. But I've not used that for ages, sitting at home unused, which is a bit of a shame. Michelle in Liverpool says, my daughter and her partner had their holiday cancelled yesterday morning, managed to rebook now for Tuesday morning next week. Different hotel, made a complaint on the phone, but managed to get £700 compensation and 4 free days extra. Well, that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. They don't really care, though, but they don't realise the frustration that people go through. You've got kids. Imagine if you're a family and you've got 2 or 3 kids and you've got to keep them entertained. Kids get bored. God knows they get bored. They just don't They don't understand queuing, waiting. All they know is we're at the airport. There's the planes. We can see them out there. Why are we not sitting on it? Because your plane isn't there, I'm afraid. It's awful. What you need is a camper van. Go down, to Devon or Cornwall and go surfing. Yeah. God, it sounds so naff, doesn't it? Surfing in this country. Steve says, Julia, we used to have the I Spy books in the 60s for journeys in our Bedford van to keep us quiet en route to Aberdaron in Welsh Wales. We had an I Spy club with Big Chief I Spy. Yes, I remember all of this. Listen, I'm older than you. But she says, have a lovely Platinum Jubilee weekend. Well, I will. I hope everybody else is going to have a nice Platinum Jubilee weekend. And sort of just go easy with it. If you pace yourself. My brother's coming up to London today because what's he do? He completely forgot it was the Jubilee weekend, and he's going to see Queen at the O2. So they've booked in to a place in Greenwich. I don't think it's a B&B. I think it's a hotel, and they're going to see Queen with Adam Lambert. He said, I hope they'll be good because it's the day after they've done the Buckingham Palace thing. And I said, of course they were. They've been touring for years. They're well versed in things like that. And so it should be packed solid. They're always doing something. He's going fishing today. Oh, no, perhaps they're not going today. It must be tomorrow. But he's going fishing today. His wife Marion does water aerobics and things like that. They're always busy. They're always doing things. And I've got, I work on the assumption if I don't want to do something, I don't do it now. Couldn't care less. People say, oh, do you want to do this? No, can't be bothered. Sometimes you say yes, but in your heart of hearts, you're really thinking no. Yeah, I could tell straight away. No doubt in my mind whatsoever you were going to be that one. Your answer phone goes, he will. Even before it goes anywhere else. I love the idea. That's what they used to say about, there was somebody else they used to say, his answer phone just says yes. I think it was Eamon Holmes's or something like that. He says yes to it. Yes, he will do it. Whereas I sort of used to be like that. I would say yes all the time. And then I sort of changed. And I started saying sort of yesterday, I've got a couple of weddings to go to, one this year and one next year. And I've got a 60th birthday party to go to. And once I'm there, I'm fine. But it's when people say to me, you can stay the night. And I was thinking, I'm not sure about it. I'm not very good at sleeping away from home. So I've done holidays, but I'm not big into holidays. And I'm going to one particular party. It's a 60th birthday party. There'll be about 100 people there. And they'll be putting marquees up in the garden. Their garden is that big. And they brought in a food wagon, which you rent. It comes with a person who does all the cooking. You just queue up. So they haven't had to worry about caterers. This food wagon turns up and he does kebabs and bits and pieces. And you just go and get your food there, much as you want. And there's going to be a couple of bands. There's going to be a strolling magician. There's going to be all sorts of things. And it's going to be really great. And they've said you can stay the night. I'm thinking, I'll need to. I mean, there's going to be cars all over. Luckily, they've got 6 acres. So there's okay for car space and stuff like that. So I'm really looking forward to it. And then I've got my brother's eldest is getting married next year. She's the one who's getting married to the army officer. And he's going to be a major. He's at major school at the moment, where you can you move up and all the rest of it. So that promises to be good. They've already been to the hotel. This is for next year. They've already booked it, and it looks lovely, absolutely lovely. So I shall be driving to that one. And then I've got a friend of mine, Danny, who's getting married this year, and I'm not sure whether I'm driving or taking a train. I can't quite work. I feel more comfy with the car. But I'm not sure whether or not I want to take the car. I mean, I'm going to check how many miles it is. I think it's about 300 or something like that. But, I mean, the car's automatic. I'm okay. I've just got to be there and steer it, which is good. Have you seen the throne in Waterloo Station with the corgis? Have I ever, Ashley? I see it every day. And Perdita, lovely Perdita, says, Steve, we used to play A to Z in the car, where we'd have to find each letter of the alphabet in order. We'd look for the letters on other cars' registration plates, motorway and street signs and posters. Honeysuckle always won. Oh, goodness. Viv in Suffolk says, laughing at your pigeon stories. I've got a problem in the garden with 2 pheasants nicking the bird food. Great big things balancing on the bird tables. We used to have them when we lived up in Yorkshire. The big house at the village next door to us. They would be on the wall and they would jump down from the wall and they would peck my dad's hubcaps on his car because he had chrome hubcaps, and they would look and see a reflection and they'd peck them. But, and the noise they made. Oh, they were dreadful. A terrible noise. We used to have peacocks and peahens, which was good. They are the stupidest. I love it when they do the fantail, though. I love that. I think that's quite nice. I like living in Yorkshire. I don't want to go back there, though. Well, I do want to go back, but on the other hand, I don't want to go back. Do you know what I mean? I was sort of... One half of me thinks it's best to sort of keep it in your memory, because I have a feeling I'm going to go back there and all the areas that we used to play in as children, which would have been like 60 years ago, well, I'm sure they've all been built over now and stuff like that. They don't, you know, everywhere you go now, they're building blooming houses. You know, they don't seem to enjoy, you know, leaving all these things. So we got Greenbelt turned into a Lidl. I don't think so. Not in Yorkshire. I don't think they'd have that. I don't think so. No, they wouldn't. No, definitely not. We went down to, because I had to go to the solicitors yesterday down in Southampton, and we drove along the front, and there's a hovercraft museum, and there's all these lovely houses which overlook the Solent, which is fantastic. So you look over to the Isle of... It really is great. And there's benches everywhere, because what they do down there, they do it probably in your area as well. If a couple have... you know, gone to a particular place and they've sat on a bench and watched it, then one half dies. The other one will buy a bench. They're about £1,000 and you get a nameplate on it. And they say, you know, this was, you know, Steve used to sit here and love this view and all the rest of it. And then people go and sit on the bench. I think it's quite a nice idea. They do them down at Henley. And the benches stretch for forever and a day. And they do them on the seafront at the Solent as well, which is really, really nice. I like stuff like that. So I'm going to run through in a moment exactly, you know, what's taking place today and where you can watch and where you can enjoy it. Oh, by the way, Andrew Lepage, he's on Love Island, as you can tell, because he looks like... Although the funny thing is this year, which, as I said yesterday, and I have to mention it because I think it's so unusual, only 2 people, one person has got tattoos. Nobody, we might be finally moving out of the chav era and actually going into nobody's got tattoos, because, I mean, I don't work with anybody with tattoos. I won't have them on this programme. Seriously, I won't have them. It's like I don't have anybody in the programme wearing shorts, you know. So I know that Corey, my ex-producer, I call him my ex, you know, no shorts. And he was in the other day wearing shorts tomorrow. I think not. And Corey was wearing shorts, and Joe said, Corey was wearing shorts. So I wrote to him and I went, I hear you were wearing shorts. He went, who told you that? I said, I've seen the picture. Because he knew that when he was on this programme, no shorts, you know, just in case Her Majesty wants to drop in or something like that, or somebody very important. We have to maintain an air of dignity. So Andrew Lepage has revealed he's such a playboy, he's got an X-rated nickname. Oh, God, you dreary, boring little so-and-so, honestly. What's the point? He's an estate agent who hails from Guernsey, but lives in Dubai. He says he's branded himself a nightmare when he's single because he often cracks on with more than one girl on a night out. You're 27, love. You're not married. Are you sure you're into girls? I have to check all these things. Goodness sake, honestly. Why do you tell people like this? This is supposed to be, it's Love Island, but, I mean, could not somebody make it into classy? You know, somebody actually might be able to have a conversation without going, I really fancy him. I was listening to Amy Childs on the television the other day. Why she talk like a 3-year-old? So I said to him, in fact, somebody does a very good impression of Amy Childs. You know, I'm from Essex. I was born in Essex. I live in Essex. I love Essex. And she talks like that. She talks like in these sort of, you know, rhyming couplets. Dreadful voice. Mind you, most of the people from Towie have got the most awful voices. Tell you who's disappeared recently, which was only good news for everybody. That was poor old Gemma Collins. We haven't heard from her for ages. And ever since she said to us she was going into Chicago and then she had to pull out. Apparently it's an old knee injury or something, you know, war wound. And so she's not touring in that. So what she's going to do now, I've got no idea. She's not managed to actually do anything, has she really? I mean, everything she's done, she sort of gave up on. Alison Hammond's found a boyfriend who apparently likes playing with her feet. Get rid, Alison. Get rid straight away, love. That's really too bad, I'm afraid. You know, you don't want people... She says, he loves me to bit, he worships me and massages my feet. Oh, no, we don't like stuff like that. None of this touchy stuff. I don't like it at all. 16 minutes past 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to June the 2nd, which is great. What have we got here? There was one thing I was watching, actually. Swimmer Michael Gunning apparently is to start making more TV like his good pal Tom Daley. He's going to make his announcement about his future as the first guest on Telly Talks on Virgin Pride Radio, whatever that is. I've got no idea what these things are. But apparently during the debut episode of the TV-themed LGBTQ plus show, Michael says many have been inspired in Team GB's Tom. Tom is making a programme at the moment. He's making a television programme. He's going around the world finding people's opinions of gay people in sport and stuff like that. But he's deliberately going to the countries where they're anti-gay to see how people are going to react. So that's very good. He said he was the first person to give me the confidence to accept who I was. He came out and saying that. The trouble is everybody knew about Tom Daley for years and years and years. And it didn't actually make the slightest difference, although he did say a short while ago in an interview, he said he was quite surprised that when they announced that they had a baby, him and Dusty Lance, the amount of trolling that they got. And I said on the programme, I wouldn't worry about that. If you ever get trolled, you just go, delete, delete, and they can carry on, writing to you. And it doesn't mean anything because you never get to see it, which is fantastic. And some of them are they're a bit sad and lonely. But there's one here, RuPaul's Drag Race has been accused of exploiting a drag queen. I would think that anybody who went on the programme, you're not being exploited by the programme, you're exploiting yourself. Nobody forces you to put drag on. It's a case of, if you go on a programme based on music and you go, oh, I was forced to do this, you go, no, you've actually gone on a programme. This particular one here I've never even heard of. Took part in the 2021 series of the show and spoke about being non-binary on the programme. Now, don't even ask me because I've got no idea. And now this person has said the producers used the emotional experience, the drag queen who releases a single today. Oh, there you go. That's the link. Oh, I should have seen that one coming a mile ago. Said, after Drag Race, I went into a depressive spiral and creating music was the only way to counteract my misery. I felt my gender identity story had been publicly exploited and I was forced into becoming some kind of gender identity ambassador whilst dealing with my own personal trauma. See, making such a big deal about it. You want to put drag on? Put drag on. Don't want to put drag on? Don't put drag on. You exploit yourself by putting yourself on a programme. But it was that giveaway line as I released my single today. That'll sink without trace. You can almost guarantee it. I see Ian Sterling's game show, Celebability, will return for a 6th series. Oh, God, it was rubbish first time round. This time you've got Scarlett Moffat back as team captain. I mean, really, I think we've stretched that one out a little bit. And somebody called Marek Larwood as adjudicator. Doesn't mean a thing. I don't know who that is. No idea. But poor old Ian Sterling. Poor old Ian Sterling. And what else have we got? There was another one here. Oh, Alison Hamilton, her boyfriend, who plays with her feet all the time. It's not normal, is it? I think anybody who plays with your feet has got a bit of a fetish going on. And what have we got? Singing in the Rain, the Royally Good TV, The Sun magazine. Elton John's piece is pre-recorded. It's pre-recorded. He's not going to be doing live at all, I'm afraid. And there's an interview here with somebody called Lily Sue McFadden. Who do you think she is? She's Kerry Katona's daughter. Kerry Katona, who sat her children down and explained just why she started taking coke and how she lapsed and all the rest of it. She said, Mum's boobs are all over the internet. She may as well make some money from them. Really. A little bit worrying, isn't it? A little bit worrying. I feel really sorry for these people that, that's the only way she can make money is by getting her boobs out and men paying. Although I noticed, actually, it didn't really work for Jordan because basically everybody's seen enough of Jordan to last them a lifetime. Thank you very much indeed. Don't want to go down that route again. And the unexpected pilot in the baggage area. The airport wallies blame government wazzocks and government wazzocks blame airport wallies for the holiday chaos. But there's a picture of a pilot here loading baggage onto the truck. A pilot. It's that bad. Things have got that bad. And what have we got? All the pictures of all the people in the Mall gathering for the Jubilee celebrations. And the Old Black Horse in Rottingdean Village near Brighton. They've decorated the pub. I went down to this place when we went to the solicitors. There's bunting all over the place and Union flags and everything. It looks really good, actually. Really, really good. And bars in places like Benidorm and Magaluf may close early this summer due to staff shortages. Apparently in the Costa Blanca alone, 4,000 shortages. There you go. I told you we can get you a job in a bar. You could go down there. Elliot, you could work in a bar. We could have you sort of, topless. And you could just be serving, all these drinks, pulling the... I don't think they pull pints. I have a feeling they don't pull... I think you're right. I think it's shaky, and then they do shots, and then they set fire to the sambucas or whatever they do. You can set fire... We know you're a bit of a pyrotechnic boy, aren't you? Oh, sorry. Court case hasn't arrived yet. But anyway, that's very good. But we were all... I was saying to somebody earlier on about the Amber Heard, who nobody liked. They didn't like her to start with. The jury obviously didn't believe a word she was saying. And Johnny Depp says, you finally heard the truth. I think she's deeply unpleasant. Deeply unpleasant. But he's been awarded more than 12 million quid in damages. So that'll be good. I wonder if she'll go bankrupt. I don't know. Do they do bankruptcy in America? I don't know. I've never worked that bit out. Do they like bankruptcy? Oh, right. I don't know, actually. I wasn't sure about that. But it's gone on for years. It's gone on for years, and he's had to put up with her lies and her claims, which were false and things like that. Deeply troubled, I suspect, is the new description for Amber Heard. And the next one we're waiting on is Colleen and Rebecca. That's going to be an interesting one. I can't wait to see how that one's going to work out. I don't think there's going to be any winners in that one at all. I don't think they're actually going to decide. Apart from the lawyers. Jet says the Filipino restaurant Jollibee near your global office is world renowned for its fried chicken, known as Chicken Joy. You must try it. See, I'm not. You say with chicken gravy. I don't do gravy with chicken, especially not fried chicken. KFC do chicken with gravy, and I've always thought you like that. I can't. Oh, do you not? Oh, I like gravy on a roast. You don't eat meat. God, you're a pain, aren't you? Really. I don't know how we've managed to find you. I tell you. Absolute pain in that one. Steve, we got a problem in the garden with hedgehogs. They wander in every night. Says Nick, you'd have sex. I can't imagine what that's like, actually. Whatever you do, don't put milk out for hedgehogs. They don't like it. It's very dangerous for them. And, people feed things. Where that mad woman, do you remember the other day on the programme? She's got a fox that wandered into her house. And now it wanders in and goes to sleep in there. Mad as a broomstick. Mad, even her boyfriend is quite sensible. Steve says, John, I was lying in bed in hospital after a heart attack. I looked out the window and I saw a grouse walk past. And I only recognised it from the picture I've seen on a whiskey bottle of the same name. Oh, I see loads of them down the motorway, dead in the middle of the motorway. You know why? As they fly over the grouse and the pheasants, they hit the side of lorries and they get knocked out, and they're all by the side of... I mean, if I literally had enough... They are stupid, aren't they? But it's the glorious 12th, isn't it, or whatever they call it? I don't know. It's when you can shoot them and do all the rest of it with them. And as I say, perhaps we should have one for pigeons. That's good. Because at least grouse don't cost us an awful lot of money to clear up after, whereas pigeons, filthy vermin, flying rats, they deserve to die under the wheels of my car. In fact, I nearly got one yesterday, but it's blooming annoying. You drive there, you go, no, and you see it, and then it vanishes, and then you look in the mirror, and there it is, still pecking away in the road. They're all... every building in London has got spikes on it to stop the pigeons sitting there. Filth. And also, the people who feed them, mad. Really awful. Because these things walk about in London, and then people put them on their hands to feed them food. Ugh, disgusting. It's illegal in Trafalgar Square. So try not to do it, otherwise we get you arrested. Which is always the entertaining bit of the day. Steve, I consider myself quite a social being, but staying away overnight from my own bed, not likely. I'm truly becoming my mother, says Kim. I just like spending the night in my bed. I just never feel comfy doing it in somebody else's bed. Well, not doing it, sleeping. It just doesn't... I don't know why. It's not that. I would rather sleep in the car. Rather sleep in the car than actually sort of, have to sleep. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. And also it's heated seats, so it's quite nice, actually. What did I discover the other day? A Bentley Continental Flying Spur. Yeah. Yeah, the flying spur bit sort of kind of seals its fate, I think. Big, four-door. Huge. I tell you can barely get it in a parking space. Sometimes we have to upend it, and just slide it in. It's lovely. Apparently a beautiful misty sunrise over Essendon Common, says Graham, of a great Jubilee holiday. Well, some people are not having holidays today. A lot of police are having to work. The only people who don't get do you think the traffic wardens are out today? What if the traffic wardens are out? I think they might be, actually. I think today is the day that... the trouble is it's, I understand where it comes from. I understand, people having to sort of stop it because people park all over the place. But it's so expensive in London. It's expensive to park and it's expensive to get yourself a ticket, which I've always sort of worried about. I love the story of the pensioner. His name's Maurice Taylor. He's 78. He's had 10 years of retirement. He's going back to work. You know why? Because he doesn't think he can cope with the rising cost of living. So he's going back to work. So he starts his job as a customer services advisor at the taxi firm Addison Lee on Monday. He says, I'm not poor. I'm better off than a lot of pensioners, but it's my long-term survival plan. You're 78. How much long-term do you think you've got? I love it. But, I mean, he looks fairly fit, so he's going to go and he's going to be a customer services advisor. What's that? I don't know what that is. Is that somebody who answers the phone and says, you want to book a car? That's what it is. They give them all these posh names now, don't they? Which I quite like. And Elton John in a wheelchair, not the first time. He wears these clothes. He was pushed off by a member of his entourage as his condition sparked concern from fans. He was wearing a Gucci tracksuit. To be honest with you, he needs to buy the next size up. This is way too small. But he's going to star alongside Diana Ross for the Jubilee concert on Saturday in a pre-recorded performance at Buckingham Palace. I mean, back in 2019, he was off in a wheelchair as well. He's still wearing a mask. Elton. But I wonder what he's going to sing. Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, one of my popular tunes. I like that, actually. I don't know what he'll be doing. But this way, he won't be allowed to do Goodbye England's Rose. I don't think the royal family have nothing to do with that one. Thank you very much indeed. That could be a bit of an embarrassment, couldn't it? 5:30.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Steve. So wish Joni from Potter's Bar a very happy birthday. Everybody's celebrating birthdays. And we love this one, actually. Because I'm going to read it out because I'm not supposed to read it out because we didn't pass it through. It says, good morning to my gorgeous Richard. I hope you have fun today and over the weekend. We've got no idea who that's to or what. Somebody's obviously sent it to the wrong person. Which is, how can people do that? How can you do that? Which is very funny, actually. Very funny. Rich is in Huddersfield. Do you know we've got loads of people outside of London who listen to this programme, which is very nice. Thank you. And somebody said, oh, I love this one here. Be warned. Expect a visit from the RSPCA. Cruelty to birds will not be tolerated under the wheels of my car, mate. I tell you, gone. But you never get them. They're so difficult to get, but you shouldn't feed them. They're flying rats. They carry diseases and illnesses and everything. Steve, I'm very excited, says Nick from Kent, about watching my niece fire her gun for the Queen later in Hyde Park because she's in the King's Troop. Really? I'm in a hotel with my mum and we're both avid Steve listeners. She lives in Cumbria, so we have to talk about you on the phone normally. God save the Queen. Oh, listen, I hope it goes well for everybody today. Everybody's going to have a nice time. Listen, it's a bank holiday and you can embarrass yourself, you can get drunk, you can cheer and clap and whoop and, and boo Prince Andrew or whatever you're going to do. And Harry's going to turn up, but mercifully only briefly. Thank you very much indeed. If you're a collector of comics, and I know that Jonathan Ross is a big collector of comics. He collects comics and he spends a lot of money. Even this one might have evaded him. It's a rare copy of the first Superman comic. It was published in 1939. It's in mint condition, and it became an instant. It sold for 10 cents, the equivalent of £1.50 today. It has just sold for $720,000. You see, I'd be frightened to touch it. Absolutely. Barry Sandoval of Heritage Auctions in Dallas says Superman #1 is arguably the second most significant comic ever published, and that plus the scarcity led to aggressive bidding. £720,000. That is a huge amount of money, isn't it? I mean, that really is a huge amount of money, whichever way you look at it. Angry locals are threatening to firebomb holiday homes owned by the English. This is not the first time they've done it in Wales. They did it before, actually, back in the 1970s, the Welsh national extremists. The joke used to be come home to a real fire by a holiday home in Wales because they'd have set fire to the house, and they're threatening to do it again. Obviously very stupid. They say it's not the answer. We've heard of people, even solidly middle class and comfortably off people, talking about this being the answer. We need homes, not our homes being burnt down and people ending up in jail. So they've said the Welsh government have given local authorities the power to charge 300% council tax on second homes. I thought you'd have been grateful in Wales, people buying holiday homes, but it's now got so bad that people, you know, move out to these little villages because the people who live in the villages with their kids, the kids can't afford to come back and live there. It's too expensive. You know, I look at these, I'm fascinated by all the holiday programs on the television where they buy houses. They go, we're looking for a house by the sea, all that. And you look at some of the prices of these things, you think, blimey. I mean, you can still get, I think, very good value. But the trouble is, I've been spoilt by London prices. You know, to me, £700,000 for a 2-bedroom flat is not, exhaustive for people. And yet, when you go up north, they go, how much? I can remember there was a woman who came down from Liverpool and she wanted to live in Mill Hill years ago, and she came down, she was relocating for a job, and she went to the estate agent. She said, I'm looking for a 4-bedroom house, semi-detached, drive, and garage, reasonable sized garden, because we like gardening and all the rest of it. And he said, yeah, and your budget? And she said, I can go to 275. And he went, I haven't got anything at 275. He said, he said, I did have a council flat. It was a repossession, but you need to completely outfit it. He said, and that was 460. And she went, well, you haven't got anything at all. He said, no. And when they put up flats down the road from me at Twickenham Station, there was a sorting office over the road, 2-bedroom flats, no parking, bearing in mind high service charges, 700,000. And your outlook is the person in the next flat. So I'd be walking around naked all the time. I couldn't care less. They will want to look. Let them have a look. And they've now built hundreds of flats over the station at Twickenham. A huge complex with houses down the back of it. Huge prices. Huge prices. And for some reason, it does look nice, but where are these people getting this money from? What do they do for a living? I'm fascinated by how much money. They must be train drivers, mustn't they? There can't be anything else, or bus drivers. I quite like that idea. Tasha Guri says being deaf is... Oh, go away, for God's sake, I'm bored with you already, love. That's the only thing you can talk about. Not so good. And there's Andrew LePage again. They've obviously, got their agents out there. Tasha's ready for the show. And so she wants to follow in the footsteps of Rose Ayling-Ellis, who was deaf. She was on Strictly. And she says, I want to prove having a disability doesn't affect your love life. We've heard it before, dear. We've heard it before, I'm sorry. And she's a bad boy, loving babe, ready to cause a storm. I love flirty banter. Yeah, I'm bored with you already, dear. I'm terribly sorry. It makes no difference to me whether you're deaf or whether you're a hearing person. It makes no difference. Really makes no difference. It's just when people say, that's the only thing you've got to talk about. Not good. Thursday, 2nd of June. What have we got for you today? What are we going to offer? 10 o'clock this morning. So if you're coming into town, my advice would be come in now, because already places are filling up. You'd be hard pushed to get a place in the Mall, I should imagine, at the moment. Trooping the Colour marks the official birthday of the British Sovereign and takes place on the 2nd Saturday in June. However, this year, the ceremonial event will take place 2 days earlier as part of these celebrations. The 1st Battalion Irish Guards and more than 1,200 officers and soldiers from the Household Division will put on a display of military pageantry on Horse Guards Parade alongside hundreds of army musicians and around 240 horses. And there will be that poor soldier who passes out. You can tell, all of a sudden he'll just drop to the ground and they leave them there. So, 10 o'clock... Trooping the Colour Parade begins. 10:30, this is this morning, members of the royal family leave Buckingham Palace for the parade ground. The Queen is expected to watch the fly-past from the palace balcony with other members of the royal family. Only the working members. We don't want Harry and his wife, or we don't want Andrew anywhere near it, thank you. And Platinum Jubilee beacons will be lit on the first day of the long weekend. And then there's the special ceremony at 9 p.m. tonight to light the principal beacon, which is a 21-metre high tree made out of 350 smaller trees. And then at 9:25, members of the royal family will arrive to watch the lighting of the principal beacon. So that's good. All 54 capital cities of the Commonwealth will have beacons lit. And it's going to be good. Royal family members will be turning up from 11 o'clock this morning to the Guildhall reception. And the ringing of Great Paul, the largest church bell in the country, which was made in 1882, but fell silent in the 1970s due to a broken mechanism, and was restored the other year, so that'll be going off as well. Saturday the 4th, the Queen will not be attending the Derby at Epsom Downs with other members of the royal family. I think Frankie Dettori and Willie Carson will be there, 40 past and present jockeys who've ridden for the Queen. The day will be marked with a platinum party at the Palace, hosted by Kirsty Young, and that'll be broadcast live across the BBC. There'll be 3 stages, 3D projections, and an in-person audience of 22,000, including 10,000 tickets allocated in a public ballot. So it's Queen and Adam Lambert, George Ezra, I'll be riding shotgun, Alicia Keys, Nile Rodgers, Andrea Bocelli, Duran Duran, the Bond composer Hans Zimmer, Ella Eyre, Craig David, Mabel, Elbow, George Ezra. Oh, twice he gets his name in. So obviously George Ezra's popping back again, perhaps to a reprise of I'll Be Riding Shotgun, and Dame Julie Andrews. Members of the royal family arriving from 7:40, and the open-air concert kicking off at 8 p.m. will go till 10:30. It's going to be very noisy. I feel very sorry if you've got a flat or a house down there. It's going to be very noisy. But I would be complaining about the noise immediately. I'm sorry, can you make Dame Julie Andrews tone that noise down? Honestly, that rapping goes on forever. It's ridiculous. Steve, I heard you talk about Gemma Collins earlier. Well, we were only saying she sort of disappeared. She was going to be appearing in Chicago. And then, you know, we decided, I said, be very surprised if she was going to make it. And then, lo and behold, she came up with an old injury. And he said, I saw her at the checkout in a supermarket yesterday in South Woodford, singing and dancing, getting the attention while shopping. Nothing wrong with her knee then. No, I mean, she's never been known for a worker. You know, my favourite bit of Gemma Collins was the BBC Awards. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, disappears down a hole in the ground. Best thing I've ever seen. That was so funny. And then she said, oh, I'm going to sue them, I'm going to do this and that. Again, with Gemma Collins, basically just a load of old bunny, I'm afraid, and no action. She went up there to do a modelling thing, and she was more interested in sort of feeding her face with big fat hamburgers and chocolate milkshakes and everything else than she was about turning up on time. It's amazing how delusional people get very quickly. But, as I say, so she has to go and do her own shopping in the supermarket. Obviously not as rich as we thought she was. Oh, and then you've got the Sunday, the pageant. This is going to be, it begins at 2:30 and lasts till 5 p.m. So it's not too long. It's just sort of bearable. A giant dragon puppet, the size of a double-decker bus, will feature, as well as corgis, acrobats, unicorns, dancers and circus acts. And also the grand finale will showcase 150 national treasures, including Cliff Richard and Gloria Hunniford and people like that, and Ed Sheeran, who will sing the national anthem. And then millions of people are going to sit down to the big Jubilee lunch.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
I might have some KFC, I think, or something. I don't know. I haven't quite decided. Must have something fairly interesting. I'm looking forward to going home today and having something very interesting to eat. 2 more.
Right to the med.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, trust you well. So, as I say, it all kicks off 10 o'clock this morning. Big celebrations. Thousands of people already out there on the Mall. Thousands of people descending on London. I mean, I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess. Hundreds of thousands of people. And tourists who are in town. Good for them, because you're in town for something that you're never going to see ever again. If you manage to get down to Horse Guards Parade, you're going to see or if you're on the Mall, you'll see all the horses going to Horse Guards Parade. I mean, we do pageantry very well. And then when you see the gold coach, it's going to blow your mind. Built in 1760 something, I think. And I think you'll have a great time. Just remember, keep your phone charged up. And make sure you take plenty of pictures, because it's something to look back on, and chat to people and do the usual thing. Of course, the boys will be sleeping, because God knows they need their sleep. You're going to the gym, you're becoming more boring by the second. You're going to the gym. Oh, in Mayfair. But what sort of gym is it? Oh, it's Virgin Active. Doesn't matter where it is, does it really? No, you could put them anywhere. They're all the same. We have a Pure gym in Twickenham. A Pure gym. I don't know, you pay monthly, but it's cheap. £100 a month. These are cheap. This is like $14.99 a month. It's really cheaply. You got to swim. Well, all right. So there's a puddle in there. There's a puddle and a sauna. We're trying to get Elliot into a place like this. He won't go. He won't go. He will not. He will not change in front of other people. This is the problem we have with him. But he's not a very good surfer. He also looks a bit ungainly because he's so top heavy. He sort of wobbles a little bit and tries to look graceful, like da 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 da. But it doesn't work, because as you can tell by the way he's moving there, he's got no sense of rhythm at all. I've never known a person from Maidenhead who's got no sense of rhythm. They had one of the biggest nightclubs in the country down at Maidenhead years and years ago. And, he'd have been the one standing at the bar, I'll be riding shotgun. And it just becomes a bit tedious, doesn't it, really? He so wants to be a member of the gang. But it's just not happening, is it? He's the embarrassment. It's a case of how many people are eating today in TGI Fridays? Well, there's 6 of us. And Elliot, and he's kind of like the afterthought. Perhaps we can put him on another table. Nowhere near us. Do they have TGI Fridays anymore? I'm not even sure if do they really? They closed the one in Kingston. I did a show from it. Have you been there? No, I did a show from there years and years ago, and I was sort of thinking to myself, there was an awful lot of food that was thrown away. Because if you pile people's plates too high, the Americans have got no concept of food sizes at all. That's why they've got a huge weight problem. But in fact, with all these food, they just throw it away at the end of the day. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Little is better. Little is better, I think, than having all this other stuff. Waz in Derby. Morning, Waz, said, had the first part of surgery yesterday for my dental implant. Face is swollen. I look like I've been hit with a baseball bat. Need cheering up. That's the trouble when you have these things. You have all of this sort of surgery, and it does, the injections and stuff like that. And bearing in mind, if you're having an implant, they're drilling into your jaw or into your gum, and then they're putting in the post in so that they can I find it terribly time-consuming. David says, because he's in Great Yarmouth, he said, I hope everybody has a lovely time, but being up until 1:30 trying to calm a 64-kilo Newfoundland dog. They're big, aren't they? Newfoundland dogs are quite big. Mind you, we've got somebody around our way who's got a Great Dane, and it's enormous. These dogs are just absolutely, I don't know, I better cope with something like that. But the Newfoundlands, they look as though they slobber. They look as though they slobber a lot. They are absolutely enormous. Even as puppies, they're big. There's a woman who lives with 9 of them. I'm sure they're lovely if you like dogs. I'm not sure. These things look like they're sort of Ewoks, don't they? They've sort of wandered out of the Star Wars film. But Great Danes are huge as well. Great Danes are enormous. And we got one in Twickenham. And this thing, it almost dwarfs this one. Look at it. They stand over 7 feet, over 7 feet tall when they're standing up. And they put their feet on your shoulders. If you're only a little person, you're going to be dwarfed. Terrible. Stu says, really pleased you're on over these bank holidays. Sadly, the only day I've got off is Sunday. Not very happy. And Chris in Chelsea says, if Superman 1 is the second most influential comic ever published, what is the most influential? Am I being thick? The most amazing one would be Spider-Man. That would be your number one. $3.6 million. for edition number 1. It features the first appearance of Spider-Man, and I think it was sold between September 8th and 12th, I think, last year. The comic book was by Stan Lee, and told the story of Peter Parker gaining incredible superpowers and turning into Spider-Man. I've never seen any of the Spider-Man films. I should really sort of watch them, because I don't know why, I just felt I should watch something like that. I'll tell you what I have bought. What have I bought? I brought it today. Yeah, I bought the National Lampoon's Vacation box set. There's 4 films in it, which are very good indeed. Very, very good. Good news is, because you know we love the Strawbridges. Yes, we love Dick and Angel at the Chateau. And in fact, he's wowed viewers. James Strawbridge is returning for another helping, because that's when I first encountered them. They had a programme on the television. It was on Channel 4. But we love Dick and Angel. I mean, they've worked their little fingers to the bone on that Chateau, and they fixed it all up. They came in to talk to us for In Conversation a few years back now. They were quite charming. Then they confessed to being listeners, so we got even more excited. They've done it all up. They've got 2 gorgeous kids, and they really go over the top. They brought me in some lovely gifts. They were really, really charming. But now James is back. He's a chef, and he says, I'm going to go over there to do some cooking with my dad in the autumn. It's a big anniversary, a big party, and great fun. They really are. They're so nice. I can't tell you what they were like. They were so lovely. So. But my favourite story, not of them actually, but of John Cleese. I recorded John Cleese for an In Conversation some years ago, and I am quite prone to swearing. I can't. Strange enough, I managed to curb it on the programme, but in real life, not a bit of it. But I interviewed John Cleese, and the studio I had to use was the Heart studio. Each of the studios in this building, like Heart and Capitol and everybody's, have 2 studios in case they need one for recording some things. And at that time, I was going through a period of going up there, because they were big studios, because mainly these big celebrities came with an entourage. So, you know, there might be sort of 4 or 5 people who come in with a celebrity. And John Cleese and I go into the Heart studio. And as you can well imagine, when all the breakfast show starts on these programmes, there's a load of people in the office. Seriously, there could be 20 or 30 people in the office. So I do the interview with John Cleese, and we have our pictures taken, and he signs the book and all the rest of it. And as we go back out there, the entire room in Heart turned round to look at us as I'm walking through the floor. And I said, it's only effing John Cleese. I was so impressed myself. So impressed. It was John Cleese, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And I loved it as well, because he was so sort of gracious. I've always said, bigger the star, easier the interview. Seriously, easier the interview. Ray Liotta. I have to call him Ray Liotta because he calls himself Ray Liotta, or did do. You know, quite charming. Bigger the stars, the better they were. Smaller the stars, the more pain in the rear end they were. And, sorry? Well, Bros. I never interviewed Bros. That was the trouble, actually. That was the trouble. I never interviewed Bros. I always... yes, I've done... Richard Madeley's a huge fan of mine. Huge fan of mine. In fact, he talks about me on the television. It's very embarrassing. People then write in and go, Richard was talking about you again. He's like that, actually. What you see is what you get. What you see is what you get. There's a lot of people like that who don't put any airs and graces on. They just come in, they just do a chair. It's like Piers Morgan. Quite charming. Can't get an audience for his programme, but that's neither here nor there. That's probably down for different reasons. Mainly because I don't think he gets enough good guests. I don't think there's enough good guests, because I can only remember Donald Trump. And that was the first one. The rest of them, it sort of pales, doesn't it, really? Whereas, you know, I'd rather sort of dwell on past glories. I think it's far more fun. The 4-day party, woo! But it's going to cost you some money. Britain could bask in temperatures of up to 26 degrees tomorrow. Today it's not. Today it's not going to. Saturday evening, you could get rain and thunder. We don't care. We're British. We've had rain and thunder before. We're not bothered by it. And there's all sorts of people here, you know, people with their union flags, people on beaches, and then there's people standing in the airport. You'll notice all the people standing in the airports waiting for their flights, they're not wearing the flags or anything else. They really couldn't care less. And what else have we got, actually? Half of us say the Tories have failed on the cost of living. And then there's all these different people who've got their awards. 6 serving MPs recognised. And Bonnie Tyler, Rap Man. And apparently 13.3% in the Queen's birthday list are from an ethnic minority, down from 15% last year. Bonnie, 70. Stella McCartney, 50. And all sorts of different people. A lot of people working for the NHS, campaigners and stuff like that. And then sporting, Rio Ferdinand. But it's basically for services to charity. And he got an OBE for his activism and charity work. But MBE for Helen Worth. And for some reason, Anthony Cotton. I can't quite work that one out at all. But the good news was today that the jury ruled that Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. So there you go. Perhaps she'll issue a public apology. I'm very sorry would be nice, but I suspect not. Michael Owen, according to Anila Baig, the guest columnist today, seems uber cool with the idea of his daughter taking part in ITV's Love Island, a show where contestants parade in skimpy bikinis and have been known to have sex on screen. Still, Gemma, 19, says she will try to keep it classy. Anila Baig writes, good luck with that, hun. Yeah, I mean, it's so desperate, isn't it? 19 years old and they think they know everything. You wait till the press turn. And, of course, if she turns out to be boring as ditch water, she'll be kicked out very quickly. And then it'll be down to some other people. The glam rockers, the Rubettes, known for Sugar Baby Love, sung by Paul da Vinci, are locked in a High Court battle over their name, which is a problem. So, it's happened with lots of other groups where they fall out, and it becomes a little bit sad and desperate. But we do like the Rubettes. But Paul da Vinci didn't write the song, but he was the one who gave it the great falsetto. And Liam Payne has spoken about his former One Direction bandmate Zayn Malik in a candid chat. So all of that and your texts and emails after the latest. Welcome to Thursday. Actually, I'm looking at I love looking at all the film crews who are out in the Mall and stuff like that. 10 o'clock this morning, it all kicks off, and there's literally loads of people out there already. People are always fascinated by camera crew, aren't they? Like they've never seen a camera crew before, and people want to do selfies, and it's something the royal family can't ignore. They've lived with it for donkey's years, and you're going to see all the people marching down the Mall, and you're going to see the gold coach, and it's going to be fantastic. We're all going to love it. And it means we're on a holiday as well. So that's quite nice. A lot of people are asking about Johnny Depp. How come he won the case in America and yet he lost the libel case over here? And the simple answer is, over here, a judge decided on exactly the course of action. And in America, it was a jury. The jury decided he was telling the truth. Over here, the judge. Now, whether or not they go for a retrial, I've got no idea. I don't know what the law is on things like that. I don't know how they can cope with it. But, now he's been exonerated. And it all stems to this Washington Post article from 2019. I mean, it's just been going on forever and a day. But he lost the similar case in the United Kingdom in which he sued the Sun for calling him a wife-beater. I mean, libel law has traditionally, I think, been more favourable to plaintiffs. They're even leading to libel tourism, where plaintiffs sue in the British courts to advantage their case. That's happened to a lot of cases. A lot of people have held their cases here for some reason. But under American law, a plaintiff in a libel trial has to prove that they were harmed by an entity acting with actual malice. And they decided that A, Amber Heard was a liar, and B, she was acting with malice. So that's why he won. And presumably she will cough up the money, and then she's got her lawyer's fees to pay. Now, whether or not she pays his lawyer's fees, I don't know. Oh, I don't know, 2 states. So I was just looking at the stages down at the Queen Victoria Memorial outside Buckingham Palace. And then they've got, oh, look, Kay Burley's going to be talking to the Archbishop of Canterbury. I wonder who he'll be forgiving today. There must be some. We like Kay Burley, do we? Oh, she used to be with us at LBC. Yes, of course. Everybody's been with LBC. Heavens above, everybody. The entire universe. In fact, you couldn't staff TV stations or radio stations without LBC. This is where everybody started. In Fleet Street, God knows, blimey, we had just about everybody in the entire world. Because there was no other station for people to go on. Dames. There is nothing like a dame, nothing in the world. And in fact, on Britain's Got Talent, out they all came. The ones who, whether they're working professionally, I've got no idea. And it's amazing how many work in, I mean, they've all got names. Nick Gibney, 44, from Bristol, works on a hospital switchboard and is a social media content creator. I never know what that is. He plays Harmony Hardup. Dame Mona Lott is Paul Tate from South London. He's been in the musical Joseph. I don't think they have drag in Joseph, do they? I don't ever remember that one. Dame Dottie is Mark Kelly from East London, runs a children's theatre school called Razzmatazz. Dame Wilmer is Peter Brad Lee. He's a ticketing manager at Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. You ever done drag, Elliot? Ever done? Yeah. Not at all surprised. Never. No. I think it's unnecessary. To be honest with you, I'd rather dress up as a surfer, given the choice. You are a surfer. Well, you don't even need to dress up as a surfer. Bunny Galore is Martin Ramsden of London. He hosts B-movies on Sky and does West End hair and makeup. And then they all turn up doing drag on television. It's most bizarre. But people seem to like it. I know people in this building who are sort of absolutely crackers for drag. They can't get enough of RuPaul, who's been around for donkey's years. Also, the world needs Will Smith and Chris Rock to make up. That's according to Jada Pinkett Smith, who was the butt of the joke that prompted it. My deepest hope is that these two intelligent, capable men have the opportunity to heal, talk this out and reconcile. Yeah, whatever, dear. And loads of interviews with people going on Love Island, which I always think, too much information about somebody proves they're going to be about as boring as the people on The Apprentice, I'm afraid. Do you know they've actually got a Love Island shop? You like The Apprentice? Oh, such dimwits, honestly. There must be an agency that supplies people who just tell lies. No is not an answer. I mean, they're really bad. Most of them can't do a simple task like tying a shoelace. They really can't do anything. And they go there and they go, oh, I don't know, one can do this, can we do that? And you think to yourself, it's really not good enough. Boridar says Taffy Nige. He says, beautiful bright blue sky over Pontyclean this morning. Lovely wood pigeons and mallards bombing around. Tidy. He said it was the Free Wales Army that used to torch holiday homes. Probably still is. Hey-ho. Yes. You were referring, actually, Steve, to Skindle's Hotel that then became Valbon Nightclub that was next to Windrush Garage at Maidenhead Bridge. I never went to it myself, of course. I don't think the car wanted to go to Maidenhead. Didn't want to find it up on bricks. Steve, I tried pigeon shooting once, but I had a hard time loading them into the gun. Isn't it funny, actually? Steve, says Viv in Suffolk, can you tell Waz the implant journey is worth it? Bruising, colourful and swelling eases. Mine took 9 months, bone implants and a sinus lift. God, 11. It's worth it, apparently. Yes. Well, I suppose it would have to be because you're paying enough for it. It's not, it's not cheap. Any of these things cost a small fortune. Glyn says Anthony Cotton does a lot of work for SSAFA and the Armed Forces charities he deserves. But should you just do charity to get an award? You see, that's my argument. It's a case of there's millions of people who do loads of charitable work and don't get an award. I think he should have the courage of his convictions and give it back, saying, listen, I didn't do this for an award. It's very nice, but no, thank you very much indeed. So it doesn't matter, whether somebody's done a lot of work for a particular charity or not. Somebody had to nominate him and go, oh, look, Anthony Cotton does a load of work. So it makes no difference, Glyn, to me. I couldn't care less. These people get very, very well paid. And there's loads of people who do things, a lot of elderly people who do loads of other things, not well-paid actors. I don't think any actors should ever get an award for something like that. You get an award for acting, not for something you do which your job gave you the right to do. So, in other words, the only reason he'd be involved with a charity is because he's an actor and he's well known. That's how it works. Steve, back in the 70s, DC Comics released a series of comics of the Planet of the Apes. Do you know, I watched part of the film the other day, the Planet of the Apes. Were they all wearing makeup? Was it a prosthetic that they all put on? Because there seemed to be hundreds of them. And I remember looking at the pictures thinking, this is really, really clever. And I hadn't really got into it before. I thought it was fairly dark because it was, but I just thought the makeup and everything else and the act, I thought it was so terribly clever. I've not really sort of thought about it before. So that's how they do the makeup. So I've got a picture here, the prosthetics. This must take for ages. because there were so many of them. And wow, I'm really impressed. I mean, I'm seriously impressed. I've seen prosthetic work before, but when you look at all the different types of monkeys that they were portraying, it was even more brilliant. It must have been a nightmare for the actors to try and, you put it all on, sweating, then you've got to take it all off, and then the next day you put it all back on again. So, I mean, they must have had an army of makeup artists. I mean, you know, I've often wondered, actually, of these Planet of the Apes comics, 100. He said, I gave them to a jumble sale. I've often wondered what they may be worth. Try not to think about it. Try not to. It'll be too depressing for you. Too depressing. Very impressed, Steve. Says Kim, I've been a fan of John Cleese since the Monty Python days. Dad and I used to sit and watch it back in the 60s and 70s. My mum, with all due respect to her, didn't quite get it. Never understood what we found so hilarious. It's funny, isn't it? See, I never got the Goons. I didn't get the Goons. I thought that was an age thing. And the Goons just didn't work for me. I didn't understand. It's like I don't get Peter Kay. I really don't get Peter Kay, and I don't know why. You know, people go, how can you not get Peter Kay? He's brilliant. And I go, I don't know. But that's like, you know, why you like some comedians and other comedians you don't like. You know, I love Bill Bailey. I think Bill Bailey is smashing. I think he's terribly clever, very talented, and he plays all these instruments, and there's just something about him that is sort of terribly appealing. There are other people as well who are terribly appealing. And yet there's other comedians, I look at them and I think, are you in the real world or are you not? I don't, you know, they seem to pop up all over. I don't get Tom Allen at all. I really don't get that. You know, I've seen Camp Bald Men before and it just doesn't do it for me. I couldn't even tell you what his act is. Whereas, you know, somebody who tells jokes or they do situations, it's like, I love Michael McIntyre, but I know an awful lot of comics hate him. Because he's so successful. He was playing stadiums, you know, a long time ago. I think in 1 year, he turned over £21 million. That was DVD sales. £21 million. And people were going, oh, I've been in the business a long time, you know, and I should be earning this sort of money. And you think, but it doesn't work like that. You know, he was going to stay. I mean, some of the stuff that I thought was absolutely brilliant. Mind you, I've seen really, really rude comedians like Frankie Boyle, who I can just think that's really, really clever. That's very, very funny because I quite like the shock value. And he does shock. He does shock people quite bad. I mean, he will sort of say things and you think to yourself, God, and the audit. But then if you go to see a Frankie Boyle show, you know what you're getting. You ain't going to come out and tell a story about Andy Pandy and Luby Lou. You know, he's going to tell you stories about, you know, celebrities who've died or celebrities who've had cancer. I mean, I suppose it prompts the question, doesn't it? Ricky Gervais proved it quite successfully. That what can you not laugh at? Should there be, you know, anything that is so taboo that you don't laugh about it? And the answer is there probably might be, because different things affect different people. You know, different people will sort of see something and go, oh, that's awful, you shouldn't say that. And you think, but everybody does that. It's always been like that years ago. You know, Punch and Judy, that's how it started. They used to take the mickey out of politicians. Rob Brydon admitted he threw jelly babies at elderly women. One of them fell down the stairs, went through jelly babies. I like the idea that Greggs are celebrating the Jubilee with a free sausage roll until Sunday, I think. I could do with a free sausage roll, but I'm going for the bacon roll. I do like Greggs sausage rolls. They're okay. Also, what was the... Oh, I'm going to take another breath. Oh, it's just non-stop. This is ridiculous, honestly. It really is. I understand how it works. Still to come, Putin's sidekick. He's looking iller, apparently. They've had a body expert in to look at his face and gone, he's definitely getting sicker. And I'm thinking, is this just a plot, a plan? Is he really ill? You know, has he really not got very long to live? All these kind of things go through. Who knows? Could be propaganda. It could be just a ruse. We'll never know. But I can tell you it's 6:15.
LBC.
Hi everyone, Jamie Oliver here. We all know it can be healthier to eat your veg. That's why I've created a delicious veggie curry in partnership with Tesco and WWF. Discover my veg pack recipe on Tesco Real Food, filled with spring greens, chickpeas and sweet potato. Tesco. Every little helps.
The veggie curry recipe is a source of protein which contributes to the maintenance of muscle mass as part of a varied and balanced diet and healthy lifestyles. To find out more on the WWF partnership, see tesco.com/better-baskets for details.
For the latest travel news, go to lbc.co.uk.
Grow happiness this bank holiday weekend with 20% off outdoor plants at B&Q. From fragrant lavender to freshly picked herbs. Shop 20% off outdoor plants in-store at B&Q. Hurry, ends Monday. You can do it. Excludes boards and turf, ends 6th of June. Subject to availability. See in-store or DIY.com.
Today's tale begins when the Smith family sat down to enjoy a film. Suddenly they heard the scariest sound.
The Wi-Fi is down.
The family were doomed to wait for a film that wouldn't load.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's Unbreakable Hybrid Broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
Excuse me, airport security. Did you pack this bag yourself, madam?
Yeah,
What's this then?
my post office travel money card.
Right, and this?
Oh, that's my post office travel insurance.
I knew that. Anything else to declare?
Yeah, they even sorted my passport for me.
Really?
Wherever you're headed, always pack the post office. Search Post Office Travel or visit your local branch. Card issued by First Rate Exchange Services Limited, pursuant to licence by MasterCard International Incorporated. T's and C's apply.
Here's to Amy and her journey ahead. There's no stopping her, literally. Not even a flat tyre, I hear you ask? Well, Amy checked the tyres, the oil, and collected a bunch of Nectar points when she filled up at Esso midweek and slept tight last night. Amy always finds it pays to plan ahead. Can you hear the kids? Of course you can't, because Amy packed their favourite books and has a game of I Spy up her sleeve. Amy, you're a star. Esso, a planned journey is a smoother journey. See esso.co.uk for details.
Get up and at it, as my mother used to say. Get moving. Get your skates on. Get your hair done and the race run. Get behind the wheel. Get picking up and dropping off. Get busy.
Take the next left in 200.
Get deliveries done and get home to see Mom. Whatever the mission, Enterprise Rent-A-Car helps over 100,000 every day.
Let's take a moment for that last Big Mac mouthful. You wish you could have that first bite feeling all over again. Well, luckily for you, the Grand Big Mac and the Grand Big Mac Bacon are back at McDonald's, so you can spend longer with the taste you love. Served from 11 a.m. Available until the 7th of June. Participating restaurants only, subject to availability.
Where you from? Join me, Lily Almond, on my new podcast, Where You From, where I speak to big names about the intent behind that question. Listen and subscribe on Global Player.
Did you know that Volkswagen have agreed to a payment of £193 million to affected diesel drivers in a first-of-its-kind UK settlement? At My Diesel Claim, we're handling claims against numerous vehicle manufacturers and represent over 600,000 drivers who have already started their claim. If you owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2009 and 2020, you could be eligible for significant compensation. It's easy to sign up. Simply head to mydieselclaim.com and start your claim today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
We're just deciding. Mushy peas? No, thank you. Definitely a northern thing. It's definitely... I don't know why anybody... I'm assuming that somebody years ago up north, which could be anywhere past Watford Gap, dropped some peas when they were making lunch on the floor and trod them in. And then somebody went, don't throw all that away, love. You know, and then scraped it up off the floor and went, oh, look, mushy peas. Because you can buy tins of mushy peas. But, no, actually, garden peas I used to like. But, to be honest with you, they're so blooming fiddly to eat. You know, they really... With chopsticks, even worse. You know, you could be there forever and a day. But I do like sweet and sour pork. Or sweet and sour chicken. Hong Kong style. Which comes with the sauce in it. And I like that. And I remember the first time I had crispy duck. I can remember sitting in this restaurant and a friend of mine said, we'll have crispy duck. And they brought all this sort of duck and then the woman shredded the duck for us and all the rest of it, which was great. And then he said, what you do, he said, you get the pancake, you put on some hoisin sauce, then you put on some duck and then you put on the onions and stuff like that. And you roll it up and eat it. It was so time-consuming. I mean, seriously, who can be bothered to wait? Just take the duck, shove it in your mouth. Don't bother with the pancakes. That's a ruse. to get you to buy extra things. You don't want that. You don't want the onions or anything else. You could put a bit of hoisin. I did once eat a whole crispy duck. I thought I was going to die. I really did. Steve, I got kicked out of a cinema in Worthing for snoring, says Graham, watching Planet of the Apes, most boring film ever. I thought it was absolutely... I thought it was boring as well. I thought it was clever. I just thought the special effects and stuff like that, I thought were absolutely brilliant. Absolutely loved it. What else we got today? You thought it was rubbish. Didn't like it. Funny, isn't it? But mind you, I still like Mary Poppins. You know. Never watched it. I've got a producer during the week who he's never seen anything. Seriously, I've given up saying to him, have you seen that film? Because he goes, no, he needs to get out more. He doesn't get out at all. It's very embarrassing. But I watch loads of films. If I'm sitting at home, I should probably watch some Christmas films today. You know, because I'm like that. Home Alone, wuss. Makes you cry, honestly. Have you ever heard anything like it? Grown man, ladies and gentlemen. Home Alone makes me cry. Kevin McAllister. I sat next to him in Joe Allen's once, and he's sort of grown up, but he's not good looking. No, but majority of kids grow up to be ugly. You know, they look, heavens above. Do you know he never has done his hair? He doesn't put product in his hair. He literally washes it and leaves it, and it ends up like that. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I have to. Well, actually, it's one of his slightly better days. But I don't know if he's Are you short-sighted or long-sighted, Elliot? What are you? Short-sighted. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I just say to people, you short-sighted or long-sighted, and they tell me, and I go, oh, right, I don't know what I'm talking about. No idea, it's just a question. Because I can read things, I can see perfectly well long distance, but short distance, if I didn't have my glasses on, I couldn't read the newspapers, which is bizarre. I remember somebody once, what did I get? It was something... It was maybe some medication, and the writing was so tiny. And they said, can you tell me what number it says at the bottom? I said, no, I can't. I said, I can't see it, which made me sound like I was going blind or something. Because if you're diabetic, you have to go for your eye tests all the time. They're constantly testing your eyes for glaucoma and stuff like that. And, you know, but yet long distance, I'm fine. They always sort of say, can you read that number plate? I go, yes.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Why can't you? Not as good as yours. Oh, compared to my number. Oh, right. I've got a lovely number plate. Lovely number plate. It's very good, my number. I never tell people my number plate. I never show it either. It never appears anywhere. I had to take a picture of the car the other day. No, it's about a couple of weeks ago. And, well, it comes up on speed cameras, yes. I have got another speeding ticket. I seem to be collecting them. They seem to like me. I was doing 47 and a 40. So it's, you know, what the hell? Listen, that's how councils make their money nowadays. They make it out of speeding. It's almost like a cyclist going over red lights, you know, that sort of thing. Of course you go through red lights. Of course it's not safe. It's dangerous. You know, I always edge them right into the curb, you know. I watch cyclists, these people with L plates on, delivering pizzas and all manner of disgusting food. And they can't wait behind all the other cars to go in and out. They've never passed a test in their life. And they're being allowed out on the street on these motorbikes, these little motorised hairdryer things. I think the government should bring in a rule banning learner drivers from driving on the roads. They're idiots, complete and utter idiots. Dangerous, very dangerous. And also we should ban e-scooters. Definitely we've got to get rid of e-scooters. I think they're the most dangerous thing ever. We're going to see more deaths this year and next year. Here's oh, the Sugar Baby stories and isn't it funny, all the pips. I didn't think everybody would remember that song, but appears that you do. Keith Richards says he's surprised the Rolling Stones have stayed together for 60 years. He likens it to a marriage, which I suppose it would be, actually. It's like working on, you know, on radio programmes. You work with people. It's like a relationship. I know, whether you want it or not. And it's a case if you do, because you work with people, you sit there, they stare at you, you stare back at them, you know. And what's going through your mind is, I wonder what they look like naked. You know, you always think about these peculiar things, you know, and then you sometimes think, I feel a bit sick and queasy. I don't think I'll think about that again. 2 motorists were jailed yesterday. Why? It's very apropos to what we were talking about. They killed a cyclist. They were dangerous driving out there. Paige Robinson was distracted by an ongoing road rage spat when she hit Graham Pattison. She was trying to undertake David Ferry as the two vied to get the better over the other. Robinson was jailed for 7 years and 9 months for causing the death by dangerous driving in County Durham. Ferry was given 8 years for not stopping at the scene. I mean, you know, you do get this. It always amazes me that people think they can get away with things, and you can't nowadays. You really can't. How about the Welsh fry-up with lava bread? I've tried lava bread. I don't think I liked it, but mushy peas? Oh, that's that lava bread, isn't it? It just really looks disgusting. It really doesn't. It doesn't do a thing for me. Not a thing. What did we have once? We did try them. Potted shrimps. Potted shrimps, which come in a little tiny pot with butter, clarified butter on it, and they were a bit boring as well, so we gave up on those. And Angie says, there you go, potted shrimps. Marine gourmet potted. They're not cheap, and you're supposed to put them on toast. What is? Caviar. Oh, I hate caviar. Disgusting. Wouldn't touch that. I went to the Royal Albert Hall quite a few years ago. Lady Grade gave me her box, and we had caviar in the box. It was the only thing I didn't touch. Fish eggs. Ugh, horrible stuff. We drank the wine, though. We liked the wine was the cool bit. So Angie says, I agree with you about Anthony Cotton. Nobody can beat the lovely George Michael for helping people out privately. He helped us out here at Global many, many occasions when they needed money for Help a London Child, which was the forerunner to the Globals Make Some Noise. And he would donate money. But he didn't tell anybody. I mean, people here knew that it was George Michael, but he would donate all the time. He would hear something, and if somebody was short of something, he would put his hand in his pocket. And I'm talking about serious money. Serious money. John says, over in Stockholm for a work trip, though it's lashing down and bank holidays in the UK. Any word of inspiration? Get the hell out as quick as possible. That's the inspiration. Stockholm. I can't think of anything about Stockholm that I particularly liked, actually. And poor old Roberto says, my flight back from Gibraltar to Glasgow has just been cancelled. Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. You're barred. Okay. You'll never meet anybody ever again. I went to Gibraltar. Did I go to Gibraltar? Yes, I did. It's got the rock, hasn't it? And you can go inside it. Where have they got the apes? Are the apes in Gibraltar? They're dangerous. You're not allowed to feed them. They'll take you up there to meet the... And also be very careful. They'll steal anything. You know, they literally nick things and then run away laughing. They don't care. And so they say, don't feed them. They will attack you. They're very dangerous. Very dangerous. But we were on a cruise and we pulled into Gibraltar. And then we pulled out again. Because there was nothing really to do there. It's a bit dull. The people are a bit boring, I'm afraid. You know, I don't want to sort of decry them out of hand. But it wasn't the most exciting place I've ever been to. I like Rome. It's just that on the cruise ship, you're about an hour and a half away from Rome. You've got to go into this place where all the cruise ships moor up. And then you get coaches. And then you go. And because they'd lost the key to our ship, we were late. And so we got to Rome, so we couldn't do the Colosseum, but I quite liked it. The history there is phenomenal. I thought that was really absolutely amazing. Liam Payne is in all the papers today. I don't know why, actually. On Zayn Malik, he said, there are many reasons why I dislike Zayn, and there are many reasons why I'll always be by his side. He told a podcast, my parents are overly supportive to the point where it's annoying at times, and Zayn had a different upbringing. There you go. I mean, the trouble is, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that people in groups never got on with each other. That's been occurring for donkey's years. And he was talking about how he and ex-Cheryl Tweedy, a judge when the group was formed on X Factor, split after they had their son Bear. And now he's got somebody else, actually. Oh, look, this is nice. Eton Mess Profiteroles from Sainsbury's with Belgian white chocolate. There's a heart attack on a plate for me, so I shan't be having that, which is a bit of a shame. And monkeypox could have been in circulation, apparently, for months or possibly a couple of years. Apparently 550 patients have now tested in 30 countries where the virus is not normally found. Let's get the headline, shall we? This morning, 6:30, here's Simon Conway.
A 4-day weekend of celebrations to mark the Queen's Platinum Jubilee has begun. In a special message, Her Majesty said many happy memories will be formed during the festivities. Prince Charles will deputise for the Queen at Trooping the Colour this morning, the first of the official events. Johnny Depp has won his defamation lawsuit against his former wife Amber Heard. A jury ruled an article she wrote falsely implied that he physically and sexually abused her while they were together. He'll receive $10 million in damages. The author Ian Rankin has been knighted in the Queen's birthday honours. Actor Damian Lewis and fashion designer Stella McCartney have been made CBEs, and cricketer Moeen Ali becomes an OBE. LBC weather, most areas fine and dry with sunny spells. Scattered showers likely for parts of Scotland and northern England later. Cloudier for Northern Ireland with some rain, a high of 20 degrees.
This is LBC.
Did you know that Volkswagen have agreed to a payment of £193 million to affected diesel drivers in a first-of-its-kind UK settlement? At My Diesel Claim, we're handling claims against numerous vehicle manufacturers and represent over 600,000 drivers who have already started their claim. If you owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2009 and 2020, you could be eligible for significant compensation. It's easy to sign up. Simply head to mydieselclaim.com and start your claim today.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals and a wide range of trade quality building products. In June, we've got 2.44 by 1.2 metre boards of certified and BBA approved 18mm sterling OSB 3 for £26.49 ex-VAT. Now that's a real deal. Find even more real deals at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Here's to John. His drive is going better than expected. Not just because he's going away for the weekend, but because he's virtually there. He can almost taste that first ice cream on the beach. Why? Because he beat the rush by visiting Esso midweek to fill up and check his tyre pressure. Not on the morning of the trip, like everyone else. We applaud you, John. Extra sprinkles for you. You're our kind of driver. Esso. A planned journey is a smoother journey. See esso.co.uk for details.
In a world divided by choice, one man must stand alone and make the ultimate decision. What pair of glasses to choose?
Oh, sorry, I just overheard that little thing you were doing there. It's 2 for 1, so you get both pairs.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
2 for 1 from £69 at Specsavers. You know you should. Including single vision lenses to the same prescription.
Ask in store for details.
Get up and at it, as my mother used to say. Get moving. Get your skates on. Get your hair done and the race run. Get behind the wheel. Get picking up and dropping off. Get busy.
Take the next left in 200.
Get deliveries done and get home to see Mom. Whatever the mission, Enterprise Rent-A-Car helps over 100,000 every day.
Grow happiness this bank holiday weekend with 20% off outdoor plants at B&Q. From fragrant lavender to freshly picked herbs. Shop 20% off outdoor plants in-store at B&Q. Hurry, ends Monday. You can do it. Excludes bulbs and turf, ends 6th of June. Subject to availability. See in-store or DIY.com.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to... I can't believe it's 26 minutes to 7. By the way, if you're listening to this programme and you're in the Mall, you've only got 3 hours to wait, 3.5 hours to wait before anything appears in front of you. But there's going to be something to watch all the time. You know why? Because you'll be watching all the film crews and all the reporters wandering up and down going, oh, how long have you been here? They'll be asking everybody. And some people will be saying 48 hours. 48 hours. I've been waiting 48 hours as the Queen celebrates 70 glorious years. So all the papers today have got, you know, celebration, pull out bits and everything else. I mean, I think the only time I think she changed is after Prince Philip died. I think that was the thing that knocked her for 6. I think absolutely. You know, they've both gone on for such a long time together, and then all of a sudden you take that away, and it's no different from her than anybody else who's been in a position like that where you've had a long marriage. And I think, and we all remember that image of her sitting at St George's Chapel in Windsor, and all by herself. You know, because people weren't going to come up and put their arms around her, because they don't do that. They don't show affection in the royal family. They never did. I can remember, I think, Charles meeting his mother off a train when he was very little, and he bowed to her. You know, it's instilled in an earlier, except Harry, who really couldn't care less, but we don't worry about Harry anymore, do we? And we certainly don't worry about Andrew. But no, she's looking good. But I think after Philip died, and we all knew that something was going to happen, I think that was obvious. And he came out of hospital and he looked so ill. And I think he went home to die. That's exactly what was. I don't think he wanted to die in the hospital. And so he died at Windsor. And then she sat there all by herself in St George's Chapel, and everybody had to be socially distanced. It was really heartbreaking, actually. But she's done it. She's done a lifetime of service, which is what she said she would do. She's done, 1937, she was in the Girl Guides, they were brownies and everything else. It's this obsession with corgis that I never got used to. I couldn't quite work. They were the most unattractive dogs. Seriously. I mean, if you can have a dog, have an Alsatian, or something like that. Smooth-haired, of course. You don't want long-haired, they get all over the place. But they've always had a thing about corgis. And then you look at the early pictures of, Anne, Edward, Charles and Andrew. And the Queen, she just looked great, and she's done what she was expected to do. She doesn't know anything else. She went away on holiday, didn't she? Her father was ill. We knew that he was ill. We didn't know he was going to die. And then he died, so she went away, ordinary member of the royal family, came back, the Queen, and then had to go through that enormous... Oh, there's that lovely coach again. I do love that coach. I'd love to go in it, but I'm told it's the most uncomfortable thing that you're ever going to go in. There's no springs in it. In 1760, they didn't have any springs in coaches, and it's got wooden wheels. So you can imagine wooden wheels on tarmac. I mean, luckily, London, when it was built, London didn't have any tarmac roads. It would have been dirt tracks, and so it would have been a little bit better. But you'd have bounced around inside it like anything. It was terrible. The Queen's message to the nation. She says, I know that many happy memories will be created at these festive occasions. I continue to be inspired by the goodwill shown to me, and hope that the coming days will provide an opportunity to reflect on all that's been achieved during the last 70 years as we look to the future with confidence and enthusiasm. Well, she's positive about it, which can only be good news, can't it? And then Johnny's joy and Amber's anguish. Apparently, Depp's statement says false. Very serious and criminal allegations were levied at me. It had a seismic impact on my life and my career, and 6 years later the jury gave me my life back. I'm truly humbled. Whereas Amber Heard said, the disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence and sway of my ex-husband. You're just a bad loser, aren't you, love? Just a bad loser, but going to cost you, going to pay for it, And They say, actually, Amber was unravelled by Kate Moss and Charity Lies. I've done this, I've done that, this happened. No, it didn't. No, it didn't happen. Don't tell lies to people. Why is it people can't tell the truth nowadays? As I say, I always liken it to children arguing over, did you do that? No. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Looking at the crowds lining the Mall yesterday, people getting excited. So the Royal Gun salutes mainly take place at noon. There's one in Gibraltar, 11 o'clock this morning, and I think London Hyde Park's 12:52, but the rest of them are noon, apart from Tower of London, which is 1 p.m. So 10 a.m. it all starts, Buckingham Palace, and they'll move down the Mall to Horse Guards Parade, members of the royal family on horseback and in carriages, joining around 10:30. Do you know, if I see Prince Andrew there and he waves, I'm going to be spitting blood. I really am. I just don't want him anywhere near the royal family. He's brought shame on the family. A disgraceful piece of work. The colours being trooped by the 1st Battalion Irish Guards. Prince of Wales will take the salute, joined by Prince William, a colonel in the regiment, and Princess Anne. 1,400 officers and soldiers from the Household Division, along with, how many musicians have they got? 400. It's going to make a bit of a racket, isn't it? 400 musicians and 240 horses. The Duchess of Cornwall, Duchess of Cambridge, Earl and Countess of Wessex and children, Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence will join other royals, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and their children will watch from the Major General's office. Like I care. Not bothered about them. We like all the other ones. And the Royal Guns salutes starting Hyde Park. Well, no, not actually Hyde Park. Around the country, about noon, actually. And then after the parade, the following royals will flank the Queen on the Buckingham Palace balcony to watch a special 71 aircraft fly past. Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall, Duchess and Duke of Cambridge and their children, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and their children, the Princess Royal and Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, the Duke of Kent and Princess Alexandra. It's going to be very busy on that balcony, isn't it? There's so many of them. I know, I'd forgotten actually how many there are. That's loads. Loads and loads and loads. But they've also got this tree outside which they're going to set fire to or something, I don't know, do something like that. And at 9:25 p.m. the Jubilee beacons will be lit. And that sounds quite nice, which we'll look forward to. And then people are still going... I mean, there's people pictured in all the papers. They look all happy now. You wait. The time you get to them on the Sunday, they'll be looking a bit bedraggled, I suspect. Poor souls. But it doesn't matter. The extraordinary heroes, the people who put other people's lives first, and they've got their rewards. I couldn't work out why Salman Rushdie got something. I really can't work that one out. And the medal for the child campaigner, the trans lobby called Bigoted, and a master wheelwright called Gregory Rowland from Honiton in Devon makes traditional wooden wheels. He's held a royal warrant since 2005 and does about 200 wheels a year, and he's got an MBE. See, people like that should get them. Ewan Blair, who's 38, receives an MBE 6 months after his father became Sir Tony Blair. And the former Attorney General, Jeremy Wright, has been knighted days after plunging the knife into the Prime Minister. Who'd have known? Who'd have guessed? You can't work these things out, can you, really? Plus, utter bedlam at the airports. There's nothing I can tell you that you haven't heard before. It was a case of really, I think 160 flights were cancelled yesterday, which actually out of the thousands probably doesn't seem too bad. EasyJet cancelled at least 31 at Gatwick, TUI axed 6 at Manchester, and BA axed 124 short-haul flights at Heathrow, but said passengers were given advance notice. Yeah, it's cancelled. They don't care, do they, really? I mean, there's one here. Alice Emery and her husband from Southampton tried to board an EasyJet flight to Venice at 5:55 a.m. Mrs. Emery said there was a massive queue, at least 3 flights cancelled. There were no EasyJet staff there at all. The couple ended up paying £960 for one-way BA tickets. She said, why do airlines have the cheek to sell tickets when they never know if it's going to take off? Chris Simpson, whose BA flight to Doha was axed, said staff wouldn't help as he'd booked via a travel agency. He said the way BA handled it was disgusting. Well, they got rid of the most staff, didn't they, BA, I think. At Bristol, one passenger said on social media the departure lounge is utter bedlam. I mean, it really is. It doesn't matter whether you're going for a week or a few days. You know, you'd be very lucky if you get away. I'm hoping that my Lynn managed to get away. I forgot to check, actually, yesterday. Also, Dan Walker, you remember he left the BBC News. He's now gone to total obliteration. I mean, he's disappearing completely because, yes, I wonder why he's doing that. Oh, it's £1.5 million. I completely forgot about it. That would be the salary. And he obviously thinks that he's got a personality to share with us. I beg to differ, I'm afraid. And he apparently is going to be reading the news on Channel 5. So, as I say, nobody will be watching that one. But there is apparently a notice on his dressing room. Dan Walker dressing room, please do not enter. The source for Ephraim Hardcastle says other presenters don't have their own dressing room and certainly wouldn't dream of putting a sign like that on it if they did. But was it put up by somebody who resents his arrival? I couldn't care less. I don't know what he thinks perhaps he's going to get voiceovers on a couple of their naff programmes on what celebrities did next or something like that. Certainly not going to be creating anything for him. He's a bit wooden, I'm afraid. And wrapped in a brown coat, an auburn wig and a 70s-style pair of high heels, Helena Bonham Carter is going to be playing Noelle Gordon. I had to explain to the producer who Noelle Gordon was. She was the matriarch of Crossroads way back in 1975, and it was great. They lampooned her on, I think, whose show was it? I can't remember whose show it was now, actually. But she was lampooned because she was a huge star, and they lampooned her on this programme. And so now they're going to make a film about it. Miss Bonham Carter wearing an outfit similar to the one that Noel Gordon. I mean, she was big. She was very big. And there's all sorts of people in it. Mark Gatiss is going to play Larry Grayson, because Larry Grayson turned up as a chauffeur on the programme. It was good. Oh, and by the way, a stiff drink after surgery speeds up your recovery. Where are you supposed to get that from? I'm not going to ask him actually, I tell a lie. In hospitals, you can get alcohol. In private hospitals, they've got like a wine list. You can spend your entire time sozzled before going in for something. 7:15.
LBC.
He was talking about how he and ex-Cheryl Tweedy, a judge when the group was formed on X Factor, split after they had their son Bear. And now he's got somebody else, actually. Oh, look, this is nice. Eton Mess Profiteroles from Sainsbury's with Belgian white chocolate. There's a heart attack on a plate for me, so I shan't be having that, which is a bit of a shame. And monkeypox could have been in circulation, apparently, for months or possibly a couple of years. Apparently 550 patients have now tested in 30 countries where the virus is not normally found. Let's get to it. Morning, 26 minutes to... I can't believe it's 26 minutes to 7. By the way, if you're listening to this programme and you're in the Mall, you've only got 3 hours to wait, 3.5 hours to wait before anything appears in front of you. But there's going to be something to watch all the time. You know why? Because you'll be watching all the film crews and all the reporters wandering up and down going, oh, how long have you been here? They'll be asking everybody. And some people will be saying 48 hours. 48 hours. I've been waiting 48 hours as the Queen celebrates 70 glorious years. So all the papers today have got, celebration, pull-out bits and everything else. I mean, I think the only time I think she changed is after Prince Philip died. I think that was the thing that knocked her for 6. I think absolutely. They've both gone on for such a long time together, and then all of a sudden you take that away, and it's no different from her than anybody else who's been in a position like that where you've had a long marriage. And I think, and we all remember that image of her sitting at St George's Chapel in Windsor, and all by herself, because people weren't going to come up and put their arms around her, because they don't do that. They don't show affection in the royal family. They never did. I can remember, I think, Charles meeting his mother off a train when he was very little, and he bowed to her. It's instilled in an earlier, except Harry, who really couldn't care less, but we don't worry about Harry anymore, do we? And we certainly don't worry about Andrew. But no, she's looking good. But I think after Philip died, and we all knew that something was going to happen, I think that was obvious. And he came out of hospital and he looked so ill. And I think he went home to die. That's exactly what was. I don't think he wanted to die in the hospital. And so he died at Windsor. And then she sat there all by herself in St George's Chapel, and everybody had to be socially distanced. It was really heartbreaking, actually. But she's done it. She's done a lifetime of service, which is what she said she would do. She's done, 1937, she was in the Girl Guides, they were brownies and everything else. It's this obsession with corgis that I never got used to. I couldn't quite work. They were the most unattractive dogs. Seriously. I mean, if you can have a dog, have an Alsatian, or something like that. Smooth-haired, of course. You don't want long-haired, they get all over the place. But they've always had a thing about corgis. And then you look at the early pictures of, Anne, Edward, Charles and Andrew. And the Queen, she just looked great, and she's done what she was expected to do. She doesn't know anything else. She went away on holiday, didn't she? Her father was ill. We knew that he was ill. We didn't know he was going to die. And then he died, so she went away, ordinary member of the royal family, came back, the Queen, and then had to go through that enormous... Oh, there's that lovely coach. I do love that coach. I'd love to go in it, but I'm told it's the most uncomfortable thing that you're ever going to go in. There's no springs in it. In 1760, they didn't have any springs in coaches, and it's got wooden wheels. So you can imagine wooden wheels on tarmac. I mean, luckily, London, when it was built, London didn't have any tarmac roads. It would have been dirt tracks, and so it would have been a little bit better. But you'd have bounced around inside it like anything. It was terrible. The Queen's message to the nation She says, I know that many happy memories will be created at these festive occasions. I continue to be inspired by the goodwill shown to me and hope that the coming days will provide an opportunity to reflect on all that's been achieved during the last 70 years as we look to the future with confidence and enthusiasm. Well, she's positive about it, which can only be good news, can't it? And then Johnny's joy and Amber's anguish. Apparently, Depp's statement says false. Very serious and criminal allegations were levied at me. It had a seismic impact on my life and my career, and 6 years later the jury gave me my life back. I'm truly humbled. Whereas Amber Heard said, the disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence and sway of my ex-husband. You're just a bad loser, aren't you, love? Just a bad loser, but going to cost you, going to pay for it, And They say, actually, Amber was unravelled by Kate Moss and charity lies. You know, I've done this, I've done that, this happened. No, it didn't. No, it didn't happen. Don't tell lies to people. Why is it people can't tell the truth nowadays? As I say, I always liken it to children arguing over, did you do that? No. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Looking at the crowds lining the Mall yesterday, people getting excited. So the Royal Guns salutes mainly take place at noon. There's one in Gibraltar, 11 o'clock this morning, and I think London Hyde Park's 12:52, but the rest of them are noon, apart from Tower of London, which is 1 p.m. So 10 a.m. it all starts, Buckingham Palace, and they'll move down the Mall to Horse Guards Parade, members of the royal family on horseback and in carriages, joining around 10:30. Do you know, if I see Prince Andrew there and he waves, I'm going to be spitting blood. I really am. I just don't want him anywhere near the royal family. He's brought shame on the family. A disgraceful piece of work. The colours being trooped by the 1st Battalion Irish Guards. Prince of Wales will take the salute, joined by Prince William, a colonel in the regiment, and Princess Anne. 1,400 officers and soldiers from the Household Division, along with, how many musicians have they got? 400. It's going to make a bit of a racket, isn't it? 400 musicians and 240 horses. The Duchess of Cornwall, Duchess of Cambridge, Earl and Countess of Wessex and children, Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence will join other royals, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and their children will watch from the Major General's office. Like I care. Not bothered about them. We like all the other ones. And the Royal Guns salutes starting Hyde Park. Well, no, not actually Hyde Park. Around the country, about noon, actually. And then after the parade, the following royals will flank the Queen on the Buckingham Palace balcony to watch a special 71 aircraft fly past. Prince of Wales, Duchess of Cornwall, Duchess and Duke of Cambridge and their children, the Earl and Countess of Wessex and their children, the Princess Royal and Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, the Duke of Kent and Princess Alexandra. It's going to be very busy on that balcony, isn't it? There's so many of them. I know, I'd forgotten actually how many there are. That's loads. Loads and loads and loads. But they've also got this tree outside which they're going to set fire to or something. I don't know. Do something like that. And at 9:25 p.m. the Jubilee beacons will be lit. And that sounds quite nice. Which we'll look forward to. And then people are still going... I mean, there's people pictured in all the papers. They look all happy now. You wait. The time you get to them on the Sunday, they'll be looking a bit bedraggled, I suspect. Poor souls. But it doesn't matter. The extraordinary heroes, the people who put other people's lives first, and they've got their rewards. I couldn't work out why Salman Rushdie got something. I really can't work that one out. And the medal for the child campaigner, the trans lobby called Bigoted, and a master wheelwright called Gregory Rowland from Honiton in Devon makes traditional wooden wheels. He's held a royal warrant since 2005 and does about 200 wheels a year, and he's got an MBE. See, people like that should get them. Ewan Blair, who's 38, receives an MBE 6 months after his father became Sir Tony Blair. And the former Attorney General, Jeremy Wright, has been knighted days after plunging the knife into the Prime Minister. Who'd have known? Who'd have guessed? You can't work these things out, can you, really? Plus, utter bedlam at the airports. There's nothing I can tell you that you haven't heard before. It was a case of really, I think 160 flights were cancelled yesterday, which actually out of the thousands probably doesn't seem too bad. EasyJet cancelled at least 31 at Gatwick, TUI 6 at Manchester, And BA axed 124 short-haul flights at Heathrow, but said passengers were given advance notice. Yeah, it's cancelled.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
They don't care, do they, really? I mean, there's one here. And Alice Emery and her husband from Southampton tried to board an EasyJet flight to Venice at 5:55 a.m. Mrs. Emery said there was a massive queue, at least 3 flights cancelled. There were no EasyJet staff there at all. The couple ended up paying £960 for one-way BA tickets. She said, why do airlines have the cheek to sell tickets when they never know if it's going to take off? Chris Simpson, whose BA flight to Doha was axed, said staff wouldn't help as he'd booked via a travel agency. He said the way BA handled it was disgusting. Well, they got rid of the most staff, didn't they, BA, I think. At Bristol, one passenger said on social media the departure lounge is utter bedlam. I mean, it really is. It doesn't matter whether you're going for a week or a few days. You know, you'd be very lucky if you get away. I'm hoping that my Lynn managed to get away. I forgot to check, actually, yesterday. Also, Dan Walker, you remember he left the BBC News. He's now gone to total obliteration. I mean, he's disappearing completely because, yes, I wonder why he's doing that. Oh, it's £1.5 million. I completely forgot about it. That would be the salary. And he obviously thinks that he's got a personality to share with us. I beg to differ, I'm afraid. And he apparently is going to be reading the news on Channel 5. So, as I say, nobody will be watching that one. But there is apparently a notice on his dressing room. Dan Walker dressing room, please do not enter. The source for Ephraim Hardcastle says other presenters don't have their own dressing room and certainly wouldn't dream of putting a sign like that on it if they did. But was it put up by somebody who resents his arrival? I couldn't care less. I don't know what he thinks perhaps he's going to get voiceovers on a couple of their naff programmes on what celebrities did next or something like that. Certainly not going to be creating anything for him. He's a bit wooden, I'm afraid. And wrapped in a brown coat, an auburn wig and a 70s-style pair of high heels, Helena Bonham Carter is going to be playing Noelle Gordon. I had to explain to the producer who Noelle Gordon was. She was the matriarch of Crossroads way back in 1975. And it was great. They lampooned her on, I think, whose show was it? I can't remember whose show it was now, actually. But she was lampooned because they just she was a huge star. And they lampooned her on this programme. And so now they're going to make a film about it. Miss Bonham Carter wearing an outfit similar to the one that Noelle Gordon. I mean, she was big. She was very big. And there's all sorts of people in it. Mark Gatiss is going to play Larry Grayson, because Larry Grayson turned up as a chauffeur on the programme. It was good. Oh, by the way, a stiff drink after surgery speeds up your recovery. Where are you supposed to get that from? I'm not going to ask him actually, I tell a lie, in hospitals you can get alcohol. In private hospitals, they've got like a wine list. You can spend your entire time sozzled before going in for something. 6:45.
LBC.
In 100 yards, turn left.
Nowadays, driving is so easy. We don't have to remember to do anything.
In 50 yards, turn left.
Okay. It's like with Otto Sergey. He now checks for better car insurance deals completely automatically.
In 10 yards, turn left.
So we never have to worry about missing anything ever again.
I just missed the turning. Sorry.
Turn around where possible.
Oh, Sergey.
Make up your car insurance with Compare the Market to automatically find ways to save. Simples.
For the latest travel news, go to lbc.co.uk.
Why should you consider dental implants? Here's Susan Tanner from the Darwood and Tanner Dental Practice.
The secret to good-looking teeth on dental implants is in the science and our expertise acquired over many years. Our technology improves the ability to diagnose and provide solutions for even the most complex problems. The result looks and feels amazing.
See the success stories from happy patients and book your consultation today. Visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk.
With PensionBee, you can combine, contribute and withdraw online.
We helped Andrew bring multiple workplace pensions together into one new online plan.
I chose Pension B because I was looking for a way to consolidate a large number of pensions. It was really easy to sign up. I had to enter my details. Pension B did the rest.
We're building a pension company you can believe in. Be pension confident. Join at pensionb.com. Capital at risk, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Britain, EE have a great deal of broadband ready to deal out. Like our super fast 36 megabit fibre broadband, all powered by BT for just £27 a month. EE customers get it all for £24 a month. Want mega fast speed? Our 900 megabits full fibre can handle over 100 devices. So get fibre broadband now, but only until the 9th of June.
24-month contract. CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. Broadband only. New customers. £31.99 for month 25. 18.3% UK availability for 900 megabits per second. Terms apply.
Grow happiness this bank holiday weekend with 20% off outdoor plants at B&Q. From fragrant lavender to freshly picked herbs. Shop 20% off outdoor plants in-store at B&Q. Hurry, ends Monday. You can do it. Excludes boards and turf. Ends 6th of June. Subject to availability. See in-store or DIY.com.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
A bit warmer, maybe.
You work hard for your money.
Actually, a tad quicker.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Okay, now let's go for a stretch. Stretch it out.
You work hard for your money.
Make it like lyrical lycra. Stretch it.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Try to add the offer, maybe.
With Best Invest, get the lowest share trading fees of any major investment platform. You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Well done. To verify it, visit bestinvest.co.uk. When you invest, your capital is at risk.
Set sail with Fred Olsen Cruise Lines in 2022. Aboard our smaller ships, we'll be heading off on handcrafted journeys to destinations far and wide, docking in ports that the bigger ships can't reach, delving into local history, culture and wildlife, and enjoying a warm and friendly atmosphere on board. Book now to sail from only $5.99 per person on selected cruises. Visit fredolsencruises.com for more information.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently, says Anne, Steve, the first IKEA is in Stockholm. You can get a free bus to it from the town square. There you go. And Diana in Herne Bay says, I remember the coronation vividly 70 years ago today when I was 7. Watching the coronation on our 9-inch black and white Baird TV. Neighbours without TV came in, but we couldn't have the street party because it poured with rain. On the Saturday, there were fireworks on Mitcham Common, and I went to watch and was allowed to stay up beyond my usual 6 p.m. Woo! And Paul says, my previous job, 2 EasyJet cabin crew made redundant. Now tram drivers. A pilot I know was EasyJet and he became a delivery driver during the pandemic. Now a pilot doing freight. He earns more. That's why it's all a mess. Well, it's terrible. I mean, because people are suffering. And just to make you feel even worse, it's going to get worse. They said it's not going to get better during the summer. But, you know, let's put it to one side. We know there's problems there. I've explained how it works. If you can just take hand luggage on, that could save it. But if you're going on holiday for a week or 2 weeks, you can't just survive on hand luggage, can you? That would be ridiculous. Pet owners might raise their eyebrows when a vet suggests that their dog needs sunglasses. Apparently, you know, if your animal has got eye problems, sunglasses could be the way forward. And I mean, not as a fashion item. I don't think you should dress. I'm a bit anti-dressing dogs up or things like that. But they're saying that dogs could wear. I mean, it's in the same way that a lot of animals get diabetes. How you ever know this? I've got no idea. Dogs get diabetes. Cats get diabetes. They all get it. Well, I don't know. I mean, they just get diabetes. I've got no idea. Mind you, I discover more and more people are becoming diabetic, you know, borderline diabetic. They go, oh, I don't want to be diabetic, Steve, I don't want to be diabetic. And I always say, well, I'm diabetic and I've managed to survive so far. Not particularly brilliant, so here we go. There's all the papers are full of Kurt Zuma, spared jail and fined just half a day's wages for volleying his cat across the kitchen. Disgusting piece of work. Absolutely awful. And in a city the size of Norwich, just 1 in 5 citizens remains, and the Russians are 12 miles away. I mean, you know, basically there has been nothing left. There is one particular family here, one woman saying, why is Putin doing this to us? Why is he fighting me? Because he's a megalomaniac. It's as simple as that. and he's obviously a sick person. He's achieved nothing. He has blood on his hands. He murders men, women and children, totally indiscriminately. He has no human decency in any part of his body whatsoever. It's just immensely sad. And what he's going to end up with is with an entire country which is razed to the ground. What that gives him, I've got no idea. Elton John spotted being pushed in a wheelchair. He's not had a lot of luck recently, has he? Because he's 75 now. I'm not sure about these Gucci tracksuits he wears. They don't really do him any favours whatsoever. And apparently the new Top Gun film has risked being banned in China because it features the flags of Taiwan and Japan. The flags appear as patches on the jacket of Tom Cruise's character, Pete Maverick Mitchell, in the original 86 film, but were removed in the trailer for the new film. Now, after delays caused by COVID, the finished version of Top Gun Maverick is in the cinemas, and the jacket patches have been revived, a move which will rile China. Excuse me. And Tesla tycoon Elon Musk, apparently, didn't he go out with Amber Heard? I'm quite sure there was some sort of loose relationship. Amber Heard, well, she's the one who's just cost an awful lot of money. But he has told his staff, get back to the office or find another job. He's not messing around. He is the world's richest man. He emailed employees at his electric car company saying they could work from home, but only after they'd done 40 hours at the desk. In a leaked message, the Tesla chief told executives remote work is no longer acceptable. Anyone who wishes to do remote work must be in the office for a minimum, and I mean minimum, of 40 hours a week, or depart Tesla. Wow. A second email from the boss, titled to be super clear, said, moreover, the office must be where your actual colleagues are located, not some remote pseudo-office. If you don't show up, we'll assume you have resigned. He's worth about 175 billion. I mean, I thought they were trying to do that, weren't they, with all the civil servants? Apparently, the swathes of empty desks there, basically, they're on a bit of a jolly, aren't they? They're on a bit of a holiday. I forgot to do my birthdays for today. 2 birthdays. Well, I mean, there's obviously a bit more than 2 birthdays. One is Tony Hadley, the singer-songwriter from London, finding fame with Spandau Ballet, and here he is. He's, guess how old he is today? He's 62. And the Lancashire-born impressionist, comedian, star of Dead Ringers, says he wants to move into drama. John Culshaw is 54. John Culshaw, I worked with him. Oh, he's been on loads of times. Loads and loads of times. And in legal drama, courtroom theatrics are frequently the undoing of tricky witnesses. But in the real world, they are frowned upon, as an experienced barrister discovered after humiliating a more junior lawyer during an employment tribunal. Althea Brown mimicked her less seasonal colleague and made disparaging comments about her. She branded the woman a liar and aped her submissions in a noticeably different and disrespectful tone to her usual voice. They've just fined her 1,500 quid. Silly person, honestly. Silly person. And apparently fears are growing over the number of Facebook sperm donors. Apparently there's an awful lot on Facebook now, and a major donor website has now come out to warn women against turning to strangers on social media in their bid to conceive. This is after James McDougall was named this week, offering his services to lesbian women despite having a genetic condition which can be inherited. He says he's done nothing wrong. People beg to differ in the know. Also today, what else have we got? Frank Sinatra got his second number 1 in 1966. Strangers in the Night. Strangers in... The one that goes doobie 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 doobie. I went to see Sinatra live when he appeared in London. I certainly did. Yes. He put it this way, he had friends in low places. He only made films because the mafia threatened the system, the cinema, the big motion picture company, since they put Frank Sinatra in films. He was said to be a leading member of the mafia for years. This haunted him for his entire life, actually, which was very interesting. And I think he had an early mugshot. I mean, the trouble is he looked like a gangster, good-looking man, and then... It's interesting, isn't it, really, when you look at him? He was very good-looking, had a great voice. He did all his sessions late at night when he recorded all his songs, and it was always with whiskey and cigarettes. And to be invited to one of the sessions apparently was like, you know, you were being invited to watch God. Yes, he was famous for being a one-take. I'm famous for being a one-take as well. I don't like doing anything barring a one-take. I reckon if you don't get it on the first take, you might as well give up now. So if somebody gives me a script to read for whatever it happens to be, I should be able to do it in one. If I can't, then something's gone horribly wrong. So I'm known as One Take Alan because I can do them in one take. Because I've seen people read, make a mistake, and you go back, and you think, it's getting worse, it's not going to get any better. And they always go back to the first one that you take anyway, which is a lot better. My dog, Steve, is diabetic. 10 units of insulin injected twice a day. He lost weight, says Carol. Excessive thirst, that was how I picked it up. Happy Jubilee. Carol is in Newark. So that's it. So 10 units of insulin. Actually, of course, I'm joking because I do 50 units of insulin every day. So when you say that, of course, I mean, a dog is a completely different size from a radio presenter. Listen, that's it for this morning. I wish you a fantastic bank holiday today.
In 100 yards, turn left.
Nowadays, driving is so easy. We don't have to remember to do anything.
In 50 yards, turn left.
Okay. It's like with Otto Sergey. He now checks for better car insurance deals completely automatically.
In 10 yards, turn left.
So we never have to worry about missing anything ever again.
I just missed the turning. Sorry.
Turn around where possible.
Oh, Sergey.
Make up your car insurance with Compare the Market to automatically find ways to save. Simples.
For the latest travel news, go to lbc.co.uk.
Why should you consider dental implants? Here's Susan Tanner from the Darwood and Tanner Dental Practice.
The secret to good-looking teeth on dental implants is in the science and our expertise acquired over many years. Our technology improves the ability to diagnose and provide solutions for even the most complex problems. The result looks and feels amazing.
See the success stories from happy patients and book your consultation today. Visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk.
With PensionBee, you can combine, contribute and withdraw online. We helped Andrew bring multiple workplace pensions together into one new online plan.
I chose PensionBee because I was looking for a way to consolidate a large number of pensions. It was really easy to sign up. I had to enter my details. PensionBee did the rest.
We're building a pension company you can believe in. Be pension confident. Join at pensionbee.com. Capital at risk, authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Britain, EE have a great deal of broadband ready to deal out. Like our super fast 36 megabit fiber broadband, all powered by BT for just £27 a month. EE customers get it all for £24 a month. Want mega fast speed? Our 900 megabits full fiber can handle over 100 devices. So get fiber broadband now, but only until the 9th of June.
24-month contract. CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. Broadband only. New customers. £31.99 for month 25. 18.3% UK availability for 900 megabits per second. Terms apply.
Grow happiness this bank holiday weekend with 20% off outdoor plants at B&Q. From fragrant lavender to freshly picked herbs. Shop 20% off outdoor plants in-store at B&Q. Hurry, ends Monday. You can do it. Excludes Boards and Turf, ends 6th of June. Subject to availability. See in-store or DIY.com.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
A bit warmer, maybe.
You work hard for your money.
Actually, a tad quicker.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Okay, now let's go for a stretch. Stretch it out.
You work hard for your money.
Make it like lyrical lycra. Stretch it.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Try to add the offer, maybe.
With Best Invest, get the lowest share trading fees of any major investment platform. You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Well done. To verify it, visit bestinvest.co.uk. When you invest, your capital is at risk.
Set sail with Fred Olsen Cruise Lines in 2022. Aboard our smaller ships, we'll be heading off on handcrafted journeys to destinations far and wide, docking in ports that the bigger ships can't reach, delving into local history, culture and wildlife, and enjoying a warm and friendly atmosphere on board. Book now to sail from only $5.99 per person on selected cruises. Visit fredolsencruises.com for more information.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently, says Anne, Steve, the first IKEA is in Stockholm. You can get a free bus to it from the town square. There you go. And Diana in Herne Bay says, I remember the coronation vividly 70 years ago today when I was 7. Watching the coronation on our 9-inch black and white Baird TV. Neighbours without TV came in, but we couldn't have the street party because it poured with rain. On the Saturday, there were fireworks on Mitcham Common, and I went to watch and was allowed to stay up beyond my usual 6 p.m. Woo! And Paul says, my previous job to EasyJet cabin crew made redundant. Now tram drivers. A pilot I know was EasyJet, and he became a delivery driver during the pandemic. Now a pilot doing freight. He earns more. That's why it's all a mess. Well, it's terrible. I mean, because people are suffering. And just to make you feel even worse, it's going to get worse. They said it's not going to get better during the summer. But, you know, let's put it to one side. We know there's problems there. I've explained how it works. If you can just take hand luggage on, that could save it. But if you're going on holiday for a week or 2 weeks, you can't just survive on hand luggage, can you? That would be ridiculous. Pet owners might raise their eyebrows when a vet suggests that their dog needs sunglasses. Apparently, if your animal has got eye problems, sunglasses could be the way forward. And not as a fashion item. I don't think you should dress. I'm a bit anti-dressing dogs up or things like that. But they're saying that dogs could wear. It's in the same way that a lot of animals get diabetes. How you ever know this? I've got no idea. Dogs get diabetes. Cats get diabetes. They all get it. Well, I don't know. I mean, they just get diabetes. I've got no idea. Mind you, I discover more and more people are becoming diabetic, borderline diabetic. They go, I don't want to be diabetic, Steve, don't want to be diabetic. And I always say, well, I'm diabetic and I've managed to survive so far. Not particularly brilliant, So here we go. There's all the papers are full of Kurt Zuma, spared jail and fined just half a day's wages for volleying his cat across the kitchen. Disgusting piece of work. Absolutely awful. And in a city the size of Norwich, just 1 in 5 citizens remains, and the Russians are 12 miles away. I mean, basically there has been nothing left. There is one particular family here, one woman saying, why is Putin doing this to us? Why is he fighting me? Because he's a megalomaniac. It's as simple as that. And he's obviously a sick person. He's achieved nothing. He has blood on his hands. He murders men, women and children, totally indiscriminately. He has no human decency in any part of his body whatsoever. It's just immensely sad. And what he's going to end up with is with an entire country which is razed to the ground. What that gives him, I've got no idea. Elton John spotted being pushed in a wheelchair. He's not had a lot of luck recently, has he? Because he's 75 now. I'm not sure about these Gucci tracksuits he wears. They don't really do him any favours whatsoever. And apparently the new Top Gun film has risked being banned in China because it features the flags of Taiwan and Japan. The flags appear as patches on the jacket of Tom Cruise's character, Pete Maverick Mitchell, in the original 86 film, but were removed in the trailer for the new film. Now, after delays caused by COVID, the finished version of Top Gun Maverick is in cinemas, and the jacket patches have been revived, a move which will rile China. Excuse me. And Tesla tycoon Elon Musk, apparently, didn't he go out with Amber Heard? I'm quite sure there was some sort of loose relationship. Amber Heard, well, she's the one who's just cost an awful lot of money. But he has told his staff, get back to the office or find another job. He's not messing around. He is the world's richest man. He emailed employees at his electric car company saying they could work from home, but only after they'd done 40 hours at the desk. In a leaked message, the Tesla chief told executives remote work is no longer acceptable. Anyone who wishes to do remote work must be in the office for a minimum, and I mean minimum, of 40 hours a week, or depart Tesla. Wow. A second email from the boss, titled to be super clear, said, moreover, the office must be where your actual colleagues are located, not some remote pseudo-office. If you don't show up, we'll assume you have resigned. He's worth about 175 billion. I mean, I thought they were trying to do that, weren't they, with all the civil servants? Apparently the swathes of empty desks there, basically they're on a bit of a jolly, aren't they? They're on a bit of a holiday. I forgot to do my birthdays for today. 2 birthdays. Well, I mean, there's obviously a bit more than 2 birthdays. One is Tony Hadley, the singer-songwriter from London, finding fame with Spandau Ballet. And here he is. He's, guess how old he is today? He's 62. And the Lancashire-born impressionist, comedian, star of Dead Ringers, says he wants to move into drama. John Culshaw is 54. John Culshaw, I worked with him. Oh, he's been on loads of times. Loads and loads of times. And in legal drama, courtroom theatrics are frequently the undoing of tricky witnesses. But in the real world, they are frowned upon, as an experienced barrister discovered after humiliating a more junior lawyer during an employment tribunal. Althea Brown mimicked her less seasonal colleague and made disparaging comments about her. She branded the woman a liar and aped her submissions in a noticeably different and disrespectful tone to her usual voice. They've just fined her £1,500. Silly person, honestly. Silly person. And apparently fears are growing over the number of Facebook sperm donors. Apparently there's an awful lot on Facebook now, and a major donor website has now come out to warn women against turning to strangers on social media in their bid to conceive. This is after James McDougall was named this week, offering his services to lesbian women despite having a genetic condition which can be inherited. He says he's done nothing wrong. People beg to differ in the know. Also today, what else have we got? Frank Sinatra got his second number one in 1966. Strangers in the Night. Strangers in... The one that goes doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie. I went to see Sinatra live when he appeared in London. I certainly did. Yes. He put it this way, he had friends in low places. He only made films because the mafia threatened the system, the cinema, the big motion picture companies, since they put Frank Sinatra in films. He was said to be a leading member of the mafia for years. This haunted him for his entire life, actually, which was very interesting. And I think he had an early mugshot. I mean, the trouble is he looked like a gangster, good-looking man, and then. It's interesting, isn't it, really, when you look at him? He was very good-looking, had a great voice. He did all his sessions late at night when he recorded all his songs, and it was always with whiskey and cigarettes. And to be invited to one of the sessions apparently was like, you know, you were being invited to watch God. Yes, he was famous for being a one-take. I'm famous for being a one-take as well. I don't like doing anything barring a one-take. I reckon if you don't get it on the first take, you might as well give up now. So if somebody gives me a script to read for whatever it happens to be, I should be able to do it in one. If I can't, then something's gone horribly wrong. So I'm known as One Take Alan because I can do them in one take. Because I've seen people read, make a mistake, and you go back, and you think, it's getting worse, it's not going to get any better. And they always go back to the first one that you take anyway, which is a lot better. My dog, Steve, is diabetic. 10 units of insulin injected twice a day. He lost weight, says Carol. Excessive thirst. That was how I picked it up. Happy Jubilee. Carol is in Newark. So that's it. So 10 units of insulin. Actually, of course, I'm joking because I do 50 units of insulin every day. So when you say that, of course, I mean, a dog is a completely different size from a radio presenter. Listen, that's it for this morning. I wish you a fantastic bank holiday today. Morning. I'm exhausted. I'm so pageanted out. I've seen it, I've done it, I've lived it. I thought it was great, went on way too long. I mean, the street pageant went on for ages. I mean, hours. I thought it'd be a couple of hours. They were 3 hours in, they're still going. And and all the people were so enthusiastic. I thought it was great. I felt sorry for the woman who fell asleep in the royal box behind Prince. I mean, she literally like that, gone. And I thought, I mean, even the kids managed to stay awake. Louis is a right little handful, isn't he? And George just makes these funny sort of faces. Mummy and Daddy were there, which was good. And then, as I predicted, the Queen turned up at the end of it on the balcony. We knew that. I'd had inside information. I thought they were all nice. I thought everybody did it well. The armed services were great. But the best bit, the drones. 400 drones up into the air, all controlled by a machine, and they spelt out all sorts of things. I mean, it really was spectacular. And you could have that for your party. God knows what it would cost. There is a company who literally will bring the drones and they make them into shapes. They're all flying in the air and it's all programmed by computer. I mean, it's phenomenally clever. They had a teapot pouring tea out. They had a dog yapping. Huge images in the sky, all created by these drones. So I thought that was very good. I thought the whole thing was put together beautifully. They seemed to have lots of, sort of. Sometimes the presenters weren't as good as they could have been. But we don't want to see the same old tat, do we? Year in, year out, here they go, and it was all a bit nice. It was very nice, and the Queen obviously enjoyed it, and the crowds enjoyed it, and they enjoyed the concerts, and then of course there was Paddington, who pitched up at Her Majesty's little chateau, which was lovely. I mean, when you think about it, she's a better actress than we've ever given her credit for. She acted with a hat on a broomstick. That's what she was acting with, unless, of course, you believe in Paddington, in which case you'll also believe there's fairies at the bottom of your garden. But it was really nice. I didn't have any complaints about any of it. I was amazed at the stoicism of the crowd who stuck with it. And it just, as I say, every time I looked down the mall thinking this must be the end of it. No, there was another 400 people that came out. Prue Leith's car, I think, broke down. I think it was Prue Leith's. And they had to push that to the side. Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. Let the whole thing down as far as I was concerned. Up until then, I was, really, really in for it. And I thought it was great. It was lovely to see the country coming out together. I thought that was the best bit, makes you feel patriotic, makes you feel like you go around hugging and kissing everybody and think. I mean, I didn't go around hugging and kissing everybody, and I didn't have any inclination to do that. But I just thought it was beautifully put together. Everybody was there. There was a great atmosphere. It didn't matter whether you were young or old or, sort of somebody who was on their last legs. Everybody felt good about it. It was that come together kind of feeling that made us feel we are Great Britain. It's as simple as that. But who compiled the guest list for the top of the buses? God alone knows. My God, there were some people up there I didn't think I'd see ever again. And they turned up. They turned up on the top of bus. Even Timmy Mallet turned up on the top of a bus. God knows what he was doing. He's still got the same outfit. And he still stands there. And every time they mention his name, he poked his tongue out. Because that's what he used to do with Mallet's Mallet. And he's still doing. He must be about 75, at least. But it was the drones that stole the show, as far as I was concerned. If you see the images of them in the sky, you don't know what they are. You don't know that they're drones, but there's 400 of them up there forming this pattern that's spelling out words, names. I mean, just brilliant. Made the Red Arrows look a bit dated with their coloured smoke and Louis having to put his hands over his ears and all the rest of it. But all in all, you did very well, London. And now of course, being Monday morning and you're all looking forward to coming back to work, the RMT have decided basically, screw you. Because they're not interested. We have to suffer for something that is their bitch with the management and the mayor of London. That's what their bitch is with, and yet we have to suffer. So there's no tube trains for the next 24 hours. And apparently the best that the mayor can come up with is, why don't you work from home? Well, we don't want to work from home, Sonny. We really don't. Why would you want to work from home? Why don't you sort this mess out? You've got us into it. You get us out of it. He wants to save £400 million a year. I heard somebody the other day talking about, what the RMT are doing. I quite understand where they're coming from, but why do we have to suffer every time? What's it got to do with us? Absolutely, excuse my French, bugger all, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, it's nothing to do with us. We don't decide who works. We don't decide on the pensions, and yet we're the ones who are suffering. But the RMT couldn't care less. They're not remotely interested. They're so stuck in the dark ages. They think that this is going to change things. Oh, yes, I'm quite sure that, the underground are going to capitulate, go, oh, you must all have your pension back and we're not going to get rid of anybody at all. Of course they're not. Of course they're not. You can keep going out for as long as you like, but every time you go out, no money. But we suffer. Every time there's a lorry driver strike, we suffer. They want to come through London. Every time there's sort of a strike, I can remember the coal miners. We suffered in London. They came and had strikes down here. Something happens in another country, a war. We suffer with it. We suffer with it. It's got nothing to do with us. I don't want anything to do with people losing their jobs on the underground. They wouldn't, put it this way, they wouldn't care if we lost our jobs. Why should we care if they lose their jobs? Have you seen the money they're earning? Coming up, the next station will be Vauxhall. And just please mind the gap. Come on, play fair. But, because they might do it again. And then you've got the overground railways coming out on strike as well. So if you were thinking of going home over the next few months, it's not looking very promising, I'm afraid. And then, of course, there's all those poor people at the airports not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. Why? Because there's about 200 flights that were cancelled the other day. 160 flights with one of the airlines. And, in fact, all I get is the airports have been told it's their job to sort the queue chaos out. But what are they doing? They're not doing anything at all. I feel sorry for people going away on holiday. you know, and getting to the airport, they keep, we want to go home, and they're like that. You know, kids don't know. I was watching one of those airport things, and it was an old one, and it was a woman who, with her family, two children and a husband, had got all the way to the airport from Bradford or something like that. And what has she forgotten? The passports. What a dimbo. So they said, well, you know, you'll have to get them here. And the kids go, we're not going on holiday. You know, of course you're not going on holiday because your mum's stupid and she forgot the passports. That's the first thing you pack. Passports. Passports, medication. That's what I would pack. Well, passport. And medication. I have to remember to take my insulin. I have to remember to take my tablets, all my bits and pieces. Makes perfect sense. And so they had to phone up the next door neighbour who went into their house, found the passports, and had to drive to the airport so that they then got out and gave them, and they managed to get the flight there. But how can people forget things? How can people forget things? I don't know. One columnist in one of the papers today says Kurt Zuma. Remember Kurt Zuma? Sounds as though he's an interesting person. He's a thug. He was the one who kicked the cat across the kitchen. This columnist says he should be behind bars. Absolutely agree. They had a swan on the television the other day. Somebody had shot a bolt through its neck. It was still swimming and still alive, but they shot one of these crossbow bolts. Who are these stupid people? I tell you what, let's take you out into a field and shoot a bolt through your neck, see how you survive. It's absolutely disgusting. It's disgraceful. It really is. Eating an egg a day could stave off a heart attack or a stroke. So I don't mind eggs. I don't know if they mean boiled eggs or scrambled. I had scrambled eggs yesterday for breakfast with some toast, extra toast, which was very nice, and some nice coffee. Oh, God, Anthea Turner on a bus. God, that's enough to push her off. The most irritating person on television. Tony Blackburn was on the bus. But it was the costumes. It was like the Notting Hill Carnival. In fact, actually, a lot of the costumes were made by the people. And this is one of the big floats, which it's made in the West Country, and they have their big carnivals down there, and they're fantastic. These floats, and it's just amazing, and they're wonderful. But the Indian dancing was spectacular. The elephants looked great. There was a lot of queens there as well, not just the Queen, other queens as well, representing pride. And so there were all sorts of people on bicycles, people on tandems, people are just enjoying it. And at one point, there was an ice cream van that went down the thing. It was part of the very nice condition, Mr. Whippy. I used to love a Mr. Whippy. I thought it was something completely different when I bought one, but there you go. And you could have a flake with it and everything else. And that was but he didn't stop to sell ice creams. He was just going down. But it was just amazing. It really was. It's the best turnout you're ever going to see. I thought the bit with the dragon was sort of a little bit dated. And Charles doing his Your Majesty, Mummy. We've heard it before, love, 4 times. We don't hear it anymore, OK? Get a new scriptwriter. But it was just brilliant. It was brilliant. You couldn't be more proud to be British than if somebody had come out and given us all a £50 note emblazoned with the Union flag on it. But I thought it was fantastic. I loved it. I loved the costume. I was just amazed at how much patience the people had who, if you were at the end of the parade, the pageant, you must have been waiting there about 3 hours. 3 hours. What are you doing there? Well, you just get drunk. Just get drunk, fall off a float, you know, far more entertaining than anything else. The trouser press inventor. This was Mr. Corby. I've got a Corby trouser press. Everybody's got a Corby trouser press. He left just £204,000 in his will, and yet he was a Lloyd's name. How that happened, I've got no idea. And a couple of Love Island rogues. Yes, we're trotting out the usual garbage about this bunch of old has-beens, including Michael Owen's daughter, who set up a company to handle all the media inquiries for her. She's so desperately sad. But one of them, on there, apparently laughingly puts herself down as a model. I don't know what sort of model. But anyway, she apparently has now been letting the papers know that she had an affair with somebody famous, and she's going to tell us who it is. Her parents must be so proud. That's our daughter. She slept with somebody before being married, you know, and she's now going to tell the world who she slept with. I mean, really, dear, it just gets a bit desperate, doesn't it, really? What was the other one? Oh, the deep sea hunters. Deep sea, ocean. They found a treasure trove of Bordeaux wine worth millions, because it sinks to the bottom of the ocean and nothing happens to it because it just lands on sand. It will all be in boxes packed with straw. They reckon it's worth millions of pounds. Years ago, I bought some china from the Tek Sing, the wreck of the Tek Sing. It was a Chinese porcelain ship that was bringing the porcelain over, and it sank. and some divers years later went on a treasure hunt to find it, and they pulled up thousands of pieces of Chinese porcelain from the 1700s. And I bought a few bowls, and about £700 for a bowl. They've either got rabbits on or different things like that, but it's original Chinese porcelain from this Chinese. Yeah, I've still got it. Yeah, I bought so many. I gave a piece to my brother for Christmas a few years ago. Yeah, I've got about 6 pieces left. It's very expensive. You can still buy it now, but it's not cheap, and it comes with an authenticity. It was sold at auction in Amsterdam or somewhere like that, but it was the Tek Sing. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. Still to come, the nation that came together, lunch for 18 million, and luckily at the royal family finale, thank God Meghan and Harry had disappeared off back to the States. Good. Don't bother coming home again. We're not really particularly bothered. And Jarvis Cocker reveals why he was reluctant to open up about his arrest. You remember poor old Jarvis Cocker, a sad, pathetic little waste of space, who the Brit Awards, Michael Jackson was performing, and he leapt on stage and bared his bottom. You know, I hope somebody does it to you when you perform next time, Jarvis. What a stupid little boy you are. What a silly little boy. Almost as silly as those people who invaded the Derby. They were sort of apparently animal lovers. There was the ones who did it in the Mall, nearly got trampled to death under the horses for trooping the colour. And let's hope they get sent to prison. Because if we don't start sending out messages, you're going to have more of these stupid people. Honestly, what it's got to do with, you know, the Derby and people who are to do with veganism and all the rest of it, I've got no idea.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to woo. Yes, no tube trains today. No, don't go there. They're all obviously having a bit of a day off. They've had a nice weekend, so they've decided to take the day off. Just basically to screw your life up. They don't care about it. Nothing to do with us. I don't know why we get dragged into it, because we're the people who pay their wages. We are the people who buy the tickets, so they can pay these people these exorbitant amounts of money. But apparently they want to lose 600 people and save £400 million. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with... Actually, it doesn't bother me, because I've said to you before, I don't really like taking the tube train. They can close it down as far as I'm concerned. But being the nation we are, and being, you know, the sort of there at the guts of it, we will get to work today. The buses will be a bit more crowded. But it doesn't matter. You'll get to work, and they've not ruled out more strikes just to really screw your life up, and they wonder why there's so little support for unions nowadays. Really, particularly bad, isn't it? What else have we got? What else did I find in the newspapers? Actually, the funny thing is, it's just loads of pictures of yesterday, loads of happy people, loads of punters dressed up, loads of people, you know, doing all sorts of nice things. UK chip shop owners were pleading with Norway to increase its fish supplies, because they're running out. I could have eaten fish and chips this morning, actually. In fact, I didn't actually have anything. I just had lunch yesterday, no breakfast, and I didn't eat anything else all day. Funny, isn't it? I might have something exciting. What's today? Monday. Oh, Monday. Oh, I tell you what, it's been getting very exciting down in Twickenham. At Pret a Manger, they've had bacon rolls every day. I mean, this is unheard of. It's unheard of. I mean, it just really is amazing, because none of the other ones seem to have it. Yeah, and sort of pushing them and going, for God's, all they've got to do is take cash, and we're there. I mean, I don't mind putting it on a card, but I don't like using a card anyway. I like to keep a cheque on my money, such as it is. But, you know, bacon rolls, I was very pleased. I think every time I've been in there, the past three times, they've had bacon rolls, so I bought them all. You know, give some to friends, things like that. Bring driverless trains will save money and be better for us commuters. No future strikes. The underground employees get paid more than other jobs, says Sat, who's now been forced to work from home. Yes, I mean, I don't think they're planning on driverless trains. I don't think so. I don't think we're going that far. DLR would be, because it's only a piddly little bit of railway, isn't it? It's not exactly major. But, I mean, it wouldn't take very much to do it. But, of course, the union are there to protect their own jobs. Basically, that's all they're interested in. As long as that, I think the leader of the union, the RMT, gets $130,000 a year. Nice work if you can get it, isn't it, really? Nice work. And Shane says, I loved every minute of the Jubilee. I'm waiting for the DVDs to come out. Oh, it's all on iPlayer and everything. You'll find it all over the place. And Barbara in Derbyshire says, I saw Paddington with Queenie and straight away thought of you. I bet you loved it. I thought it was fab. I thought she played into... Don't you think she played into it really, really well? I thought so. Apparently, Anton Nottingham. Did you spot the miserable woman sat directly behind Prince William at the Platinum Jubilee concert? No, Prince Charles. She never cracked her face once. Apparently she was the Governor-General of Canada. Well, she fell asleep. She fell asleep. At one point she sort of woke up and then she... I mean, she might have had jet lag, I don't know. But whatever it was a case of don't fall asleep, because that will be dragged up for all the programmes, you know, where they get the talking heads, the naffos from Towie, the rejects who were kicked out years and years ago. And they sort of come up with something. It's just seriously bad. Robbie Williams finally plays his homecoming gig after a 2-year delay. Well, I say he plays a gig. He just basically stands on stage and the crowd sing angels for him, and that's it. And then we all go home. Everybody goes home happy, which is quite nice. I was never a big fan of Robbie, actually. I got invited to one of his recording sessions years and years ago. We were in Joe Allen's, Dale and I, and Robbie was in there, and he came over and he was chatting away. He said, in fact, actually, it happened to a couple of people who bumped into us. And he said, do you want to come to the studio? He said, we're recording a single today. And Dale went, we'd love to, but I've got to get Steve home. It was a lie. He used me as an excuse, I think, actually. And then Jerry Halliwell said the same. We bumped into her out on the street. And she said, we're in the studio tonight. Do you want to come by? Made us sound like sheepdogs. Come by. But we declined that one as well. God knows the stories we would have had to tell. The stories and the gossip and all the other little bits and pieces. So Prince Louis, he's going to be a right little tearaway, isn't he? He's constantly doing faces, everything else. Very badly behaved little boy. Nanny's going to be fired immediately, I should imagine. And then he had to sit on Prince Charles's lap because he's his granddad. And the reason he likes him, because I should imagine granddad buys him presents. Well, I say granddad buys him presents. I shouldn't imagine Charles has ever been into a Toys R Us or anything like that in his life. He just said, oh, get him. Is there a royal coach? Get a royal coach for him, be something like that, or, a dog. But it was nice. Cliff Richard was up there singing on the top of a bus, looking amazing. And there was a montage on one of the buses. It had Amy Winehouse on it, which I thought was good. And Kate Moss. I thought the models looked really scrubby, actually. I was a bit disappointed. I expect models to look good, but of course they only look good when somebody does their makeup for them. They also had the Only Fools and Horses Reliant 3-wheel classic motor, but this was a copy. It wasn't the original one. Cliff as vibrant as ever. And then Catherine Jenkins and Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank was on the top. What for? What God's name is he doing there? Do you know he still wears his sheriff's badge? He's got a sheriff's badge. It came out of an old sort of cowboy set from years ago. Do you know he used to go up and down the seafront at Brighton on his little scooter, signing autographs for people? He's not the full ticket. Joan Collins looking amazing. And Naomi Campbell was there. I don't really know why. I can't think of any logical reason. And Blue Peter and Basil Brush, plus the Strictly Standing people and Holly Willoughby. And very strangely enough, no Pip Schofield, no Anton Deck. I wonder what they were doing. Perhaps Pip's found a boyfriend. We can but hope. I mean, it would be a nice thing to happen, wouldn't it? And but that's pre-recorded, isn't it? Oh, is it? Oh, right. That's not what I told you. They told you it was live, did they? Oh, OK, fine. OK. Well, they still could have gone down and done something. I mean, they waited hours and hours for something. It would have been easy. They could have gotten them on the back of one of those motorbike couriers, those sort of things as well. And Warren said, didn't Cliff look good? Fabulous jacket. Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Real fab jacket. Very, very... In fact, he makes an effort. He makes an effort. Look at him, still slim and trim and looking fantastic. So I thought they all did really well. So Cliff is going to be on Loose Women today because they all dressed up when they did their sort of programme. Matty made sure that they were all dressed up. I told you the only one I didn't recognise was Jane Moore. Looks unbelievably different. They sort of did her up as a WI. Is it WI or WAF? Or so? Anyway. But I thought all the troops did well yesterday. Told you Stacey Solomon never turned up on Loose Women. Why? She's an anti-royalist. She's made derogatory comments about the Queen, so we don't want you on the television ever again. Thank you very much indeed. Boo! Boo you! This was only for people who wanted to go out there. We're not interested in, silly people, thinking you're being really, really clever. There's all 300 residents of one street turned up. They had a party. Do you know they got paid for doing these parties? They got paid 500 quid, apparently. It's quite easy. We didn't have any round our way because we live in Twickenham and we don't do things like that. I mean, the idea of actually getting together with the neighbours. Oh, my God, help us. Definitely not. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And as Arthur Edwards says, memories that we'll cherish for a lifetime. Absolutely. People who went will be saying that well-known Max Boyce phrase from Welsh Wales, I was there. And that's what you'll dine out on. You'll dine out on the fact that you were there, because it won't ever happen again. And it's just amazing. Just amazing. It was just fantastic. Here she is, Love Island's Gemma Owen. I'm bored with her already. And they say she wants to follow and become another Molly May. What, by getting your boobs out, dear? I mean, is that the strength of your talent? She's registered a company called OG Promotions for media representation services days before headlining to Mallorca. Yeah. I mean, it's sad, isn't it, really, that that's the extent of your life. Put a bikini on, go out there and pretend you're interested in people you can't really stand. Because, unfortunately, it's going to be like a cat fight, dear. Cat fight. Danielle Harold, who plays Lola Pierce in EastEnders, has been axed. She's been killed off. So they're planning a major storyline around her departure. Either way, she's going to be killed off. So probably run over by a taxi or something like that. She met with bosses last week, because her contract has 6 months left to run. Don't know why, but basically she was expecting to discuss an extension, and they basically said, we're getting rid of you. Which is, it means you get a storyline. And she's got a daughter, Lexi, by Ben Mitchell. Last night, EastEnders didn't comment. Well, of course they're not going to comment. Why would they want to spoil storylines? Oh, here we go. Andy Carroll. What a nasty little piece of work he is. He's wed Mucky Billy after guests guffawed when asked if they knew any reason why the couple should not be married. Yeah, I think everybody's got one, but of course they had to. They had to go ahead with it. They've signed a deal with OK Magazine, and they stayed at a Four Seasons hotel in Hampshire. And apparently Billy's brother Sam Mucklow is a fellow Towie star. She was never a star, believe you me. Never a star. In fact, actually, I had to go and check on the internet who she was. More than 100 flights cancelled yesterday. Not so good. And a picture above a bed in Enfield has made a fortune. When somebody looked at it, it's the Madonna and Child by Filippino Lippi, an artist of the Botticelli camp. And it's lovely. They didn't know what it was worth, but somebody saw it and went, that's worth a lot of money. Made 250,000 quid. I could do with that. I could, could be quite nice, couldn't it? Very, very nice indeed. £250,000. I looked round my place. I said, what have I got that's worth 250,000? Me! I'm worth £250,000. My clothes, everything, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. We were sort of having a laugh about, because he went home to see his mother, and she was talking about the will. Isn't it funny? Everybody's talking about wills nowadays because, if you can do it early, do it early. The simple reason being it makes it so much easier for people who come after you. If it's otherwise you've got to go through all sorts of different bits and pieces. It's ridiculous. What have we got? Female soldiers in the Queen's elite bodyguard have demanded the army stop calling them men. So they wanted a change in the rank of guardsmen. And but that's just, honestly, you don't want to do the job, dear. Bugger off. Go somewhere else and get somebody else in. They're called guardsmen. It's as simple as that. Do you remember years ago when you couldn't call it a manhole cover or a blackboard? All these other ridiculous... And people... This was 20, 30 years ago. A manhole cover? Well, it's a person cover. No, it's not. I don't know why it was called a manhole cover in the first place, but still entertaining. Still entertaining. What else have we got? Oh, this Elvis Presley film. Looking forward to seeing it, actually. Very much looking forward to seeing it. And Winona Ryder, Romeo and Duet. It's going to be axed. Oh, that's good. The dating show. The Power of Romeo and Duet. Do you remember Oti Mabuse was doing it? The programme is going to be axed after just one series because it's failed to find an audience. Because what crap! I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but it just didn't hit any marks at all. It was ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. And if something doesn't score... I mean, there were more people watching the highlights from the Chelsea, flower show than there were watching Oti Mabuse. It's just one of those sort of things. Some programmes hit, some don't. And most of them don't. Mind you, think of all those programmes that they do a pilot of, and then somebody looks at the pilot and goes, no. I did a pilot for Terry Wogan. They were looking for a show for Terry Wogan, and I made the pilot. I had to do the pilot. So we were booked into a studio, they had celebrity guests booked, all the rest of it. It was all ready to be filmed so that Terry could then look at it and decide if he wanted to do the programme. Unfortunately, the day before we went to film, I lost my voice completely. So I phoned them up, Pat, my voice. And they went, well, we can't cancel it. We've got 30 people coming in. So I had to go ahead with it. Most embarrassing day of my life, actually.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Don't you think it was clever yesterday? I mean, you might not have watched it, but I did watch the whole thing. The Gold State coach, they superimposed the Queen inside, waving, and it was taken from donkey's years ago, 1953, I think, or something like that. And I thought that was really, really clever. I thought the coach was beautiful, absolutely stunning. And then the biggest disaster, the Sinclair C5s, which was invented by Sir Clive Sinclair. They were death traps. They never took off, and now they appear to be peddled. And I thought that was a bit sad, really. You can still buy them. They sold originally for about 199 quid, and the idea was you could take it on the road. I wouldn't risk it. I tell you, these things were small and dangerous. I mean, you could have been crushed by the side of the road quite easily. So they put them on there. But it was just a good day out, and I think everybody who took part in it enjoyed it. You know, whether you were baking cakes or having a street party or whatever it was, I think it brought the country together. I think it really did. And people braved the rain, and they did all sorts of things. And they had their drinks, and they had their sausage rolls, and they had bits of cake and everything. And even from Morecambe to Berkshire to Blackpool, yes, even in Blackpool, they celebrated inside the Tower building, the Tower Circus there. Harry was at St Paul's, low key, and then they sort of disappeared off. So that was the best news we've ever had. And then you got Paddington and Her Majesty rocking it, and she opens her handbag and takes out a marmalade sandwich. I mean, how cool was that? It's the Queen, for goodness sake. But it was the drones spelling out, you know, thank you, ma'am, and all that kind of stuff in the sky, which I thought were amazing. I love the fly past. And it was just good. It was just very, very good. Transport Secretary Grant Shapps says the Prime Minister wouldn't be affected by being booed at the Platinum Jubilee. No, it wouldn't bother him in the slightest. Water off a duck's back. Forced to watch a video of Boris being jeered, he told Sunday Morning, politicians don't expect to be popular all the time. No, they don't. It wouldn't make any difference. 67 letters of no confidence now sent. The campaign group joins the bid to oust him. But to be replaced by whom? That's what I want to know. I love the way they sort of come up with these things, but they don't actually have the answer. Apparently Dan Walker, no, I didn't know who he was either, but apparently he insists his move to host 5 News. Well, he's not really. There's a double header. Doesn't even get to host it. He said it's not money motivated. He says getting up at 3 a.m. for 6 years took a toll on his brain and body. Yeah, not working, mate. Not working. You'll disappear completely. And he lives in Sheffield. It's believed to be a 6-figure sum that he gets, you know, which is sort of 1.5 million or whatever it happens to be. But as I say, the last person who was the newsreader on there disappeared without trace. Completely. You see, you ask anybody, who was it who was reading the news? And the answer is, not a clue, thank you very much indeed. So he's another one who'll disappear. Jules says, we're all enjoying our bank holiday Monday off down here in New Zealand today to celebrate the Queen's birthday. It's a lovely sunny day, just how I like it. Steve says, Jane, how are your pet pigeons? Well, this sticky stuff is working a treat, I tell you. Because what they do is they sort of land on it, then they suddenly realize they can't lift their feet up, and they spend the next 10 minutes, you know, rolling in it, trying to get rid of it. So I've been left with a lot of feathers and a lot of pigeons who won't be coming back anytime soon. So I bought some more. I love the sticky pads. I put super glue underneath so they can't wrench them off. And the moment they actually touch it, they realise, whoa, big mistake, get off as quick as possible. It's working a treat. So soon, dead pigeons. which is great news. Can't wait for that one, actually. Chris Eubank is always in Sainsbury's in Warwick. I know loads of people that have seen him in there, but he doesn't live anywhere near, says Ian. So I don't know. I thought he was Brighton way, unless he's sort of moved from Brighton. I've got no idea. But either way, he's slightly odd. Slightly odd. So here we go. There are some guests at Love Island Villa nobody's going to want to couple up with. Ostriches are next to the villa. Ostriches. They have to be very careful. Well, I mean, ostriches can do you serious damage. Serious damage. And so they've got Gemma Owen. I mean, she's boring already, I'm afraid. And what have we got here? Apparently, in tonight's episode, the girls will find out who the public have voted for them to be coupled up with, or basically just kicked out. You know, it's very... We're going to get more inane questions from Laura Whitmore, no doubt. And you know that Running Up the Hill by Kate Bush is currently sitting just behind Harry Styles in the midweek singles charts. Good Lord. I'm running up the hill. Love Kate Bush. Out in the windy moors. Fish and chips, fancy that? We need to get to Norway to stop the prices rocketing. We will take as much fish as they can let us have. 40% of British supplies come from Russia. Well, if we'd known that, we wouldn't have had anything at all. Thank you very much indeed. Chippies are being hit by the rising cost of energy, cooking oil and potato. I could eat a portion of chips now. Or hash browns or something like that. No point in talking about it, is there really? I just get depressed thinking about chips on a Monday morning. Because I quite fancy chips with my breakfast. And the only place you're ever going to get them is in a transport cafe. You're not going to get them anywhere else. None of the other restaurants serve chips. It's like, chips for breakfast? You go, yes. So you got some problem with that? Ridiculous, isn't it, really? Vladimir Putin has threatened to hit new targets if the West supplies longer-range missiles. Oh, dear, you really are a very deeply, deeply troubled old man, aren't you? Yeah. No friends. People, you must be watching your back, I should imagine, almost on a daily basis. Must be very worrying. And what else have we got? What else have we got in the paper? Well, it's just basically the Queen. Looking lovely yesterday. George, you know, and the Queen thanking everybody. So you've got... Charles and Camilla, William, Charlotte, Louis, Kate, and Her Majesty, who appears to be shrinking. She appears to be getting shorter. She's not you're not the tallest person, but now she's getting a bit shorter. But I thought she looked great, and everybody else said exactly the same. And the reason being is that, you know, she is the age she is, and she does it very well. She does it very well. She looks nice. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day about her jewellery. I said, you know, she doesn't own it. It's owned by the state. The state own the jewellery because she's only got it because of the job. Johnny Ball was waving, and Debbie McGee, Holly Willoughby and Ryland Clark with the funny dyed hair. Really, honestly, it must take him forever to dye it black because his normal hair colour isn't that at all. And Lorraine Chase was there. Was she? Wait a minute. Where's a picture of Lorraine Chase? I couldn't see a picture of Lorraine Chase. Alan Titchmarsh, Jeremy Irons. Oh. And can't see Lorraine Chase at all. I suppose she must have been there. She wouldn't want to miss out on anything like that. Oh, and Gary Lineker was there. Boo! Boo, Gary Lineker. Boo, Gary Lineker. I didn't think you liked the royal family, Gary. Didn't think you liked them. Mind you, if it involves taking the old golden shilling, that'll be good. Princess Beatrice was in Paddington. That's an area of London, by the way. I thought I'd point out to you. And lots of people all wearing Union Jack T-shirts and waving flags and, you know, doing all sorts of things. Ashby de la Zouche, Saltash, Cerne Abbas, Windsor. Windsor was a huge, you know, lunchy sort of thing. Goring as well. 12 million people, a fifth of the population, saluted the Queen. Fantastic. And as I say, the drones and Paddington Bear were the ones who sort of did it, as far as I was concerned. Jeremy Corbyn should not be allowed back into Labour, insists the former cabinet minister. This is because of the report into anti-Semitism in Labour. I wasn't even aware Jeremy Corbyn was still around anymore. I lose all sense of propriety with these things. Cheap last-minute foreign jaunts are unlikely this summer as the airport chaos sends holiday prices soaring. Why would you want to go to the airport and just stand in a line? Why don't you just stand by the side of a motorway? You get roughly the same effect. Probably a bit more traffic moving. But Grant Shapps has insisted the travel firms need to stop overselling tickets and then cancelling flights while also improving the system for claiming compensation. They think that you should go up to a desk and be given the compensation straight away. Shouldn't have to wait for it and send off for it. Definitely not. Definitely not. Kurt Zuma, the appalling football player who kicked his cat, has been handed 180 hours of unpaid community service and banned from keeping any felines for 5 years. Hardly punishment, writes one columnist in the paper today. Should have been locked up. He's obviously a bully who thinks he can do whatever he wants. He's a ghastly piece of work. Why we let people like this off lightly, I've no idea. I'm not a football fan, as I've said many times, and the sport doesn't feature in my life. But I do care about animal cruelty. If he were handed a couple of years in prison, a high-profile case like this would put off other people from behaving like this. It should be made quite clear this sort of behaviour is unacceptable. He's a nasty, dirty little person. Awful. Kicking a cat, and all he gets is a thing, and a little fine. Like that's going to make a dent. It's not, is it? Apparently the Home Office has been accused of attempting to deport unaccompanied minors to Rwanda. Lovely. I told you this was all going to go pear-shaped. They're not going to get... This plane ain't going to be taken off anytime soon. They're going to put them on the plane and then somebody will go, I'm gay, I can't go to Rwanda. Because they don't sort of recognise homosexuality at all. Although it's all right if you're Dave Beckham, he'll actually take the money from Qatar, won't he? Because it's £10 million and he couldn't really care less about their human rights for gay people. But that's Dave for you. Maybe he should be sort of demoted to something. I don't know what. I can't imagine. I'll think of something as the days go by. Do you know the NHS blows millions on private care? Somebody said to me a short while ago, if you want, to get seen for urgent, because there's huge amounts of people waiting, go privately. If you can afford to go private because you'll get seen, within a matter of days. You have to pay for the operations and everything else, but that's the only way that you can do it. That's why loads and loads of people, go private. They'll take out medical insurance because the first thing they ask you when you walk through the doors of a private hospital is how will you be paying for this? It's either done on the insurance or you're going to sort of cough up the ready, stick it on your credit card. Because I've got to go back into hospital, but for something completely different. And first of all, they said, what did they say? October, I think. Obviously, they wrote back to my doctor and he went, I think we'll need to be seen before then. So I'm going to be seen in July. But the trouble is I've got to change the date because they want to see me at 8:30 in the morning. And there's no chance I'm going to get back to get to the hospital by that time. So we shall sort it out and all will be fine.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. There's a lovely little piece in the paper today, just to sort of cheer you up. It says, going to a festival can make you a better human being, if not rather grubby. I was looking at Michael Eavis, who started Glastonbury, and he said when it started, he said we had 500 people. 500 people turned up. He said, and then it just built and built. Now, he said, it costs £31 million to put it on. £31 million. I mean, it's just taken, and his daughter looks after it, and it's hugely successful. I still can't work out, though, why Diana Ross, lovely though she is, coming out. I interviewed her years ago, and we got the obligatory 3 minutes, 3-minute interviews, and she was sitting on a couch in the Inn on the Park, and all the print journalists were standing behind, so they were writing down our questions. We were sort of recording them, and you had 3 minutes. Hello, my name is Steve. Not that it makes any difference, you won't know who I am. And so you sort of did your 3 minutes, and then the person there look at, okay, finish, thank you, finish. And they move you on very, very quickly. And then the print journalists are still writing down all your questions and answers. So it's a bit of waste of time, but it was still Diana Ross. But, we wait and see. We wait and see. I thought she was going to be doing Glastonbury. I don't know why. I had this feeling in the back of my mind that she would be doing it. Amanda Owen, the Yorkshire shepherdess, I can't remember whether she's split from her husband. She's the one who's got 9 kids, and they live in the middle of nowhere, and they farm, and they've got sheep, and they've got ponies and horses and everything else. And the kids, she said she got warnings over her parenting. I didn't quite see that at all. I thought she seemed absolutely excellent. All the kids grow up. They've been given an animal to look after, ponies or something like that. They've got to feed the chickens. They've got to work before they tootle off to school. And it's amazing. They've got 9 kids. They all do things. A lot of them have left home now, and they've moved on to do university and stuff like that. But they live when it snows up there. Blimey, does it snow? They're out there in the snow drifts and everything else. But I thought they seemed really grounded. She's at the Hay Festival, and talking about her sort of life. But I think after a while, the moment you get cameras into somewhere, life changes for you. Some people adapt to it, and other people think, oh, there's a better life elsewhere. I don't need to stay with, my husband and the 9 kids. And I thought that was a bit of shame, actually. Jenkins says, Steve, the Jubilee celebrations were brilliant. After the misery of COVID, it was so uplifting. Well, COVID, I wish had gone away, but it hasn't gone away. It's still around. And now you've got the other one, haven't you, as well, just to add to the misery. Rupert in Sevenoaks says, heartening to see Kirsty Young back presenting after her recent ongoing illness. Did a sterling job, I think, and hopefully we'll see more of her. How much more of her do you want to see? Bit of an odd thing to say, isn't it? I want to see more of Kirsty Young, yes. Shane says, can I buy that pigeon paint here in Australia? Well, it's not pigeon paint. It's anti-climb paint. Anti-climb. It's to stop people climbing up because you couldn't do it. But I've adapted it for pigeons. Yeah. Pigeons, I tell you. I'm gonna make them available to the local foxes. Kind of thing I do. I like to be helpful. Steve, has there been any update on how Randy Andy is getting on with his COVID infection, says Mike. It was rather sudden, wasn't it, considering he was staying out of the limelight? Rather surprising. Yes, I was cynical enough to suggest that, that was convenient, wasn't it, to come down with COVID. He didn't appear during anything. Well, he couldn't. He had COVID. He's just sitting at home with that ex-wife of his and probably sort of watching it all on the television. We don't want to see him ever again. I really don't want to see him ever again. It's as simple as that. I couldn't care less. All this baloney he gave us about, oh, yes, I'll go and talk to the FBI. He's done no such thing. He's a liar. He's a liar and not a very pleasant piece of work. He's a disgrace to the royal family. I couldn't care less whether the Queen likes him. That's her business. That's her bit. It's her son. She's the one who sort of, likes him or doesn't like him. And he's just despicable. Really despicable. Just I can't even use words. Connie in Stockwell says, I did my part of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. I bought a Union Jack bunting and spread it out on my patio. I will not take it down. I don't care what people think. It makes the patio look beautiful. Yes. Ava says, the Queen owns an historic and priceless collection of jewellery, some as monarch and some as private individual. They're separate from the crown jewel. I'm not talking about the crown jewels, Ava. I didn't say the crown jewels. All of her jewellery, mainly its own, apart from a few personal pieces, all of it. Nothing to do with the crown jewels. Nothing to do with the crown jewels, which they take out every so often. Steve, being housebound, I really enjoyed all of the Jubilee television. I felt emotional, as it was the first royal event I haven't been to. I started with the Queen's wedding in 1947 and was camped out for every wedding, funeral, new babies, polo until 2008 when I moved to Ireland. Loved all the techie effects at the Sunday concert. Biggest bonus for me was no Anton Deck, Philip Schofield, and only a quick... Oh, wait a minute. A quick... I can't read that. Why can't I not read it? Oh, so annoying. I can't read the end of that one there. Only a quick glimpse of Holly. Yeah, odd, isn't it? We think Anton Deck because we think they were doing Britain's Got Talent. And Pip Schofield, because, I don't know, there must be some reason why he didn't want to go. Perhaps he went, on a bus. No. Got a date. Hot date. Woo! That could be good, couldn't it? But, no, the techie effects were brilliant. You can't fail. The illumination, I'd have been quite happy with. But when you saw the drones in the sky and you realised how many there were, that was just amazing. They can turn the lights on and off and everything. I've got a couple of drones as well at home. Legal drones. It was a certain size that you could get, and these are legal. And I've also got a helicopter as well. I don't fly them, no. I just keep them in the boxes. I haven't tried to fly them. I'm trying to get my helicopter up and working to scare the pigeons off a little bit more because it's quite big. It's a good 2 foot, and it's got a control panel which you put your phone into as well, and it will show you where you're aiming from. I want to equip it with machine guns, just to surprise the pigeons a little bit further than maybe we'd be thinking about before. So what else we got? Charles's plea, which says basically, let's not go back to bickering. The trouble is, it's all right for you to say, because you haven't really got anything to bicker about. You don't need to worry about your bills. You don't need to worry about an income. You don't need to worry about basically anything at all. It's all done for you. Gone are the days where he goes out there and sort of pretends that he dug this pit, so he could do that. They don't do things like that. They have staff. He doesn't even need to cook. They have staff who cook for them. I shouldn't imagine the Queen has ever known the delights of nipping round Waitrose, picking up a couple of lamb chops and going home and sort of doing them maybe with some chips or something like that. She's never known the delights of a doner kebab. Failing that, She's also... No, she's never had a doner kebab. Oh, she wouldn't eat anything like that. She also doesn't know what a red traffic light is. She's never stopped at red traffic lights. She is a purple movement, and they take them right through. So you can always tell, because they've got the outriders, and they say, stop! They've got their whistles and everything else. Woe betide you if you go over. And it's a case of, you stop there, and the Queen just... So they know to the second how long each journey takes. That's the way that it works, isn't it? People, like those sort of things. I used to work at New Scotland Yard doing travel and then coming to LBC to read the news, and so I knew all about the purple movements and the department that created all of the times when the royal family went on the move. And they went on the move, so they had to make sure the car picked them up at the right time, and then they were taken, and so they know within seconds how long something's going to take. Which I thought was really good, actually. Really, really, really good. But it's the pictures of the Queen looking very happy. And I think everybody was happy. If you don't like the Queen, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. You don't like the Queen, you don't like the Queen. You don't have to watch it. Go and do something else. Go and play Ludo or something like that. But she says here, whilst I may not have attended every event in person, my heart has been with you all. And I truly believe it. I mean, she must have sat, because she was at Windsor, then she came back to Buckingham Palace. Valerie Singleton, Peter Purvis, and Anthea Turner, very irritating, I'm afraid, on top of a bus. With some bloke who I've got no idea who he was. He was wearing sort of a coloured jacket. He could have been anybody, I've got no idea. Tessa Sanderson and Jane Torville was there with Tony Hadley. Slade's Noddy Holder and Chris Tarrant. They all dug up their best jackets for the occasion, which was lovely. Naomi Campbell waving to people. Kate Moss and Patsy Kensit. Gok Wan and Mo Farah. And blowing raspberries and all the rest of it, the 4-year-old Prince Louis. They thought he would have trained him a little bit better, actually, like you train an overexcitable puppy. That's how I look at it. Don't allow him to sort of behave badly, because it's not very good. Down on the Lancashire seaside resort of Morecambe, they took the record for the longest Jubilee Street party. And in Surrey, everybody was there. Oh, hello. I don't remember asking for the music, but nevertheless. Here they are in Cerne Abbas, the day at the big Jubilee lunch in the Dorset village. They've got champagne, of course, as indeed they should have. And over in Oxfordshire, Goring, very famous Goring, and spanning the Thames to Streatley. It was all very lovely. But the Palace Pop Party was glorious, victorious. But Jan Moyer says the drones stole the show. They absolutely did. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought that was just inspired. I've never seen it before, but I know that all those very, very rich people that listen to my programme will be saying, what's the name of this company, Steve? What's the name of the company? We want drones. They can spell out Happy Birthday Mum or all sorts of things. But it was a day to remember, and that's why it was good. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Monday. I know. Don't you think the weekend went on forever and a day? Even I began to think it was dragging on. And then I suddenly realised that the longest day was yesterday. You had all the troops marching past, all the military bands and everything else. And it ran about 4 or 5 hours, which is quite long for a parade. I mean, even the New Year's Day parade don't last that long. But it was lovely. It was Jill in Ireland who said, the bonus was no Anton Deck or Philip Schofield. That sealed everybody's fate, I should imagine. Steve says, Bev, my gardener shoots pigeons. He'll shoot them and leave them for the foxes. He does have a licence, and they are considered pests. I know. I don't think people realise, do they, that they are considered pests. Steve, we had a street party in Carshalton. They raised over 2,000 quid for a brain tumour charity, says Paul. Well, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I mean, to actually use the street party to sort of raise money, I think is absolutely brilliant. So well done. Little noticed in the honours list. I merely mention this. It's in Andrew Pierce's column today. And he says little noticed in the honours list was a damehood for the Tory MP Maria Miller. This is the Mrs Miller who resigned from the Cabinet in 2014 and apologised to Parliament after being ordered to repay £5,800 in overclaimed parliamentary expenses for her mortgage. The Independent Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards had recommended she repay £45,000, but the lower sum was approved by a committee of MPs, which sparked a huge backlash from the public, and she gets a damehood. Not who you know, is it really? Not who you know. Giles Brandreth was sporting a lovely corgi jumper at yesterday's Big Jubilee launch at the Oval. He's very good indeed, very good. And the Taser Thames death. This is the Met Police referring itself for investigation following the death of a man who was tasered. Footage of the incident on Chelsea Bridge shows two PCs challenge the man after reports he was armed with a screwdriver. Apparently he refused to surrender it. A taser was discharged. He fell to the ground and was apparently tasered twice more before he vaulted the railings and jumped into the Thames. They got him out, but he died later. And Steve Noonan from the Independent Office for Police Conduct said, "We have spoken to the man's family to express our sincere condolences." Met Commander Alexis Boone says any incident in which a person comes to harm after contact with police is understandably concerning. It certainly is. It's amazing now, isn't it? I mean, I know it seems mad, but years ago I just thought a screwdriver was for undoing screws. I never thought about it as being anything else. Nowadays everything's a weapon. I remember coming back from America some years ago. No, it wasn't. I was coming back from Austria. And I had a little incident, as you know. But the other one was I had a letter opener with me. And it's just a piece of metal, and you put it into the envelope and go like that if you don't want to rip open the thing. That was taken off me as an offensive weapon. It was put in a jiffy bag so that I could retrieve it when we got back to Heathrow Airport. The gun in the hand luggage was the slight problem that I had, because I bought a starting pistol, which fired little bang pellets, and it was for it was a magic trick that I bought, and I put it deliberately in my luggage, my hand luggage, and I don't know why actually, but certainly caused a bit of uproar at the airport as they put it through the machine, and then all of a sudden we were surrounded by armed security. I thought I was going to be shot. It was fantastic. It was very, very exciting. I said, no, trick, like, poof, like that. And that didn't go down very well either. So we sort of gave up. Anyway, they then, once they'd seen, what the trick was, they then sort of put it in an envelope, and I had to collect it from the pilot at the end of the journey. No, I couldn't show them the trick. No, it was a very good trick, actually. It was a very, very good trick. It's called Bang Bill. Bang Bill. And what it is, you take a note, and you put it on a table and you put a glass over it to hold it there. You take a gun, so that's why I had to buy the starting pistol. You aim it at the glass and fire it, and the note vanishes before your eyes. It's a fabulous trick, I tell you. Works with a multitude of notes. But anyway, it was the... See, I never thought about it. Me being so innocent and naive. I had a pair of nail clippers in America. In America, they make you take your clothes off nearly. I had to take my belt off, put it in the tray. I had to take my shoes and socks off. And then I had a pair of nail clippers, and they were confiscated. They were really paranoid at the time. And yet, strange enough, you get on the plane, they give you metal cutlery. Didn't quite understand where they thought that one was coming from, but anyway. A surge in vehicle thefts has been linked by police to a shortage of car parts. Apparently, 34 forces recorded a total of 90,000 vehicle thefts in the year to March the 7th. Good Lord above. Greater Manchester up 1%, South Yorkshire up 28%. And so basically people can't get the parts. And so what they do is they then sort of pinch them. I mean, you see theft on a huge basis nowadays, the amount of people nicking things, if they can't afford it. Mind you, I was always told that the people who thieve have all got the money on them. They can afford to pay for it. It's just that they choose not to pay for it. And, of course, what they don't realise is that we pay for their thefts. I've seen families thieving, families who thieve. It's as simple as that. And they go off into different... And I've told you, I was watching one family. They were by the bus stop, and they'd been into one of the supermarkets, and they'd laden up all their bags with booze. And then the older woman out of them, otherwise known as the mother crook, she wandered into the local vape shop. And I was watching her thinking, she's going to thieve. She was going deliberately to thieve. And I said to the owner after she'd walked out the shop, because he was with her all the time like a hawk. He wasn't leaving her alone with anything. And I said, you know that they thieve? He said, yeah, they've been before. He said, they just come in. He said, they distract you and then they try and pick something up off the shelf. Amazing, isn't it, really? Ghastly people. Why don't people just work for a living? God knows. I mean, it's what we all do, isn't it? I like this story about the Bordeaux. Did you ever see the film Whiskey Galore. It's an old Ealing comedy film, which is based on a true story of a ship in Scotland that got wrecked, because they used to get people who would lure ships onto the rocks by pretending to be, the light. They would have a light that they would shine, and so the captain would go, that's it, that's the safe passage through. And what they were doing, luring them onto the rocks, they would then, the ship would then fall apart, and all the smugglers would come out and grab whatever they could. In this particular Whiskey Galore film, it was a ship full of whiskey, bottles of whiskey. They couldn't believe their luck. And so they literally, word went round the village, there's a ship full of whiskey. It's on the rocks. Get it now. They were down there. And, of course, the customs men were not far behind. But it's a very good story. But this one is very similar. This is a treasure trove of Bordeaux wine. It was a ship called the Libourne. Now, there might be a bit of a problem with it, because connoisseurs can't wait to get their hands on it, because the bottles have sunk. They're all down there. Nothing happens to it because they're all sealed. But unfortunately, red tape could block a daring salvage bid. How much this stuff is worth is well, they've actually said liquid gold. They said it could be worth millions of pounds. Must be an awful lot of blooming booze, mustn't it, really? It was for the, I think there was also £425 worth of gherkins. Yes, you could still drink it. Oh, yes. This would have just lain at the bottom of the ocean. It wouldn't have done anything. You haven't opened the bottle. As long as it's sealed, this would be, it's Bordeaux. This would be drinkable. It's not done anything for God knows how many years. They can only guess at the quality of it. They said, actually, it has to be expensive. Who would bother to import plonk? You wouldn't in those days. It was all good. So anyway, this ship is down there, and as I say, they think, because on Whiskey Galore there were 250,000 bottles of whiskey on board. They had it stashed everywhere on this little village. They had it in the guttering. They put it in the under the baby's cot, everywhere. They had everything to make sure that nobody could ever find the whiskey. And as I say, with 250,000 bottles, unbelievable. This one here, I don't know how many bottles there are, but I think there must be quite a number. Came out from Bordeaux, and because they've also discovered the wreck of a 10th century treasure ship laden with gold, crystals and pearls. You've no idea what's under the ocean. I mean, seriously, if only. But they think here, in the manifesto, there were 1,900 bottles. That was in the manifesto. But they say here there were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, and not only brandy and champagne. Writing on the corks revealed they included red and white wine too, as well as Benedictine. So they've applied for a license to go down and start retrieving it. But until they open a bottle, they won't know, whether or not it's still drinkable. I mean, the deep ocean is the perfect cellar, dark, and it stays cool. Because it was doing quite nicely beforehand. Now it's done even better. Would you buy that? I'd be tempted to as a novelty. If there were tens of thousands of bottles of it, they wouldn't miss a bottle, would they? Could pinch a bottle or something like that. But I love the idea of treasure ships. They were happily plying their trade backwards and forwards and everything else. And I told you about the story of the Texing and all of that that was on there. I mean, thousands and thousands of bowls and plates and all sorts of things. Stu says, you see the woman sound asleep before Prince Charles during the carnival? Terribly rude. Well, I think she was suffering from jet lag, I would think. Steve, perhaps sorry? What? She was Canadian, yeah. But I think she was, but she still suffered from jet lag. And obviously she decided she didn't want to see any more people dancing around as elephants, and she'd had enough of it. I couldn't believe how long it went on for. I actually flipped over to another channel, watched the film, came back, and it was still there. It was still going. And some of the dancers looked as though they hadn't rehearsed as much as they should have done. But it was nice, people on the bicycles, and they had people. There was somebody who was in a thing that was like an outspan orange, and they drove up and down. Some of the vintage cars from the Bond series were there, which I thought was lovely. They were really nice, including that one from, when Oddjob threw his hat. Went, that Rolls Royce in yellow and black. That was very nice indeed. Very nice. Perhaps the previous texter was confused as to what Queen Victoria put in place. Some pieces of jewellery, says Cara, in Michigan. I love the way she even puts down pronounced Michigan. I'm sorry, I do speak the language. Okay, I'm able to converse with people from foreign shores, and I do it quite well, actually. Some pieces of jewellery made before the death of Queen Victoria are regarded as heirlooms owned by the monarch in right of the crown and passed from one monarch to the next in perpetuity. Objects made later, including official gifts, can be added to that part of the royal collection at the sole discretion of the current monarch. Well, she can't take it with her, can she? What's she going to do? Leave it to Charles so he can put on a bit of, dangly earrings, some nice garnets and stuff like that. And, Steve, when you were flying, did you usually travel premium economy? I would do either premium or business. Apparently, you can turn right on an aeroplane. I've never actually done that. It's very funny. I like the idea that you go on the plane and you automatically turn left. Who goes right, for goodness sake? That's where the cattle go. You don't go up that end at all. 4 people in a seat and everything. People climbing over you, go to the toilet and get from the overhead locker. Why is it people sit down and then they go, oh, excuse me, can I just get out again? So we all have to stand up and move. What do you want to do? I love it when people are removed from aeroplanes. That's my favourite bit on the American side.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I love the idea somebody's telling me how to pronounce Michigan. I think that's quite funny, actually. I could do Tennessee as well, or MISSISSIPPI. I can do all of them. Steve, the main interest for thieves from vehicles are the catalyst converters. From the exhaust, they're worth a minimum 150 quid. Yeah, but these are other parts being nicked. Other parts, all sorts of things. Steve, the James Bond cars on the Jubilee pageant all had the Union flags upside down, although the writing on them was the right way up. Somebody paid for the printing of the flags, and I can't read the rest of it. It just disappears. But got it wrong. So there you go. Why can't I get rid of these 2 things at the bottom of my screen? Queued. Do I need queued, or do I just go exit? Oh! Managed it by myself. I can even do printing on the computer at the moment. I'm elevating, even more than the so-called producer. Happy birthday to David Blunkett, the Sheffield-born former Education and Home Secretary, Britain's first blind cabinet minister. So he uses an electronic device that can detect the colour of fabric, so he doesn't go out in clashing. I've never heard of such a thing. That's amazing. He's 75 today. Robert Englund, you know who he is? Robert Englund. He was the US actor, made his name playing Freddy Krueger in Nightmare on Elm Street. And but for the character of Luke Skywalker, he recommended his friend, the then unknown Mark Hamill. So now you know. Also, 1944, June the 6th, D-Day began with Allied troops landing on the beaches of Normandy. And in 1966, the BBC sitcom Till Death Us Do Part, with Warren Mitchell as Alf Garnett, began. I can't remember how long it ran. And June the 6th, 1992, Charles and Diana are spending a critical weekend together at Highgrove, following the Daily Mail's revelation that the princess tried to commit suicide. Speculation has increased that the overdose of paracetamol tablets 6 years ago was not Diana's only attempt at ending her life of misery. I'd never even heard that before. Never even heard that. Absolutely amazing. And in 1946, at 3 p.m. tomorrow, 21-year-old Beryl Romerill of Palmer's Green, a vision mixer at Alexandra Palace, will turn a knob on the television control panel. For owners of 20,000 sets within a 30-mile radius of London, her action will flash on their screens, the first picture since September the 1st, 1939, the signal that TV is on again. When you think of the screens were so small, the TV screens were so... Now look at the size. I mean, you get sort of 6 foot, 7 foot screens. They're absolutely enormous. I mean, even I think mine are all 36 inches. Seems big enough for me. I'm looking at it thinking, is that 36 inches? And to be honest, without getting the tape measure out, which I'm partial to taking with me, I wouldn't know. I just have to guess by looking at I was trying to when did somebody say, is it how wide is it from your little finger to your thumb? Isn't that supposed to be, there's a name for that, isn't there? And I can't remember what it's called. Big. And I don't know what it is. It's because it spans your wrist, and I can't remember what it's called. It could be a handspan. No, you're thinking of handstand. That's completely different. That's where you do it up against a wall and then your skirt falls down, you show your knickers, that sort of thing. We all remember that from school. Everybody did it. We just had chalk at our school. We were given bits of chalk, which is quite nice. Steve, I chose to watch all 4 days, says Lucian Chesson, of the Jubilee celebrations. What a beautiful show. My favourite scene was the Queen's interaction with Paddington. Also, the drone illuminations were brilliant. We Brits know how to rise to the occasion. Long may our Queen reign. Yes, I'll echo that one. Absolutely. I thought it was just well put together. But they had to rehearse the drones well away from anybody so that we didn't spoil the surprise. And, I just thought it was terribly clever. It's like having fireworks that spell your name in the sky. They had a corgi, a teapot that poured tea, and I just thought it was absolutely brilliant. To get all those drones up there. Somebody's got a lot of drones, haven't they? 400. That's more than QVC and all the other places put together. So if you get... Oh, mind you, of course, you're not going to the airport today, are you? Are you going to the airport today? Are we still doing holidays, or have we given up on holidays? Are the kids back at school today? I don't even like to think about it, actually. It's been so quiet without the little kiddie winks on the buses with their huge bags and their noisiness and sitting in all the seats for the disabled people because they're rude and offensive. But no, I don't know whether they're all back at school today. And they seem to, to be honest with you, they seem to just have endless holidays. Have you ever known anything like it? Well, even when I was young, I didn't get holidays, that long. I really didn't. If you like pina colada, they're getting caught in the rain. But thanks to the return, it's back. It's back. Pina colada, the 70s hit. And it's very nice. I personally liked the bit of cucumber. And, it just sort of went out of fashion. They were doing a thing on one of those aeroplanes yesterday. I hope I get this right because I might not have remembered it properly. And it was a steward, and he's serving a woman, and she goes, "Excuse me, so can I have a G&T? That's a gin and tonic to you," she said to this steward. So he said, "Ice in a slice. That's frozen water and a bit of fruit." Love it. That's it, telling somebody what a G&T is. Or Michigan. Michigan seems like a dream to me now. What song was that? Michigan seems like a dream to me now. Oh, I'll tell you one thing. Don't let Rod Stewart sing ever again. Seriously, he was doing Sweet Caroline. Worst thing I've ever heard. It was just, dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. America. That's right. Michigan seems like a dream to me now. Wait a minute. It took me 4 days to hitchhike from Saginaw. I've gone to look for America. Such a good song. I've got Simon and Garfunkel singing it live, Madison Square Gardens, and doing it in the early days. That concert where they recreated was just epic. And also, I watched Andre... There's a whole channel on my television. I don't know where it's come from. I didn't book it. I'm not paying for anything extra. And it's got Andre Rieu. Andre Rieu comes from Maastricht, and he's got this orchestra, and they go around the world. And he takes this show, and they do sell out everywhere. He's coming here. I think he's here. It's either this year or next year. And they arrive in, and they set up their stages and everything, and they've got it's just absolutely amazing. And they sing songs, and they do things that you can all join in with. And they were in Australia, because one of their featured sopranos was from Brisbane, which is exactly where Andre Rieu did one of his concerts. They moved on, and they did various other ones. And they did this fabulous song. And he said... Every time I hear this song, he said, I feel very, very wistful. And she sang it, and it's called I Am an Australian. And it was sung by the Seekers. It was written by one of the Seekers. And it's just, and he got the whole crowd, thousands, about 20,000 people singing, I am, you are, we are Australian. And it's the best bit of music you'll ever hear. And if you smile once more, I'm going to send you out there, okay? You're going to be going on one of those ships, and we're going to leave you there. Because that's what we do to people. We send them to Australia, which is good. But it was such a good song. But here, 20,000 people singing it was really, really quite something. But anything from Simon and Garfunkel, because when they did Madison Square Gardens, they'd had a big falling out for a long time. And I don't know how it works. It's just one of those things. And anyway, they got back together again, and they had their arms around each other, and they were singing. And every time they went into another song, the crowd went crackers, because they were all songs that everybody could sing along to. It's like watching Neil Diamond. He did the same venue, and he had the tightest band I've ever seen in my life. His horn section alone was to be applauded. I mean, my goodness me, I tell you, if ever there was something that was impressive, that was the horn section. And he had these backing singers, and he did everything. But they recreated Hot August Night, which was the album that basically propelled Neil Diamond to megastardom. It's beautiful piece of music, But anyway, back to the pina colada. I do like a cocktail. I'm a bit of a fan of cocktails. I don't know what they are because I just drink them. They come in a pretty glass. I drink them. They say £12. I throw up, and you try and sort of enjoy as many. I could generally do about 4. Because some of them, they're not as big as you want them to be. So, 2 gulps and it's gone. And I think you're basically paying for the garden that they put into each one. I don't think you're actually doing... It's like the Chelsea Flower Show arrives in a small glass. But I used Christopher's in Covent Garden. They're very nice. And all their glasses are chilled. They chill the glasses. And I thought that was really posh. Mind you, you're paying for it. It's like 12 quid on an average for a cocktail. I don't care for anything too sweet. Anything with creme de cacao. I don't do. I just do also just anything as long as it's a pretty colour or I like the look of it. But sometimes you can chuck them back like there's no tomorrow. I do like it. They've started doing them in Joe Allen's. What was the one I did? Was it Plain Fever or something? I can't remember what I had. It was some cocktail, and I thought it was a Joe Allen's invention. And somebody wrote to me and said, no, it's a well-known cocktail. I drunk 3 of them before we got round to the lunch. Seriously, I was surprised I even found the table. It was one of those sort of days where you think, occasionally you've got to push the boat out. No, it's definitely plain something. It's plain, as in aeroplane, I think. And it's not a big drink, but it's very nice. And I think might have gin in it. And I'm not even a gin drinker, but there's so many different gins now. If you find the paper plane, it's really nice. Can you find the ingredients of it? Here you go. That's right. It's got a paper plane invented in a place called Diamond Reef in New York City. What's in it? There you go. Bourbon, Aperol, Amaro, Nonino quintessential, lemon juice freshly squeezed, and then you add it's a shaken drink. It's lovely. It's very nice. A couple of those before we start the programme, I tell you. You could be hearing things you might never hear on the radio ever again. I love it. Steve says, Dean, my 32-inch TV screen is large enough to me. I'm considering going to Spain in October, but with all the airport issues, I don't know. Well, they've said it's not going to stop anytime soon. They think it could go into next year, these delays at the airport, mainly because they don't have the staff. So, I mean, I can only wish you the best of luck. It depends where you're going. There are certain places. My next door neighbour, Lynn, and her friend Joe, they went off. They only had to wait 30 minutes. They were on the plane and they, up in the sky. Very nice indeed. Steve, scrolling through YouTube, I came across a real treat. Steve Allen sings Beyonce. Was that all the single ladies? We did it for Make Some Noise. Especially the air punches. I don't know why I did it, actually. That's going to come back to haunt me, I can tell. But, just one of those things, isn't it? Just one of those things.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I do like these pina coladas. They've got all sorts of different people making it, actually. Sometimes you can buy these things ready mixed. And you just have to basically pour them into a glass, which seems like a brilliant idea. I mean, there's one here at Asda, Malibu Pina Colada, and it only gets 3 out of 10, I'm afraid, but it's only $1.99. I'm trying to find which is the best one that's got the most score. Here you go. Soho Street Cocktails Pina Colada, 1.5 litres, is 29 quid. 29 quid. It's 1.5 litres. They say here, it's these pre-mixed pouches tick a lot of boxes. Each contains enough to make 10 drinks. Simply shake and pour over ice. Wow. Deliciously creamy but fresh with a brilliant natural pineapple taste, balanced with a hint of rum and coconut. Ooh. Singing rum and Coca-Cola. I like things like that. What did I buy the other day? I bought one of these sort of... It's like a flavoured milk thing, but it's a short one. It's got a cow on the front of it. Could be anything, really. But this is a banana one. I love banana. And it's you only get a small bottle. It's not very posh. But I like this idea of Soho Street cocktails. £28.99 for 1.5 litres. That could make your Friday night go quite well, couldn't it? I wonder how many people who went yesterday to the big pageant and the parade, I wonder how many people took booze. How many people would be sort of, a little bit sort of naughty and taken booze? There it is, yes. Shaken udder. Shaken udder. Banana milkshake, £1.50. It's in Waitrose. It's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. I mean, seriously, I'm not supposed to have it. But it was absolutely wonderful. Stella said, I watched the concert at Buckingham Palace and the pageant yesterday. Had a continuous smile from start to finish. Me too. Me too. I just kept thinking, of all the things that you do in your life, this is something, as I say, whether you support the royal family, whether you don't like it, you cannot deny the spirit of people in this country. Everybody coming out saying how much they loved it. The people who are leaving saying it was the best day that they've ever had, the most fun that they've ever had, the most coming together of a nation. I thought was just very, very special. Very, very special. And I was quite delighted. So, the idea that Boris wasn't remotely bothered about sort of people booing him on the way in and on the way, that was just a small handful of people. Small handful of people. Nobody who was there would have known they were booing for them. It seemed a bit of a pointless exercise, but as long as they stood there all day and their feet ended up hurting, that's quite good. An NHS psychiatrist is called Dr. Max, the Mind Doctor. And what does he talk about? Michael Owen. Michael Owen, who actually made some of the Sunday papers the other day. I told you, the moment his daughter appears there, they're dredging it all up. Michael Owen, who apparently asked some girl to send him nude pictures of her. Nobody's ever asked me. Nobody has ever... Seriously, in all my years, if I live to be 43 3/4, nobody's ever said, hello, Steve, can you send me a nude picture of yourself? I wouldn't mind, but I've had them posed over the years. And I'm willing to share... I mean, I can't believe nobody's ever... I feel a bit cheated, actually. But anyway, Michael Owen's daughter, Gemma, as I say, we're bored with already, makes her debut tonight. The former England footballer has described it as the father's worst nightmare. And, says Max, I think he's right to be concerned, not because she might be filmed having sex and it will be broadcast into the homes of millions, though this is surely a reasonable concern, but because of the devastating mental health impact of transient fame. Reality TV contestants often don't realise they have no way of knowing how they will come across. We said this last week. You don't know how this programme is going to be edited. Viewers laugh and boo, forgetting these are real people. There have been calls for greater mental health aftercare for contestants. But as a psychiatrist, I can tell you the only surefire way to escape unscathed is never, he says, never to go on one of these shows in the first place. But she's so shallow and so desperate, like all of them. She wants to be famous. She set up her own company. OG, because obviously somebody had GO, so they had to change the name of the company. And you think to yourself that she's going on a programme because she wants to be famous. She hasn't got any talent, apart from the fact her father used to play football, and that's about as far as it goes, I'm afraid. But, we've had disasters with these reality shows. People who cannot handle the fact that maybe nobody's interested in you. Maybe the public take an instant dislike to you. Maybe you are portrayed on the television as somebody it's not very nice, maybe a bit bitchy or something like that. In which case, your life, at 19, she thinks she knows it all. She knows nothing. She knows nothing about the harshness of reality TV. Look at all the disasters from Towie and from Chelsea, the ones who've fallen by the wayside, the ones who don't quite make it, the ones who don't make any money. And they have to start selling stories about, like one of them going into Love Island on who she's had sex with, a famous person. How tragic is that? You're going on television purely to tell people who you've had sex with. I think that's the saddest thing of all, but there you go. Ken says, Tony Booth, who was Alf Garnett's son in Until Death Us Do Part, is the father of Sherry Blair. I'm sorry, I'm 68. What do you think? You're preaching to the converted or something? Don't tell me. You're telling us something we don't know. Good God in heaven, honestly. We celebrated, says Bev and Stephen Edgware, our 50th wedding anniversary. Saturday, staying in a London hotel, seeing Les Miserables, and out for dinner, chatted to a couple in the restaurant and discovered the lady had attended your first show in Radlett, where I also went and said we were both regular listeners. Yeah, my first show was in Radlett. My first one-man show in Radlett. We got booked into Radlett. We sold out within a very short space. I mean, like quick we sold out. And so they put another one on in Radlett, because it's not the biggest theatre, but it's lovely. We had a backstage dressing room and everything. Whew, fantastic. In fact, I think James O'Brien did it with me. He was my warm-up, and which I quite like the idea of. And then we went on. Queen's Theatre, the Beck in Hayes. You know, we went to the Millfield and ended up at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon, which is like 2,500 people. And I think this year, for Make Some Noise, you know, it's been tradition that we do a show. I do my show, my one-man show at the theatre. We've used the Leicester Square Theatre for the last 2 years. We normally use the Hippodrome because they've got a lovely theatre in there. But the Leicester Square Theatre is bigger. And I think, because I've got a meeting this morning, actually we've got loads of meetings today. It's only going to be a short meeting. We're going to talk about what we're going to do for Make Some Noise, because we like to do something to raise money. We raise millions to help out little charities. So hopefully we should have something interesting for you. But I can't tell you anything yet. But I bet you anything they're going to be asking about doing the show at the Leicester Square Theatre. So that'll be nice. In fact, the last time the producers came with me and they got mobbed as well, and people wanting their autographs. So we put a stop to that. We're not inviting them ever again, honestly. Can you believe it, honestly? Corey was posing for pictures and, yeah, hi, arms. Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Stop it now. Steve, for great cocktails, says Lucy in St Albans, it has to be Trader Vic's. Fabulous mixologist there and the best rum. Oh, I know Trader Vic's very well. Very, very well. A mixture of Polynesian, Thai and Chinese. It's delicious. Not for you, Elliot. It's for people who've got money. And it's very nice. I mean, you could probably stand outside. I could send you out some photographs. Yeah, please, sir, want some more? No, it's not going to work. Not going to work. It's really lovely. They do, yeah, all those nice cocktails. It'd be great, actually. It's like a lot of actresses go out with hairdressers so that you can always look good. I'd want to go out with basically an alcoholic barman. I think that would suit me fine. But it's never happened. Never happened. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. What have we got here? Oh, speaking at the Hay Festival last week, actress and author Sheila Hancock, 89, had some advice for older people. Don't always listen to doctors when it comes to recovery and prognosis, especially if you're old. Yeah, well, I have to. Most of my time with sort of doctors, surgeons, and just about anything else that's coming up. Well, that's nice. £6.50, music to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee. And, it's one of the, it must be recycled because it's got Nimrod, Pomp and Circumstance, Hope and Glory, Crown Imperial Abide With Me. Sounds quite nice, £6.50. Music for you. I love stuff. I'm very patriotic, you know. I don't like all the members of the royal family. I think some of them are a waste of space. But I love the Queen because I just think she's done us proud over the years. I've heard people on LBC over the weekend, oh, what does she do? She doesn't do anything. Well, listen, if you don't like something, don't bother. Go and sit in your garden all by yourself. Chain smoke yourself to death. You know, you don't need to worry about, you know, sort of what goes on in the royal family. We like it. We like it. It's all good. Didn't really want to see Harry, but lucky he kept a very low profile, which was very good. And then apparently George and Charlotte decorated cakes for a street party. Because all this would be new to them, having to do stuff like this, because they've got chefs and cooks and everything else. They don't have to make cakes, do they? Actually, I can't make cakes. I don't. I've never sort of wanted to make cakes. Actually, really. No, I'm not a master baker. I could have been. I had many an opportunity to show my prowess off in the kitchen. I was always the person to be found bent over the stove, you know, trying to wait for the oven to heat up. And then wondering why I hadn't lit it, because it was gas. But anyway, Her Majesty apparently has been humbled and deeply touched. Probably a court case, I should imagine. The oligarch has asked for his yacht to be returned. 225 million. Well, you're not having it back. We're not giving it back, OK? We're going to sell it and give the money to the poor. We've decided we don't want to give it to any oligarchs at all. And What was the other one? What was the other one that I was doing? Oh, the staff shortages driving nurses out of the NHS. That's seriously what it is. Do you know there are 6 million people waiting for operations? 6 million people. That is a hell of a lot. So what they have to do, they basically do it on a, who is most needy kind of situation, which is really difficult. Police officers been assaulted at a 3-day rave. I didn't know raves still went on, apparently, but they do. What are you smiling for? You've been to a rave before, have you? You like raves, do you? Peasant. It's very odd, isn't it? Really not our sort of thing at all. I'd rather, say, sit on a deck chair, sort of overlooking the sea at Brighton, with a big bucket of popcorn in one hand, a mivvy in the other, and a hot dog between my legs. It's one of those sort of things. If you can't enjoy yourself at a certain age, why not?
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. I bet you need to go back to work to recover. But, of course, it's going to take you even longer to get to work today because there's no blooming tubes. Yes, the RMT have decided in their infinite wisdom that they're going to make you suffer. They don't really care about you. They're not remotely bothered. You find your own way to work. They're more interested in saving their members' jobs. The only person it's going to be affecting is us. People who need to rely on the tube to get into work. And all the mayor can come up with is, well, work from home. Oh, well, that solves the problem, doesn't it? Why don't we just close down London? Might as well get rid of all the traffic wardens. If nobody's coming into town, they're not going to be parking, are they? All going to be at home. All because the mayor wants to save £400 million. And so they're going to get rid of a load of people. But why it should affect us, I've got no idea. And I heard the guy from the RMT the other day saying, they're there for people who get the late night trains for safety and all that kind of stuff. And I go, they're kind of making a rod for their own back. Because, the buses, there's going to be queues at every... I remember the last time this happened, there were queues at every bus stop. People were fighting. It was like I came into town. When did I come into town? Must have been on a Saturday evening, I think. Or perhaps it was a Friday evening. And I can remember I haven't been in town on a Friday or a Saturday evening for a long time. I generally do a lunch and then I get out of town as quickly as possible. And it was heaving. I mean, even crossing through Leicester Square, coming towards me. And so I thought, I'll get the bus. When the bus arrived, because normally when I get on the bus, there's about 3 of us. That's all there is. This time, they were hanging from every rafter inside the bus and every strap and all the rest of it. And I remember thinking, don't like this. Don't like this. Mind you, I did get drunk. Unfortunately, staggered out of the building and managed to find my taxi eventually. But I thought to myself, no, London on a Friday and a Saturday night, not for me. I'm obviously, feet up, slippers, roaring fire, which is unusual because we'd have to call the fire brigade because I don't have a fireplace. But it would be, it's a nice sort of thing to sort of come into town and go out for, to the theatre and then go out for something to eat afterwards. But then I think you should stay in town, stay in a hotel, much safer. My brother went to see Queen. They were at the O2 and I wasn't sure if they were coming back today, and I'm not sure if he knows that there's no tubes. And they're down at the... You meant to be going to... Oh, right. Are Queen doing 1 night or 2 nights? 2 nights, yeah. I think... So, was it last night? No, it can't be last night, can it? Tonight and Tuesday. My brother must be going today. But there's no... Oh, he'll be all right, actually. He can come back to... Oh, thank God for that. I got worried he was going to phone me and say, can he use my cab account to get him back? But where is the O2? Is it Greenwich? North Greenwich? Is it on the end of a tube line? Can you imagine all these people who've booked to go to see the show? My brother's staying down there, so he's there already. But imagine all these people trying to get to there. That's going to be a nightmare, isn't it? Because not only can you not get there, but you can't get back from there after the show. You could take the boat. Oh, right. The Clipper will take you there, will it? Oh, wow. It's with Adam Lambert, so that should be good. Because my brother was worried that they might have lost their voices having done the Jubilee. I said, listen, they've been working for years. I watched a documentary on Freddie Mercury, which was very interesting. It was so interesting because when you heard him singing, he was the big, butch, raucous singer. And yet when you heard him, he was quite sort of shy and, didn't really want to do anything like that, But they did have rows in the band. He wanted to do one thing and the boys didn't want to do it. He said, I think we fell out. But I saw him in a club, actually, in Earl's Court years and years and years ago. And a friend of mine said, that's Freddie Mercury. Because when he went partying because he lived over the road from Earl's Court in his mansion, which was at the end of where Tony Blackburn lived in a mews. Tony Blackburn overlooked Freddie's garden. And the fans still write all over Freddie's garden gate and all the rest of it, because he got treated very badly by the press. Not very good at all. What else have we got in the papers for you today? What else have we got in the paper? It is just basically Her Majesty joining in that surprise finale. But I tweeted it hours before she arrived. I went, do you think we're going to get to see the Queen again before the end? And I wrote yes in capital letters, and I was proven right, because everybody was there. They were having a great time. And it was lovely. Cycle heroes, Jason and Laura Kenny were there. Dame Joan Collins, she looks amazing. Dame Joan Collins looked absolutely fantastic in the car. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And all the Blue Peter crowd were there. And Craig Charles, Patrick Mower, Holly Willoughby. As we said, there was no Pip Schofield, which is odd, actually. I thought if anybody, he'd want to be there. You know, just to say you've been part of it, unless he was sort of behind the scenes or something. 300 residents at Layham Court Drive tucked into pizza and beer before staging their own Britain's Got Talent. And organiser Gwen Cook said, we had a party fit for a queen. Listen, the country came out and the country voted and the country said, we like this. We like it. Memories that you will cherish for an absolute lifetime. You won't forget it. You'll be dining out and it's saying, we were there, we saw this, we waved, everybody waved from the top of the buses, and you know, it was just fantastic. Just fantastic. So poor old Danielle Harold, who plays Lola Pierce. Now, I've not seen EastEnders since Barbara left. I couldn't tell you the story. Nobody's watching it. The audience is getting worse and worse. But anyway, she had 6 months left on her contract. And so she was invited in for a chat, and she thought they were going to talk about an extension, which, of course, if you've got 6 months left on your contract, they're under no obligation to sort of discuss your contract when you've still got 6 months. That's like half a year. That's a long time in soap. Anyway, basically, the cull came out of the blue. She wasn't expecting it because her character had been a firm favourite with the viewers. I think viewer would be it. I mean, it certainly didn't run into viewers. So she met with the bosses last week. She was expecting to discuss the extension. And she was told a number of the cast were being shown the door. Nobody else has been given their marching orders yet. Well, they won't do them all on the same day. They'll do people and say, listen, because that's the trouble with soaps. You are at the mercy of the script writers. And you're at the mercy of the audience. And if the audience don't like a particular storyline, or it doesn't come over as being believable, or people just don't like your character, they have to change it. Because, as I say, EastEnders used to get a huge audience. Now, pitifully small. It really is. It's not. I mean, she played this part from 2011 to 2015. Then she made a return in 2019. And the rest of the cast are rallying around her. Of course they are, because they're grateful it's not them. You know, unfortunately, that's what happens in soaps. They have to keep evolving. They have to keep changing. And they've got to put up storylines. So you can always guarantee at Christmas there's going to be a murder. You know, it's as simple as that. There's no point in having something that's, we're all going to sing carols round the Christmas tree. Who wants that? No, blow the Queen Vic up. Far more entertaining. You know, lose a lot of main characters. They've done it in all the other soaps. If you remember, I think it was at Emmerdale. They had a plane crash on the village, prompting people to say within the business quite cruelly, when you get to a traffic light, look left, look right, look up above you. It's coming down. And that took out a number of people as well. Lauren says, Diana Ross can still sing. Bit ropey at the start, I thought, Lauren. And also, why did they pick her? She was a very odd choice. I mean, don't we have any stars? Don't we have Tom Jones sing, it's not unusual to be loved by anyone? You know, I'd have thought he would. Yeah, Diana Ross, why was she there? Prince Charles liked her. That's the reason, is it? But it wasn't for him. It was for Her Majesty the Queen, who probably didn't. Who is she? She's, I'm coming out. Oh, God, not another one. You know, I mean, we don't want to worry about these kind of things. So, I mean, just because Prince Charles likes her, I don't think that's a reason for sticking her on there. It's for his mummy. His mummy. You know, she'd have probably wanted Glenn Miller or something like that. I'm surprised they didn't have any bands like that. You know, they had a lot of sort of dancers and some people dancing down the middle. I mean, to be honest with you, my feet were hurting just watching. But it did go on. I mean, I can't remember exactly how many hours the actual pageant went on for. But I remember thinking, I hope the toilets are near. Because if you're sitting in the stand, you know, there'd have to be the toilets near. I mean, you have to walk all the way down and you have to go around the corner and everything. I mean, it would be, yeah, for me, it would be a nightmare. I'd have to take a bottle or something like that, you know, and perhaps, you know, an ice cream or a cooler with some cheese and pickle sandwiches in. Anything like that, that'd be quite nice. I'm going to have some hash browns this morning when the canteen opens. I've decided. Sausages and hash browns. It's my treat. Once every about 4 months. The Steve Allen treat. What else we got? Oh, ridiculous Andy Carroll getting married to ridiculous Billy Mucklow. But as I say, they had a contract. And they say it's been a hard build-up to the wedding. Yeah, of course it is, dear. Well, good luck with that one, eh? Good luck with that one. And Dame Jacqueline Wilson has criticised modern children's literature and blamed TikTok for books having no real depth. She's 76. I interviewed her a little while ago. Jacqueline Wilson is 7. Yes, Tracy Beaker, Jacqueline Wilson. Yes. She's written 100 books. And she says, I'm a firm believer you've got to develop reading stamina, and sometimes reading isn't just instant gratification. She's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Really is quite charming. Also, more than flights cancelled yet. 100 flights yesterday cancelled. That means 100 people standing there going, well, not 100 people. That's about, quite a few people. Quite a few people. In Manchester, wedding snapper Kelly Clark waited 48 hours for a rescheduled TUI flight. I'd have given up and gone home. I'd have gone for the compensation. She said 0 staff, 0 explanation. You know, that's the problem. People want answers, but they've got no staff, which is the great problem. Still to come, I've got a night dress for you. Woo, look at that, eh? This one comes with history. This is quite unusual. Quite unusual. It's not owned by Queen Victoria. It's not a pair of her knickers or anything like that. This is a night dress worn by... You'll have to wait and find out after the news at 6. Look at that as a tease, isn't it? What a tease. I tell you, that'll keep you glued to the radio. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's LBC. It's Monday. It's June the 6th. Flaming June. That's what they say. What have we got this morning? Rain. Miserable, blooming overcast day. Tube strike. Nothing to look forward to apart from LBC. It's the only thing that keeps you in touch with everything. Did you see there was one bit I noticed? As they were coming down the Mall, they had... I forget which military band it was, but there's 2 horses, which look like cart horses, but I'm sure they're not. And they've got the drummers on. And so the drummers are drumming either side like this. But you know how they're steering the horse? With their feet. They steer with their feet. They've got attached to the horse's face, whatever they call it. You know, you put the bridle on and all the rest of it. And they've got ropes that come down and attach to their stirrups, so they're steering the horse with their feet, because if you've got both hands drumming, I mean, the horse must be deaf as a post, I should imagine, by now. And at one point, one of them started wandering off to the side. It was quite funny. And he had to sort of drag it back in again. Because, you know, when you've got that many horses, I think at one point there were 400 horses on display, and you're going to get some who want to play up. You know, the attention-seeking horse all of a sudden decides he doesn't like the horse that he's standing next to, and so they sort of start doing all their little bits and pieces. But it was lovely. It was lovely. The golden coach, but it is the most uncomfortable coach. The Queen has said in the past, it's a real bum-nummer. I don't think she ever said that, but that's the way it is. Because it's got no suspension, apart from some leather straps holding it in, and it's wooden wheels. So you feel... everything, you know. If you never had piles on the way out, on the way back you'd have piles. It was really terrible, but it just looks so beautiful. It is absolutely gorgeous. I love it. The Cambridge kids help Mum make big lunch treats, because kids are like making cakes. I don't know why. I mean, you know, we used to do it as children, and you probably did it when your mum made cakes. Because in the early days, nobody bought cakes. The idea of buying cakes seemed absolutely ridiculous. You baked cakes. That's what you did. My mum used to make cakes all the time. Simnel cakes, cherry, vanilla, you know, Christmas cake, everything. My mum made it. Same as everybody else, which was good. And so the kids liked doing the decorations on the top, you know, the hundreds and thousands, the chocolate vermicelli. And we used to put little silver balls on the Christmas cake and all stuff like that. Yeah. Pretty cute, pretty cute. But looking at all these people... in Goring, I mean, they just went forever and a day. I mean, I think it was the biggest bridge party they've ever seen. And they were all tucking in. Now, I don't know whether or not people supplied the food or if they took their own food and then you sit down and... because I wouldn't want to eat somebody else's food, you know. And somebody else saying that Diana Ross was still good. Yeah, but I can't understand why Diana Ross was there. Don't we have any big stars? You know, I mean, I don't know how old Rod Stewart is now, but as I said, please don't let him sing Sweet Caroline ever again. Because what he was doing it for, it's a crowd pleaser. And so the crowd, even in America, They sing along with it. Sweet Caroline, boom, boom, boom. Good times never seem so good. So good, so good. Even Neil Diamond, when he was singing, was the one who was singing along with it, and everybody loves it. People like joining in with songs. Community singing and communal singing is very big, actually. Very big nowadays. What else we got here? Oh, Robbie Williams up in Stoke. He played to 20,000 fans, which is lovely, raising funds for charities including UNICEF. He said afterwards, incredibly special, can we do it again? No. No, absolutely not. Thank you very much indeed. You've done it the once. There are only 20,000 people. And he sort of, I mean, it was not, but I seem to remember, I still think Nebworth was the best thing he ever did, mainly because he didn't sing. That was the blessing. He came on stage and the crowd took him through Angels, and he goes, what is it? Don't ever leave me. This is Angels, and then the crowd sang it for him. And it was fantastic. It was great to witness that many people. And he just stood there and at one point went, oh, blimey. Because you can't buy that kind. I get the same at my shows. You get the same. I don't go into a song, apart from We'll Meet Again. And that's about it. Be very careful. There's an angry buzzard who's been attacking blonde women with ponytails as they walk past its nest. Well, don't walk past its nest, is the answer. If they're sitting on eggs or things like that. One woman said, I've walked the route for years. The laundry worker said, there was a big hit on the back of my head. I never thought I'd be attacked by a buzzard. It's defending its nest. If it's got baby buzzards in there, or a baby buzzard, the RSPB said at this time of year when birds have young in the nest, they can be aggressive. Of course, but it's not just buzzards. Swans are very protective. You don't want swans to go for you. Whew, blimey. Dreadful, dreadful. Eating one egg a day could stave off a heart attack or a stroke. Apparently a study found that eggs boost metabolism, increases healthy proteins in the blood, leads to more good HDL cholesterol, which strips away the bad LDL type, reducing the risk of cardiovascular disease. It's a Peking University thing. And even there was a place called Peking. I just thought it was in pantomimes. We're all off to Peking. How lovely. Co-author Professor Kan King Yu says our results provide a potential explanation of how eating a moderate amount of eggs can help protect against heart disease. So one time they were linked to high cholesterol, so consequently people didn't eat eggs. And I quite like hard-boiled eggs. I like them in a salad, with salad cream over them. In fact, they do, I think, for about £2 something. Marks and Spencer's do a salad in a box with some hard-boiled eggs in there, which I think is actually quite nice. I quite like things like that. I feel as I'm being healthy. The other side of me wants a croque monsieur or a croque madame, but when you actually sort of get down to it, it's all the bad stuff in it. I still want chips for breakfast. I don't understand why. They go, you can have hash browns. I don't want hash browns. I want chips. Why can't they do them? They cook them in the same blooming oil and everything else. All these shops, honestly. So here he is, Axel Blake. He was crowned Britain's Got Talent winner last night, having the judges and the voting public in stitches. Well, how do they know the voting public were in stitches? Don't tell me there's cameras in everybody's house. He scooped a £250,000 prize, as well as a spot on the bill at the Royal Variety Performance. So there you go. And he did a quick-witted routine. I didn't see it, actually. I didn't see it. Ventriloquist Jamie and his puppet Chicken Chuck were runners-up, while teacher Tom Ball came third after a renditioning of I Who Have Nothing, originally by Tom Jones. I don't remember Tom Jones singing I Who Have Nothing. I know the song, I Who Have Nothing. Oh, I think it was a Shirley Bassey song. It wasn't Tom Jones. Who wrote this? Have a look down, see if Tom Jones did I Who Have Nothing. I thought the song was, see, I Have Nothing by Tom Jones. Adore you, want you so, I'm just a no. But also, he didn't have the hit with it. He definitely didn't have the hit with it. I think it was Shirley Bassey. Shirley Bassey, 1965. Yeah. Yes, and Tom Jones was 1970, so they really should have got it right, actually. This is Mark Jeffries, the showbiz editor. Do check your facts first, please. Shirley Bassey had the hit long before Tom Jones, because it's basically a woman's song. It's not, and Benny King did it way back in 1963, so if you really want to be pedantic about the whole thing. Martin says Kirsty Young was the best part. Really? You need to get out and get a life. She certainly wasn't the best part. the best part was all the performers taking part. I don't know how many people took part in it. I should imagine thousands. The military bands all looked good. And somebody says, where was the diversity? You quite clearly didn't watch it. It was full of diversity, even down to all the different soldiers that came in from overseas and everything else. People who came in from all over the world, even places that, are republic now. Diversity, the dance crew were there. There was also all the Asian dancers doing Bhangra. And it was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic. You couldn't fault it. I mean, I should imagine logistically. I wonder who was the person who put their name to it. Who was the person who they went, if you get one person who runs the show, it's him. But I didn't see that there. I saw loads of other different people. Whereas, somebody says to me, who actually runs the Steve Allen show on LBC? And I say Steve Allen. I'm the only one who can decide. I mean, there's got to be more than a committee. There's got to be one person who is overall seeing the whole show, the one who sits and chairs the committees, and they put it all together, and then he is the one who on the day is walking around checking everything's where it's supposed to be. There will be one person. Who it is, I've got no idea. No idea. I'm always fascinated by these kind of things. It would have to be, mind you, knowing the BBC, there's probably about 20 people who took part in it. BBC like wasting your money. Somebody said this is a classic example of why we should keep the BBC. I don't think anybody's ever suggested we should get rid of the BBC. We just said they'd need to find another way of funding it. Looking at all the floats, the carnival floats and the dancers. I mean, some of the carnival floats were just sensational. Prince Charles stood to take the salute of a hologram of his mother, aged 26, in the gold. I thought that was terrible, because when I first saw it, I thought, that's clever, they've got a looky-likey. And it was a hologram inside the actual... I mean, how clever is that? Oh, that is amazing. It's a shame that the weather wasn't as good as it could be, but the good news is that for the actual parade, the rain held off. There is a God, and he's decided to let us enjoy something, which is good. Warning to the tube as 4,000 walk out over cuts. So there you go. So now you know. I mean, I bet you there will be people waking up going, what do you mean? What do you mean there's no tubes? No, there's no tubes. You will get to your tube station, the doors will be locked. They don't want to see you, they don't like you, they hate you. They want you to go and get a bus. And once you've been on it, you might like being on buses, but I don't know if they're laying on extra buses to accommodate all the people who would normally do the underground, because it's going to run for 24 hours. An obesity study finds a diabetes drug significantly boosts weight loss. No, this is what I'm taking, because I'm on a diabetes drug. I don't know if I've lost weight on it or not, actually. I've been on it for about 2 or 3 months. You think I'm losing weight? Creep. Never lost weight in my life, honestly. I think it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Because some days, as anybody will tell you, you get to a certain age, and some days you have fat days, and other days you have thin days. It's water retention. In which case I'm hanging on to Lake Windermere down here at the moment, which is all very nice.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I flew back to Heathrow yesterday from Amsterdam with British Airways. The flight was okay and on time. However, I had to wait over 2.5 hours for my luggage due to staff shortages. That's why they're saying, Bob, in Bracknell, if you're flying, take hand luggage. Because hand luggage means you ain't got to stand there for 2.5 hours, which would drive you crackers. You get off a flight. What do you want to do when you get off a flight? You want to literally, get home as quick as possible. It's like, whenever I go away, it's the getting home that seems to take ages. Carol at Eurostar, my lovely Carol, says, as I've got a few days off from the queues at St Pancras, I thought I'd send you a quick message to ask if you could possibly welcome my good friend Karen into the Steve Allen Appreciation Throng. That was throng, she said, not thong. She is now retired after more than 20 years with Eurostar and has just discovered the wonders of being able to listen to you on catch-up. She is greatly missed at work. She even looked after the lovely John Warrington once when I wasn't around. Anyway, I think it would really make her day and mine if you send her a lovely Steve Allen hello. Well, here it is, Karen, with a K. A big, big hug, retiring. You're going to be much missed. OK, that's from all of us and all your colleagues as well. And I got another one from Reese, who says, I don't normally write to radio shows, but I wanted to say a massive thank you. I suffer with anxiety and sometimes can have panic attacks, but I've recently found your podcast Helps me massively. It always makes me worry, this letter, really. It says, I had a panic attack last month. I was in the middle of Euston Station. The first thing I did was put my headphones in, and your podcast was the last thing I played. So I pressed play and hoped that I could distract my mind. It worked. I've been listening to you ever since I was 16. I'm now 30. So I think having a familiar voice made me feel safe, if that makes sense. Reese, I understand exactly where you're coming from. We get no end of people saying that Steve Allen should be available on the National Health Service, you know, because it is true. And if you wake up in the early hours of the morning, and if you suffer with anxiety or panic attacks, or you're newly single, or you're bereaved or anything like that, you lie there thinking you're the only one in the world. Seriously, you know, you're the only one in the world, and you're not. There's loads of other people. My mother had exactly the same after my father died. She found great comfort in LBC. Great comfort, because it was a voice. Kay says, the reason Diana Ross was singing at the Palace is because she's headlining Glastonbury. Well, there's loads of people headlining Glastonbury. They're not appearing at the Palace. I don't understand that one at all. Definitely not. It's got nothing to do with Glastonbury. Definitely not. I mean, the fact she happened to be in the country, she's not been here for 17 years. Why was she headlining? I wasn't sure. Where she got the dress from, I've got no idea. Steve, I could eat egg and chips for breakfast, says Sarah. Yeah, I don't know why they don't do just egg and chips. That's one of my favourite meals. Especially if you'd had bread and butter with it, and then you wrap the chips in the bread and butter. Steve, they should have had Susan Boyle or Tom Jones singing together. I think the Queen would have enjoyed it. Somebody put forward a theory to me, saying, you don't think that Pip Schofield, because he didn't appear, and I would have thought that he would have been a major contender for appearing. Does he like the royal family? Somebody said to me, do you think he doesn't like the royal family? I said, I've got no idea. I'm assuming, listen, if they've invited Holly Willoughby, I would assume, and also, where are the other two? Where was Alison Hammond? Where was, what's-his-face? Where are they? I would have thought that they would have been there, and, you know, and all the other people. Unless, of course, I mean, it's just entirely possible. They might not be supporters of the royal family. In which case, why would you want to go to something? I was just amused to see the Teletubbies. The Teletubbies turned up, and there was all sorts of people, all these balmy ones on the bicycles, but everybody dressed up, and everybody got into the spirit of it. Even Ed Sheeran, you know, with his song Perfect in tribute to the Queen, but it was all the cartoon characters that were absolutely lovely. And I just thought it was well put together. And apparently they had to apologise to viewers of Len Goodman. Len Goodman made a comment. I didn't obviously hear it, but he had said that his grandmother had called Coronation chicken foreign muck. Well, I adore Coronation chicken. Speaking during yesterday's Platinum Jubilee celebrations, he said he'd recently tried the dish for the first time. He told Kirsty Young, the host, my wife did Coronation chicken yesterday for our tea. I've never had it before. I've never had curry powder before. How have you got to that age and not had curry powder? He said, my nan used to call it foreign muck, but I must say it was delicious. So later in the broadcast, Claire Balding apologised for comments made earlier, but the BBC said the apology related to remarks made during... They're so funny about apologising, the BBC, aren't they? Don't say anything. You know, somebody swears and they have to immediately start apologising to people. But Len said a lot of people said exactly the same thing. Foreign food. Nobody knew what it was. It's like there used to be the joke on one of the comedians, and she used to say, we went to Spain, she said, and we went in, she said, but we asked for the English menu. Because people used to go to the Chinese restaurants and have the English menu, which kind of defeated the object of having crispy duck and spare ribs and sweet and sour chicken and down to sweet and sour pork and chicken stew and everything. I could just quite happily sit here with a sort of a roasted banana. What do they call it? Toffee banana. I love toffee banana, toffee apple, all of it. Lychees, you name it. I don't think there's much, actually, apart from the seafood, that I don't eat on a Chinese menu. I love a Chinese curry, and I love beef and all of it. But that's what people used to say. They used to be, not eating that, it's foreign. Mainly because people had never tried it before. And yet, when you suddenly realise the food that we can get in this country, I mean, you can go to street markets now, and you can get samosas. I mean, even simple things like samosas, which I find delicious. There used to be a place up at one of the race courses. They used to have a market every Saturday, and I'd go up there just to buy this woman's samosas. She used to deep fry these samosas, and you could get 4 of them for about £2.50 or something. And that used to keep me happy forever. I'd have a minced meat samosa with peas in and stuff like that, which was very nice. Very nice. But the BBC have to apologise, just in case somebody somewhere would be mortally offended. And Len Goodman, who is a national treasure, he said that's what my grandmother used to say. He said, but I liked it. But no, I think actually somebody was telling me who invented Coronation Chicken. It was somebody here. It was somebody in this country invented Coronation Chicken, and I can't remember who it was, because I remember reading about it a short while ago, and somebody was saying to me, oh, it's somebody who did this, and they made it, and they sort of put the chicken, because I just thought it was brilliant. I mean, it doesn't do my diabetes any good, I have to tell you, but I just thought it was particularly delicious. And I suppose you could probably make it yourself, if you can make a curry sauce. And it was created by Le Cordon Bleu, served at the Coronation Luncheon in 1953. The recipe, Poulet Reine Elisabeth, now widely known as Coronation Chicken. And it was created in 1953 for the Coronation Luncheon. Let's have Coronation Chicken. When you think about it, you could have had Coronation Pork, Coronation Bacon, or anything like that. But it works particularly well. When they put it in rolls, you can buy little tubs of it, well, big tubs, in Marks and Spencer's. And sometimes I get some toast if I'm really feeling decadent, and I do feel decadent on occasions. And I do some toast, butter it, and then put the Coronation Chicken on the top of it in each corner. So you kind of work your way round there. And we think it was Constance Spry. But was she the one who added to it? I think she added something. There was one of them. We came up with this a short while ago with Phil Vickery, and he was interviewing somebody who she also contributed. So I think people added little bits to it, which is good. Jen in Chelmsford, which I know very well, said, I had a teary moment when the Queen appeared yesterday. I wonder if it's the last time we'll see her in public. I thought she looked good. Seriously. I thought she looked good. I also worried about things like that. When she did the Paddington thing, she's very obliging. She's very, very obliging. She didn't have to do it. But, who knows? My producer said, we were talking about 20 years' time when he thinks he's going to be a famous bass player in some little sort of beat combo or something. And they'll be sort of doing, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, bling, bling, she'll be coming round. And he said, I said, well, listen, in 20 years' time, I said, I won't be here. He said, no, I think you will be. I thought, God, what a horrible thought. Horrible thought, still being here in 20 years' time. Can you imagine? Steve, the STEPS challenge involving 28 teams of 5 from Lincolnshire Police, Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue and East Midlands Ambulance Service is finally over. And I'm very pleased to report that Team Fraggle Rock are the winners, says Julia is it pronounced Louth in Lincolnshire? It is, we think. And a lot of sore feet, but good fun. Well done to my team and all those who took part. I know quite a few people who work for Lincolnshire Police listening to your show. Julia, team leader, Fraggle Rock. So there you go. Julia, thank you very much indeed for that. Well done. I know what it's like to have sore feet. If somebody says to me, can you do a bit of walking? I do look at things and think, do I have to? I've made them make my pass open the door downstairs so I can get the lift from the very ground floor, because walking up the stairs every day was practically doing my feet in. Ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, what's the diabetes drug? I can't remember. I'll have to find out for tomorrow, because it's on the back of my prescription. I've got to get my prescription. It's supposed to be Wednesday, but in fact I'm going to have to go in today to see them because I need it for Tuesday. I've got Tuesday's tablets, but I don't have any more tablets left. Bit bad, isn't it? John says the pageant master was Stephen Evans, a former circus producer. Aha, well, there you go. And Philip says the reason children like baking cakes is because they get to lick the bowl afterwards. I know, this licking the bowl thing was really peculiar. We did it in our household. My mother had these big baking bowls where she'd sort of whip up, the cream or whatever it was she was putting in. Tony says Camden Market's up for sale. Yeah, we did it last week. Might go for 1.5 billion. The people who own it at the moment are looking to sell it. I mean, it'd be quite a nice thing. I don't know how it's going to work. Do you know that underneath Camden Market, the stables, that's why it's called Stables Market. And if you look on the ground in various parts of Camden, you'll see big discs with holes in them. That was to let the sunlight in and the air into the stables, because the horses used to pull the trams. You can still see the tram lines, and the horses would be stored underneath the market. No, I think they use it for something. There's no horses down there now, but that's what it used to be. It was stables market because the stables were underground. I'm a mine of useless information. I know the daftest things. Colin says, can you stop talking about delicious food? I'm trying to cut calories today. No chance. No chance. Chips and egg and sausage and bacon. Actually, I've never had bacon and chips before now. Could be a thing. It's only because I don't like doing fried food myself. Dean says, this Jubilee has been so good for the country. We're still very much in love with our royal family. Yes, we are. We are, absolutely. And Eddie says there's a guy selling samosas and pakoras outside Morrison's in Acton. So cheap and very delicious. I love samosas. We used to make them ourselves, actually. We bought a Breville sandwich machine, and you put in bread, you buttered it, and you put the top, and you put a little mixture in of potatoes and stuff like that. Put the top one on, pull the handle down, and it makes samosas. A Breville sandwich maker. They're only like 25 quid. Very good, and kids lap them up. Dip them in ketchup and sauce and stuff like that. I like anything like that. Said, Steve, loved the weekend, and goodness knows we needed somebody to celebrate, but unless she paid for it herself, how much did the whole thing cost? Concept, well, a rough estimate, Pete. A rough estimate for everything, £1 billion. That's what they're saying, £1 billion for everything. Seems an awful lot, doesn't it? I mean, I don't think the Queen paid for it. I think it was our sort of, present to her. And because when you look at it, because there was going to be another fly past by the Red Arrows, the Platinum Jubilee display was cancelled. They were going to do it at 5:05 yesterday. And because of the weather, the Met Office said, no, maybe not. So they didn't do it, which was a shame. That was going to officially close the Jubilee celebrations. I mean, to be honest with you, we had relatively dry weather, so we can't complain about it. But $1 billion is the figure they put. I don't know. But when you look at all those planes, 70 planes, you look at the fuel and, and getting them all ready and stuff like that. There's so many things that were involved in it. $1 billion might seem, it does seem an awful lot of money, though, doesn't it, the more I think about it. But I thought it was worth it. Luckily, I didn't have to pay for it, but I'm sure somebody had to. Hannah said, is the drug metformin, Steve? No, this is a new drug. This is a new tablet. It's a little sort of diamond-shaped tablet. That's all I can tell you. I can't remember what it's called. Even if somebody told me, I wouldn't know. I take metformin 3 times a day. 3 times a day, yeah. Works for me and my PCOS, something to do with the insulin resistance. Who knew, says Hannah. And somebody says the diabetic drug is metformin. No, it's been around for donkey's years, Robin, metformin. This is brand new. This is a brand new drug. Metformin I've been taking for 20 years. So it's certainly not new. I said it was a new drug, and it's designed specially for diabetics. Sean says, you'll see there'll be no appetite for the royals once the Queen passes. People are in love with the Queen, the festivities and the bank holiday. That's it. The rest of the family's pointless. No, I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think there will be appetite for the royals. I think it will change. How? I've got no idea. But you're right. But it's certainly, people aren't in love with the Queen. The people like the royal family. They don't like all of them. They don't like Harry. They don't like what's-her-face. They don't like. They hate Prince Andrew. They don't like. They don't like certain members of the family. And it's a case of. It will continue. I see no idea. You get the anti-people, but then you always get anti-people. You get anti-people from. Just about every walk of society. So it's not going to make the slightest bit of difference, actually. I don't think. But the surprise sketch with Paddington. And this is Paddington Bear peruses the palace, and it was the handbag solving the 70-year mystery about what she keeps in it, and so she delighted. Apparently, the 2.5-minute film, a collaboration between Buckingham Palace, BBC Studios, and Heyday Film Studio Canal, was a tightly guarded secret. The sketch introduced the Platinum Party at the Palace concert on Saturday evening. The lovable bear, created by Michael Bond, indicated something special was happening, and he was voiced by Ben Whishaw, as he was in the hit movie version, about the bear who emigrated from... My brother used to love Paddington Bear, got all the books, read all the books. Even when he was an adult, he read all the books. And apparently it was filmed at Windsor Castle The sketch was set in Buckingham Palace, but it was filmed at Windsor Castle. And the Queen shot the scene sitting across from an actor, they say, or a small object in line with the Paddington films. So it's quite... Normally it's a stick with a hat on it. And I just thought it was really... See, you can actually see Paddington's... He's almost like a vent doll, isn't he? I like to believe he's real. I don't like to think that he's not real. But the Paddington Bear brought to life in a new film by the actress and mechanical head. So it's quite nice. Because people have sort of tried to argue with me, pointless exercise, over whether Paddington is bigger than Rupert. And I said, I mean, Rupert the Bear, honestly. Still hanging around Nutwood. Come on, do me a favour. You know, all those... mind you, I did like the song, Rupert the Bear. So that was good. Families are having to shell out thousands of pounds. Why? Of their own money to get home from their holidays after hundreds of EasyJet flights were cancelled. The family from Kingswood, Vicky Saunders, told us she felt abandoned by EasyJet for going to Nice for a half-term break with her husband, 8-year-old twins and elderly parents. There's nothing in Nice. Nothing. You're better off in Cannes. But anyway, they opted to spend £4,000 to fly home via Belfast after being told they couldn't rebook a direct flight until Thursday. Jonathan Yates paid £1,200 to get home to Liverpool with his wife and daughter Charlotte, opting for an 11-hour train journey from Paris after EasyJet told him it couldn't rebook. But of course that's the thing about EasyJet, isn't it? It's cheap, and that's why people fly it. You're not flying it because of the service or the tremendous meals or things like that. You're flying it because it's cheap. When they used to argue, oh, there was a bloke on EasyJet on the television, it was on YouTube, and he was sitting there and he was going, sorry, we ordered the cream tea and you've got no tea. And the bloke said no, and he said, because you just want us to buy your fizzy drinks, don't you? Because they were serving an afternoon tea, but they didn't have pots of tea, and the steward was trying to explain, basically, to this miserable little so-and-so, that if they had jugs of boiling hot coffee and tea on their trolley, these trolleys are really heavy to move up and down the aisles, and if it's spilt onto somebody, you can imagine. This bloke didn't get it at all. You could tell he was really Mr. Grumpy. You know, and he said, but it's ridiculous serving us a cream tea and then there's no tea. And he said, yes, but if we have jugs of hot water on the... have you ever tried to pull a trolley? No, of course I haven't, he said. Silly old man, honestly. You've been warned not to travel today. Transport for London warned of severe disruption across the tube network, particularly in central and south London, with station closures expected from the start of service today, and it will run through till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you think you're going home any earlier, forget it. Because I don't know whether the trains are all going to be in the right place. That's always the big problem, isn't it, really? Where they sort of say, well, we'd love to do this, but we can't do it. And somebody's here, a British paramedic, who was one of the first people to enter the Ukrainian cities of Busha and Irpin after they were occupied by the Russian army, has described seeing bodies hanging from trees in scenes, he said, were 10 times worse than those seen in published photographs. I mean, I was watching the other day, there was a YouTube video of the Nuremberg war trials where they took Nazi guards who had been committing atrocities in the camps. Some women who were known as, you know, being absolutely vile. One woman used to just beat people with a walking stick until they basically fell down. Anyway, she was at the Nuremberg war trials. They all sat there. There was about 30 or 40 of them, all with numbers, all sentenced to death by hanging. And they literally, and Pierpoint was the hangman, and he went over there. And they seem to have no shame, these people. This is what's going to happen when they get these Russian soldiers. These Russian soldiers will be facing a war trial, and there will be prices to pay for it. Really, absolutely terrible. Proof that the poorest people get hit worse by soaring inflation. There's a surprise. Apparently, inflation rocked to 9% in April as a global supply chain issue have meant 53% rise in the price of electricity. A friend of mine said his electricity bill has doubled. And for all those people who are saying, oh, don't worry, nothing will affect me, you know, I think it will. I think it will. Petrol prices, 29% since April last year. Price rises also you're going to be finding in housing, salaries. It's going to rise, you know, all the time. It's a case of how inflation will affect you. Use your own vehicle rather than public transport, as well as the amount of income you spend on energy, will affect your inflation rate. Rental prices for rent or mortgage payments have risen by around 27%, and food prices have soared astronomically. The cost of meat, pasta and eggs in particular has risen quickly. I was looking at one of the restaurants down here in Leicester Square, and they do I can't remember what steak it is, but I think it was £38 last week. I think it's gone up to about £45 this week for a steak. I mean, I bought some fillet steak the other day. I paid £11 for a piece of fillet steak, but I mean, I don't have it all the time. It's a rare occurrence. I'll have something else. I won't have pasta. Have you seen the price of pasta? It's going through the roof. It's going through the roof, pasta. I thought it was something cheap and cheerful. You just bought a jar of Dolmeo sauce, poured it over it and then ate it. But apparently there's a trick to cooking pasta, and I really couldn't be bothered. Really couldn't. David says, cracking 4 days, £1 billion well spent. They reckon it brought $5 billion into the economy. Great return. Job done. Yes, I think so. Apparently, Stables Market, says James, is now home to Tomb Raider Live. So yet another new use for it. I haven't been to Camden Market. I used to go to Camden Market every week, every Friday, because I used to have to record a programme that went out on the airlines, and I would go up there and in the interchange. And so I would have it, if I was early, I'd just go and have a quick wander through the market. It was all sorts of interesting things. My favourite were light bulbs. Clear light bulbs, which he'd been painting. He'd painted them all different colours on them. So when you plugged the light bulb into your thing, you got all this sort of rainbow of colour. It was very nice. Very, very sort of, very spiritual, I think. But and so then I bought the paint myself and started trying to do them. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish I was. Didn't look anything like it. Eileen in Scarborough says, I really enjoyed, Steve, the Jubilee concert. I had curry sauce with prawn crackers. Dipped the crackers in the sauce. Well, how else? I met Paddington in Hamleys, says David. He was with author Michael Bond and signed his book, and Paddington did a paw print. Well, I interviewed Michael Bond. I thought he was great. I had to tell him, I said, my brother was a huge fan of yours. Huge fan. Love Paddington. Word on the street is that Paddington Bear ran into Priti Patel. She's put him on the flight to Rwanda. Yeah, they'll never get him out. Who are they putting to Rwanda? Apart from these people who they're saying, you can't put children on these flights. So far it's all falling apart, and you've got time, because some people will have heard about, who's going to be going on this flight. Now, whether or not it's a full flight or not a full flight, I've got no idea. I can't remember. But it's just not going to work the same way. Steve, says Jill from Teignmouth. I'm a diabetic nurse. Could your medication be I can't remember, Jill. It's a little diamond-shaped brown tablet. That's all I can tell you. And I've been on it now for about 3 months, something like that. And it's supposed to bring down all sorts of things. So I don't know, Jill. I wish I could. I'll have to wait till tomorrow. I shall try and remember it.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to 6. It's not going to be a great day for you today. I'm so sorry. You've come back after a fantastic weekend. If you didn't want to join in the celebrate, you still could have enjoyed the Mall and all the people there. I want to know where they all went. Where was the holding pen for the Mall? Because there were so many thousands of people and such enormous floats that came in. I remember thinking to myself, well, how have they got them? Perhaps they were all hiding down Northumberland Avenue or something like that, or pitched up round Trafalgar Square. I reckon that they'll have cleared most of it away by now. I think, the lorries come in and they'll work through the night to take the stages down. Because we had 3 stages, then they put another stage in. And Lee Mack was very good. He was introducing just with absolutely just the right amount of thing. It was all very good. People were nice. Everybody said nice things about it, which was so good. And even Tina says the sketch was so unexpected. This is the Paddington Bear sketch. Made me cry. Because it taught a lesson in that the Queen is readily forgiving. And I like the bit where Paddington wiped the teapot spout before pouring out the drops. I mean, to be honest with you, when you think about it, it was just, you know, a story that Michael Bond came up with. And I thought it was great. Absolutely great. Steve, one here. The new diabetes tablet is called... No, it's definitely not that one. I don't want to give out the names of these tablets in case there's sort of other tablets. I don't know. It helps with weight loss. No, see, I've had weight loss injections, which they brought out for diabetics, which some unscrupulous clinics got hold of, and they were prescribing it to people, saying, oh, just inject and the weight will fall off. The hell it does. The side effects were not worth having. So I've got about 6 or 7 syringes at home in the fridge for this new thing. I had to stop taking it. It was driving me mad. I became really peculiar. Well, even more peculiar than the other thing. Steve, you can make your own pasta fresh, very cheap, says Jeff, with a twisty tube maker. I have no inclination whatsoever to make my own pasta. The only pasta I ever liked, and it came in a ready meal, was the bow tie pasta. And I had that, and it came with mushrooms and a sauce, and it was delicious. But I just wanted it with chips as well, because I thought it would go with it. I've got this obsession with chips in the morning. I don't know why. I don't know why the canteen here doesn't do chips in the morning. I reckon if they did chips, everybody would buy them. Everybody would go for chips. You could have sausages and chips. I mean, obviously hash browns would be pushing it just a little bit, but it doesn't matter. So lots of lovely pictures of Her Majesty when she came back at the end. Now, I don't know whether she came back to kind of close the proceedings, because it was going to be closed by the Red Arrows, but because of the weather conditions, they couldn't do it. And I wonder whether somebody said, are you up to just coming outside for, 10... I think she did 26 minutes in total. I think it was something like that. And but I could be wrong. She might have been, out there. She was accompanied by those closest to the throne, because by that time Harry and whatever her name is had tiddled off back to America, because they didn't bring did they bring yes, they did bring the children, didn't they? Because apparently, because they're not members of the royal family, it was a private meeting they had behind closed doors, so nobody will ever sort of say, oh, they said this or they said that, because nobody will ever know about it. Simple as that. Drones, we're obviously, whilst we're in the land of drones, they could become flying pest controllers by scaring birds off fields and vineyards. Cameras would spot crops being devoured. And so they thought if they bring them in... Well, if you can make 400 drones spell out Happy 70th and all the rest of it, and an image of a teapot and all the rest of it, you could have them flying around the fields with the aforementioned machine gun at the front of it. Or, I don't know. There must be something, because scarecrows, well, you've seen scarecrows in fields. You don't see them as often as you used to. Now they have a thing which is, it fires off a shot. You go, poof, every so often to scare birds off. But all they do is take off, go, oh, it's that thing again. And they land back down again and carry on eating. Nothing you can do about it. A new inclusive cycling race has been criticised after 2 trans women athletes trounced all the non-trans female riders to come first and second. It's such an argument, this one. It's going to run and run forever and a day. And there's a lovely piece which you'll like, I think, today. It's entitled No Shame in Grieving for a Beloved Animal, because people get so attached to their cats, their dogs, their gerbils, their horses. It doesn't matter. Why do people, not admit when they're struggling with things? Because people don't realise that you can get very, very attached, very, very attached. That's why I quite like the shepherdess. They had 2 ponies, and one died overnight, and they took all the kids into the stable to see the pony that had died. And they said, and the kids they're little, they're 4, 5, 6 years old. They went, why did he die? And I don't know. He just perhaps he just had a heart attack and died. And so the kids were really good about it, very good. Mummy explained exactly what was going on. And they then took the pony up onto the hills. They dug a grave, and the kids decorated a headstone, which they'd made out of a piece of wood. They'd cut the trunk of the tree down, and they'd all written nice things on it. But no, there weren't any tears. They were just being really brave. And I thought they were really good, actually. Really, really good. And Steph McGovern reveals that her dazzling white gnashers aren't entirely natural. They're veneers. She said everybody had them, and so she decided to get them as well. And multi-talented TV cook Nadia Hussain is a secret bard. She writes a poem every day without fail. She said, I've been doing it for a few years, And I find it really mindful and a way of expressing my feelings. So no end of talent. No end of talent. I'd love to have... I wish I could write, actually. I remember, Rachel, I bought a house years and years ago. And, of course, you go round, you have a look at the house. And, of course, for some reason, people are always nosy and they want to know what you do. So what do you do for a living? And I thought, well, I don't want to say I'm on the radio. It sounds a bit trite. So I said, I'm a journalist. Because actually I did hold an NUJ card. And so the next time I went round to have a second look at the house, they bought every single newspaper and they were all spread out on their dining room table. And they went, which one? And I went, radio. Kind of defeated the object. I felt a bit guilty, actually. I should have lied and gone Times, but I thought I couldn't bring myself to do it at all. But when you look at the pictures, if you were there yesterday and you took part and you were one of the thousands of people, you can pat yourselves on the back. Because we didn't have any interruptions, everything worked like clockwork, the royal standard flew over the palace and shrieks of delight, and then Louis, the court jester, off in the royal box again, and then wandering about and everything else. He obviously enjoys doing that. In Surrey, the residents of Brockham spelt out, all on hobby horses, 70. Because they then obviously got a drone up there and it took pictures, and you've got, in Oxfordshire, this huge street party. I mean, absolutely enormous. Even in Dorset, the Beaminster residents getting together. And the Long Walk. How many tables on the Long Walk? This is at Windsor. 488 tables were laid out. 488 tables. So, and they had a visit from the Earl and Countess of Wessex. But the pop party was glorious, victorious, but the drones... when I saw the dog's mouth moving, I remember thinking, this is so clever. So clever. I want that at my next birthday, which I think would be quite nice. See it in the skies over London. But when you look at how packed the Mall was, absolutely, the country came out. The country came out. And is the West End going broke because it's gone all woke? A Prince Charming who spurns cinders for the Duke. A Jane Austen play that flaunts the F word. No wonder, writes Christopher Hart, theatres are struggling to fill their seats. Oh, I don't know, are they? I know loads of people writing to me saying, we're off to the theatre tonight, Steve, we're going to see this, and then we're going to Joe Allen's or wherever it happens to be. And people just want something. I think yesterday gave the country what it needed. It gave it a bit of a smile, a bit of feeling as though you belonged to something. All the people who took part said that they couldn't believe it. It was something that they'll be enjoying for the rest of their lives. And I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. A Tory MP is seeking a sentence review after a paedophile who identifies as transgender was spared jail. This one was caught with more than 125,000 child abuse images. 125,000, including 2,500 that were classed as Category A, which is the most obscene. But this person was spared jail. What in God's name do you have to do nowadays to actually get somebody in prison? Obviously a bit more than that, I suspect. And the airports have been told it's your job to sort out the queue chaos. But as all the papers are predicting, this could go on for another year. They think, because they need to offer more incentives to get people back to work, and people are going, I'm not coming back to work. And at the moment, unfortunately, all the poor people are being shouted at and everything else, and people are standing there in queues and they're fed up and they're bored. All they want to do is go on holiday. It's not something too much to ask for, is it? So whether it sorts itself out in 6 months or a year, we'll have to let you know about it. Thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. I'm sorry it's a miserable start to the Monday. What with the tube strike and nothing. So they don't even come back on again till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you think you can go there at 6:37, forget it. 8 a.m. is when they'll be opening the gates. So fingers crossed. Do not forget to download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. There's a new episode to download every single day exclusively on our Global Player app. If you missed any of this morning's programme, there's going to be a podcast of the whole show available very shortly as well. If you go to lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app, you'll have LBC at your fingertips and you can download thousands and thousands of podcasts. Thank you for your company. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 4 for Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Coming up at 10 this morning, it's James O'Brien. But right now, with your Monday breakfast, it's Nick Ferrari.
Thanks.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 12 minutes to set. It's not going to be a great day for you today. I'm so sorry. You've come back after a fantastic weekend. if you didn't want to join in the celebration, you still could have enjoyed the Mall and all the people there. I want to know where they all went. Where was the holding pen for the Mall? Because there were so many thousands of people and such enormous floats that came in. I remember thinking to myself, well, how have they got them? Perhaps they were all hiding down Northumberland Avenue or something like that, or pitched up round Trafalgar Square. I reckon that they'll have cleared most of it away by now. I think, the lorries come in and they'll work through the night to take the stages down. Because we had 3 stages, then they put another stage in. And Lee Mack was very good. He was introducing just with absolutely just the right amount of thing. It was all very good. People were nice. Everybody said nice things about it, which was so good. And even Tina says the sketch was so unexpected. This is the Paddington Bear sketch. Made me cry because it taught a lesson in that the Queen is readily forgiving. And I like the bit where Paddington wiped the teapot spout before pouring out the drops. I mean, to be honest with you, when you think about it, it was just, a story that Michael Bond came up with. And I thought it was great. Absolutely great. Steve, one here. The new diabetes tablet is called... No, it's definitely not that one. I don't want to give out the names of these tablets in case there's sort of other tablets. I don't know. It helps with weight loss. No. See, I've had weight loss injections, which they brought out for diabetics, which some unscrupulous clinics got hold of, and they were prescribing it to people, saying, oh, just inject and the weight will fall off. The hell it does. The side effects were not worth having. So I've got about 6 or 7 syringes at home in the fridge for this new thing. I had to stop taking it. It was driving me mad. I became really peculiar. Well, even more peculiar than the other thing. Steve, you can make your own pasta fresh, very cheap, says Jeff, with a twisty tube maker. I have no inclination whatsoever to make my own pasta. The only pasta I ever liked, and it came in a ready meal, was the bow tie pasta. And I had that, and it came with mushrooms and a sauce, and it was delicious. But I just wanted it with chips as well, because I thought it would go with it. I've got this obsession with chips in the morning. I don't know why. I don't know why the canteen here doesn't do chips in the morning. I reckon if they did chips, everybody would buy them. Everybody would go for chips. You could have sausages and chips. I mean, obviously hash browns would be pushing it just a little bit, but it doesn't matter. So lots of lovely pictures of Her Majesty when she came back at the end. Now, I don't know whether she came back to kind of close the proceedings, because it was going to be closed by the Red Arrows, but because of the weather conditions, they couldn't do it. And I wonder whether somebody said, are you up to just coming outside for, 10... I think she did 26 minutes in total. I think it was something like that. And but I could be wrong. She might have been, out there. She was accompanied by those closest to the throne, because by that time Harry and whatever her name is had tiddled off back to America, because they didn't bring did they bring the... Yes, they did bring the children, didn't they? Because apparently, because they're not members of the royal family, it was a private meeting they had behind closed doors, so nobody will ever sort of say, oh, they said this or they said that, because nobody will ever know about it. Simple as that. Drones. Well, obviously, whilst we're in the land of drones, they could become flying pest controllers by scaring birds off fields and vineyards. Cameras would spot crops being devoured. And so they thought if they bring them in... Well, if you can make 400 drones spell out Happy 70th and all the rest of it, and an image of a teapot and all the rest of it, you could have them flying around the fields with the aforementioned machine gun at the front of it. Or, I mean, I don't know. There must be something, because scarecrows, well, I mean, you've seen scarecrows in fields. You don't see them as often as you used to. Now they have a thing which is, it fires off a shot. You go, poof, every so often to scare birds off. But all they do is take off, go, no, it's that thing again. And they land back down again and carry on eating. Nothing you can do about it. A new inclusive cycling race has been criticised after 2 trans women athletes trounced all the non-trans female riders to come first and second. It's such an argument, this one. It's going to run and run forever and a day. And there's a lovely piece which you'll like, I think, today. It's entitled No Shame in Grieving for a Beloved Animal, because people get so attached to their cats, their dogs, their gerbils, their horses. It doesn't matter. Why do people, not admit when they're struggling with things? Because people don't realise that you can get very, very attached, very, very attached. That's why I quite like the shepherdess. They had 2 ponies, and one died overnight, and they took all the kids into the stable to see the pony that had died. And they said, and the kids they're little, they're 4, 5, 6 years old. They went, why did he die? And I don't know. He just perhaps he just had a heart attack and died. And so the kids were really good about it, very good. Mummy explained exactly what was going on. And they then took the pony up onto the hills. They dug a grave, and the kids decorated a headstone, which they'd made out of a piece of wood. They'd cut the trunk of the tree down, and they'd all written nice things on it. But no, there weren't any tears. They were just being really brave, and I thought they were really good, actually. Really, really good. And Steph McGovern reveals that her dazzling white gnashers aren't entirely natural. They're veneers. She said everybody had them, and so she decided to get them as well. And multi-talented TV cook Nadia Hussein is a secret bard. She writes a poem every day without fail. She said, I've been doing it for a few years, and I find it really mindful and a way of expressing my feelings. So no end of talent. No end of talent. I'd love to have... I wish I could write, actually. I remember I bought a house years and years ago, and of course you go round, you have a look at the house, and of course, for some reason people are always nosy and they want to know what you do. So what do you do for a living? And I thought, well, I don't want to say I'm on the radio, it sounds a bit bit trite. So I said, I'm a journalist, because actually I did hold an NUJ card. And so the next time I went round to have a second look at the house, they bought every single newspaper, and they were all spread out on their dining room table, and they went, which one? And I went, radio. Kind of defeated the object. I felt a bit guilty, actually. I should have lied and gone Times, but I thought I couldn't bring myself to do it at all. But when you look at the pictures, if you were there yesterday and you took part and you were one of the thousands of people, you can pat yourselves on the back, because we didn't have any interruptions. Everything worked like clockwork. The royal standard flew over the palace and shrieks of delight. And then Louis, the court jester, off in the royal box again, and then wandering about and everything else. He obviously enjoys doing that. In Surrey, the residents of Brockham spelt out, all on hobby horses, 70. Because they then obviously got a drone up there and it took pictures. And you've got, in Oxfordshire, this huge street party. I mean, absolutely enormous. Even in Dorset, the Beaminster residents getting together. And the Long Walk. How many tables on the Long Walk? This is at Windsor. 488 tables were laid out. 488 tables. So, and they had a visit from the Earl and Countess of Wessex. But the pop party was glorious, victorious, but the drones, when I saw the dog's mouth moving, I remember thinking, this is so clever. So clever. I want that at my next birthday, which I think would be quite nice. See it in the skies over London. But when you look at how packed the Mall was, absolutely, the country came out. The country came out. And is the West End going broke because it's gone all woke? A Prince Charming who spurns cinders for the Duke. A Jane Austen play that flaunts the F word. No wonder, writes Christopher Hart, theatres are struggling to fill their seats. Oh, I don't know, are they? I know loads of people writing to me saying, oh, we're off to the theatre tonight, Steve, we're going to see this, and then we're going to Joe Allen's or wherever it happens to be. And people just want something. I think yesterday gave the country what it needed. It gave it a bit of a smile, a bit of feeling as though you belonged to something. All the people who took part said that they couldn't believe it. It was something that they'll be enjoying for the rest of their lives. And I absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. A Tory MP is seeking a sentence review after a paedophile who identifies as transgender was spared jail. This one was caught with more than 125,000 child abuse images. 125,000, including 2,500 that were classed as Category A, which is the most obscene. But this person was spared jail. What in God's name do you have to do nowadays to actually get somebody in prison? Obviously a bit more than that, I suspect. And the airports have been told it's your job to sort out the queue chaos. But as all the papers are predicting, this could go on for another year. They think, because they need to offer more incentives to get people back to work, and people are going, I'm not coming back to work. And at the moment, unfortunately, all the poor people are being shouted at and everything else, and people are standing there in queues and they're fed up and they're bored. All they want to do is go on holiday. It's not something too much to ask for, is it? So whether it sorts itself out in 6 months or a year, we'll have to let you know about it. Thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. I'm sorry it's a miserable start to the Monday. What with the tube strike and nothing. So they don't even come back on again till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So if you think you can go there at 6:37, forget it. 8 a.m. is when they'll be opening the gates. So fingers crossed. Morning. Do you know, I've lost track of where I am. I've got no idea. They've had to type up it's Friday all day because otherwise I'm liable to forget. Because I went home yesterday thinking everything would be closed, being a bank holiday. Everything was open. Everything was open. All the shops were open around Twickenham. It was all like business as usual. I remember thinking, oh, that's quite good. And then today will be the same. But I know that tomorrow a lot of shops are going to be closed because the staff want the day off. And Paul Cooper's fruit and veg shop in Twickenham has got to close because the markets are closed, so they can't go and get any supplies in. Yesterday, dear, did it go well? I think it did. We had a few silly little mamby-pamby protesters who were protesting about something pathetic. And hopefully they'll all be shoved in the jug. Is that what they call it, the jug? When you send somebody to prison nowadays? Honestly, the trouble is everybody were going fools to them because they were complete. I mean, I've used other words which are totally unrepeatable on this programme. But I thought we did it very well. Prince Louis, a bit of an embarrassment, wasn't he? My God. First of all, sucking his thumb, leave your hair alone. Honestly, it doesn't make it's radio. It doesn't make any difference. Nobody cares what you look like. So I've now got them all preening themselves and all the... Oh, dear, honestly. You know, just be like me. Get up in the morning, wash, and go. Huh, and here I am. Wash and went, which is good. Do you remember when they used to advertise that? They said, take 2 bottles into the shower. No, just take 1. Wash and go. And it was a shampoo. It was quite... No, don't be slow. Wash and go. And I remember when they said wash and go, it did. You washed it and your hair vanished, mainly down the plug hole. One of those things. There you go. Well, they've changed the bottle. How funny. You can get it you can get a 12-pack for 15 quid. It's not very expensive, is it? But no, yesterday I did go home. The buses were fine. Didn't have to worry about the buses. Got my usual train. It was good. Empty. There must have been about 5 of us on it. And still, whichever railway company I'm with, I've got no idea. When I say I'm with, you know, that's is it South Western? They had 10 carriages on the train. It's half term and it's a public holiday. It's a bank holiday. And they had 10 carriages. I had to walk for bloody miles to get to the front of the train. Because you've got to get to the front of the train so when you get to Twickenham station. If you sit at the back, you've got to walk the whole length of the platform. It's a long station. So, and I kept thinking, surely they would just put 3 carriages on. There's nobody on the blooming thing. It's just me. You know, but, you know, what the heck. So today I should do exactly the same thing. And then I shall go out and do shopping and all the usual. I watched the flight pass. I'd forgotten when they did the aeroplanes, they spelt out the word 70, which I thought was really clever. I mean, what happens if you crash into the plane in front? You know, as you take your eye off the wall and go, this looks really good. You know, it's not like shunting in a car park, is it? Or something like that. Prince Louis stuck his fingers in his ears and basically a very badly behaved little boy. So perhaps they won't take him to anything today. The Queen looked amazing. She's now admitted she's not going to be doing the St Paul's service. She's got a few little issues, so she's not doing it. And then Andrew comes down with COVID. I mean, you couldn't make it up. You seriously couldn't make it up. If you were trying, because he is the embarrassment to the royal family, I don't care what anybody says, as far as I'm concerned, huge embarrassment, brought shame onto the royal family, shame onto himself and shame onto his family. And they must have been thinking of a way of keeping him well out of the way of everybody, because nobody likes him. And so what happens? He goes down with COVID. And yet only 2 or 3 days ago, he was with the Queen. Well, she seems to be all right. So that's why I was slightly sceptical about the whole thing. The animal rights mob, how they got through the cordon, I've got no idea. They leapt over the barriers and tried to disrupt Trooping the Colour. Big mistake. So, you know, as usual, the courts will probably be lenient. And then Amber Heard. What's she come up with? She can't afford to pay the libel bill. She can't afford to pay it. Got no money, apparently. Well, you shouldn't have gone to court then, should you, in the first place, knowing there was a very good chance that you were going to lose, and you did. She won on 2 counts, I think, and he won on the others. And so she's got £7 million to cough up, and she can't do it. Her work has dried up. Nobody's going to touch her in Hollywood. And now, strangely, Johnny Depp, becomes the highest paid actor in Hollywood because everybody now wants him because he's been found not guilty. Which is interesting, isn't it? It turns around. It turns around completely. But I thought yesterday was a very good day. Very good day. And also, look up to the heavens over this weekend, because in a rare spectacle, 5 planets will align together. You know, if you're a stargazer, which I am, I like to consider myself a bit of a stargazer, and I shall be looking to the heavens to see them all aligning. cynics amongst you will be going, no, you're not. You're nothing to do with stargazing. I say, excuse me, I am actually. I quite like things. I mean, I'm very into the heavenly bodies. And the bad news from the airports, apart from, your plane's not going anywhere. Ooh, we want to go on holiday. That's the parents. The kids are going, thank God for that. We can go home now, go and play with our friends. But do you know what people are doing? They're pretending to be disabled to skip the queues. So most of the airports have had to line up lots of wheelchairs because these liars, sorry, I do beg your pardon, have decided if you're disabled, you don't have to queue. They move you to the front of the queue until you get on the plane. So all these liars have decided, sorry, do we have a check? My mother's disabled. Well, she was walking fine a short while ago. Oh, she's just become disabled ever since she heard you go to the front of the queue. And that's what they do. Yeah, it's Thorpe Park. I went to Thorpe Park years ago. It's built on a sandpit. They built it, because I used to live in Staines, so Thorpe Park was down the road and we got discounts. I mean, the trouble is, it's a bit chavvy. It's a bit chavvy, Thorpe Park, a little bit. Oh, Staines is quite nice. The Elmsley Centre was the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. Did you know that? Yeah, amazing. People used to go there and go, where did they get the Jeremy Kyle audience from? And the people on Staines, which is now called Staines upon Thames. It's gone up market. Gone very upmarket, very near Runnymede, very nice, but just a bit. I lived there for a few years actually. Eckham's all right because it's got that lovely college at the top of the hill, which is. Have you been up to the college? Oh, you need to. What's it called? Royal Holloway. Have you seen pictures of it? It's stunning. Oh, it's unbelievable. I used to drive up there just to sort of drive the car round and then drive back out again. Well, it might be boring, but the place is gorgeous. I think it's fantastic. I love it. Also, Kim Kardashian. You know she's in the country. Boring. I don't know what she's in the country for. She thought she was going to get tickets to Troop in the Colour. And they said no. They didn't want her there. I mean, you don't want to lower the tone of it, do you, really? I mean, who is she? She's nobody. Costa Coffee, under fire. Their prices have gone up quite substantially, so that'll be avoided in future. Thank you very much indeed. And the Jet2 boss, who says the chaos at the airports is the fault of lazy Brits on benefits. Well, that's just the kind of thing you don't want to hear, isn't it, really? Michael Owen says his daughter Gemma is a father's worst nightmare for agreeing to go on there. He's always got no control. The trouble is, it isn't, as I shall point out a little bit later on my free podcast, it isn't whether she's going to do well on the programme or not, it's how it's edited. That's what happens. They'll do loads of things because people have come out of the programme and gone, I was edited and I was this and that and all the rest of it. So what they'll do is take everything you've done. They can't make it up. And it's the way that it's put together. So they might want to sort of get rid of her quite quickly because she might be dull and boring. I don't know. I've never met her. She's 19. She obviously, is one of those people who wants to put on a bikini and wander about with a bunch of people she's never heard of before. And that's because she's got a desperation part of her body and the psyche, which means she wants to be famous. And it's this fame thing that they've got nowadays. Over the past few years, it's got worse and worse and worse, with sort of people going, oh, you sell your granny down the river to be famous. If that means, you've got to sort of go out with a page 3 girl, or you've got to go out with somebody who can barely string 2 words together because they've been on Towie or Made in Chelsea, well, then that's what you have to do to be famous nowadays. It doesn't come down to talent. It's got nothing to do with talent at all. It comes down to, can you go out with somebody and then pretend that you fancy it? There'll be somebody who pretends to fancy somebody on Love Island. They just basically, you only have to look at them and you think to yourself, there's a couple of people in there, to be honest with you, they're not exactly the best looking people I've ever seen. So it obviously comes down to what you're willing to do. And one of the women has already said she's willing to have sex on television. Well, I'm telling you, you can't do it. You fall off. It's as simple as that. Steve, those planes have a collision avoidance system built in, says Roger. A bit like some cars' automatic braking if they're too close. I thought they looked brilliant. I thought the planes looked wonderful. The crowd loved it. The crowd were clapping and cheering. They clapped when the Queen came onto the balcony. And it was lovely to see. It was a bit of patriotism, which we've been sadly lacking. I don't care whether LBC puts people on going, I don't like the royal family, because I'm like living on benefits and they got like loads of money and all this kind of thing. Like they had a choice, and I found there was a lot of bitterness towards the royal family. Don't like the Queen. I heard somebody on Tom Swarbrick's programme the other day, guaranteed to make me see red. And it was somebody going, what does she do? She doesn't do nothing, does she? And you think, how thick are you? How embarrassingly dim, You know, because you don't understand what she does. What about all these dinners she has to have? She has to host these things. She's got to sign bits and pieces. There's loads of... What do you think? She sits around, you know, on her laptop or something. No, of course she doesn't. She's always working. There's loads of things to do. But to hear these people, they're so thick. I'm so jealous because they haven't got anything. Nothing. Steve, I love the interview with Ian Dale. You should do a joint podcast. No, we're not doing that. No, absolutely not, Carla. And hearing you talk about adverts makes you wonder what your favourite adverts are. Are you in a home or something, Carla? Are you in a home? Why would I want to tell you? That's BBC Radio Shropshire do things like that because they're desperate for an audience. But as you know, this programme gets a bigger audience than the entire station because we don't do favourite adverts. I mean, what's your favourite name? Not Carla. Okay, that would be the way it works. Shane in Sydney said, I've seen the Jubilee celebration on television. It was fantastic. Even the Sydney Harbour Bridge had a light display. Yeah, well, Kim Jong-un has said the Queen's done really well. I thought, that's kind of a scary thing, isn't it? If Kim Jong-un says, oh, you've done really well, panic. Panic, panic, panic. Noreen says, enjoy today and the weekend. We got a party this afternoon in a neighbour's garden. We put bunting up. My friend Rich went home yesterday. Neighbours knocked on the door. Apparently they've got a local party going and they've closed. He can only park half a mile from his own home because of the party. And I don't know whether yesterday people did parties or whether they're going to be doing them today. But whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be fantastic. Although I don't want to sit down with a bunch of strangers eating food that's been cooked in their kitchens when I haven't seen a hygiene certificate. It's as simple as that, you know. Unless I've seen a certificate or I've inspected the premises, I ain't going anywhere near the food. It's as simple as that, you know. I'd rather go to Greg's. I loved it. When I saw the 3 children in the carriage, says Noreen, I cried. They all looked so happy. We ended our day by going to see the Beacon lit in St Albans. What a day. And more to come. Yeah, you've got another 3 days. You've got today, Saturday and Sunday. So... fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic. And it's taking place outside here. Outside here. You could go up on the roof and you could see all the people. Have you done that? Makes the journey. Yeah, but I mean, you're daft enough to have a cycle in London. To be honest with you, you'd be better off with an e-scooter. You're not saving the planet at all. What are you saving it for? Not saving the planet. Oh, my car doesn't have fumes. I don't even pay any extra tax on my car. You could sleep with my car in your bedroom. There is no fumes that emanate from my car. So there you go. No fumes at all. So that's why I don't have to pay this tax. So, well, everybody has got to pay the congestion charge. I'm not bothered about that. Luckily, well, I don't pay the emissions because my car is exempt because we don't have emissions. It's only cheaper cars. People who can't afford a proper vehicle will be the people who have to pay the emissions charge. But no, I'm not. I just put it through as normal and it came back, you don't have to pay. So, simple as that. So, obviously, the mayor is very wise. Only goes to prove, pay for a decent car, don't have to pay the excess. Yeah, don't mess with the Allen, I tell you. Psh, definitely not. 4:15. He wasn't the star at all. He came second. In Eurovision, it's only about winning. They don't do first, second, third, fourth and fifth. You either win it or you don't win it. And he didn't win it. But he's landed a gig. They're going to stick him on Gogglebox. God in heaven. I mean, it wasn't that good. No, you didn't like the song. No, I mean, I wasn't particularly bothered by it. But they called him Eurovision star. He absolutely wasn't. He was a loser. You know, I don't know. But this way, you're right. I mean, you know, did Ukraine get the vote because of the war? The answer is probably. Probably, because people felt a sympathy. But to give him a gig on Gogglebox, which is just the most naff people under the sun sitting there, the celebrity version... No, absolutely not. No, they sit there and you're watching a DVD. They're not all watching at the same time. It's a DVD. They give you the DVD, they set up their cameras, and then you sit there and go, oh, no. And you think, oh, God, honestly. Yeah, the worst actresses under the sun, and that's just the blokes. Seriously, I mean, it's just terrible. They go, no. And you think, oh, grow up and get a life. And most of these people, they're weirdos. They're weirdos. Have you seen the couple who have the big dog, which slavers, but I think it's died, and they've always got cakes in the middle of the table, and the father can barely string 2 words together. Are they from Manchester? See, I'm not even a fan of the brother and sister in Blackpool. Oh, you like them? Oh, they're not. No, these are just not funny. And also that hairstyle. What year did that go out of fashion? And then there's the two sisters where go, oh, I can't believe it. Oh, I don't know. Why is it? And you think, God in heaven, I'm so glad these people don't live anywhere near me. I'd be having a field day, wouldn't I? I'd have to get Rottweilers in or something like that, or conning towers with machine gunners and things like that, just to keep them away. But so we enjoyed every bit of it, Noreen, the other day, and Shane, I thought it was great. And there's more of it today. In fact, I will run through a little bit later on exactly what the procedure is for today. What else have we got? Oh, they're going to give more money to the Ukraine, but guess where they're getting it from? The oligarchs. Because we've frozen their money, because basically most of them are thieves, and it's corruption and all the rest. Why do you think Putin is so rich? He hasn't done that on a president's salary. It's corruption. You know, that's why he's still there. All the people in Russia are too frightened to do anything. Let's get rid of him. You know, and then we have people like Judy James who go, he looks like he's really ill. And I'm thinking, well, I looked at the picture. I mean, he didn't look really ill to me. Just looked a bit psychotic. And now we've ended up with an actor in this country. This one was jailed for child abuse in Australia. Well, he's come out of his jail sentence and he's going to be deported to here. We don't want him. We don't want him. Why do we want people like that? He used to be in a soap opera. Tell you about him a little bit later on. And what else have we got? Oh, yes, if you want to lose weight, and so many people do want to lose weight, no names, no pack drill. Apparently, ditching dinner is better than skipping breakfast to lose weight. And I've said it to Elliot on a couple of occasions. I mean, he's very lucky. He has sort of a... No, because he's sort of fairly fit. Sorry. He doesn't need to worry about his weight. But he is 23, and most people start putting on their weight when they're 25. 25 is the cut-off point. You go, oh, I can eat anything I like, blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah, chips, whatever you want. And you get to 25, and all of a sudden it's like, oh... my stomach arrives in the room before I do. You know, that's it. You'll lie down in bed and there'll be certain parts of your anatomy you won't be able to see anymore because there'll be something called your fat gut there. So, you know, I mean, I think the moment you actually stop exercising with this sort of surfing thing, that's it. You're in trouble because your exercise now is confined to walking from downstairs to upstairs. And that's not exactly enough. Not enough, you know, but it doesn't matter, actually. Nobody really cares. That's why you're single. Petrol prices are up 11 pence a litre. The RAC called for action. What action? What can they possibly do? Can they not go to the government and say, why can't we fine the petrol companies? Because the government make a fortune on the petrol for the tax. But I paid $1.99 the other day, and I put 80 quid's worth in. I mean, I could afford to put more in, but I had to take out a loan from the bank, and that, you know, becomes a little bit expensive. I went down to my brother's. I was sort of deliberately cruising. I put it on cruise control. It's a new system. You just push a button, and it goes, what speed would you like to go, Steve? And it doesn't actually say Steve. I think it says Marion. And you pootle down the motorway, because if you put your foot down, and it's very easy to put your foot down in my car. At one time, mine was the fastest British car on the roads. Pick up. Does it steer? Well, it's automatic, but I have to be there, you know, just to sort of help it along. And you put but you can watch the petrol going down. It's quite amazing. It is quite amazing. I think it's, yeah, I mean, I know, I don't want to, it's an electric car, isn't it? No, I wouldn't buy an electric car if you paid me. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not that naff. You know, you'd be selling next, you know, you have to sort of recycle everything, you know. We have recycling bins at home. I deliberately don't use them. Deliberately. I shove it all in the normal bins. No, of course you don't get fined. What, for not recycling? Pfft, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm not going to be dictated to by somebody saying, no, there's no fining for... No. The only thing I might recycle is a Christmas tree. And luckily we're okay in Twickenham. We just leave them on the pavement and the council take them, which is good. But no, we do have recycling for cardboard and all sorts of bits. I don't do it. I can't be bothered. I just shove it all in bags and then shove it in the wheelie bin. All this trying to work out, you know, is that a green bottle or a brown bottle, and is this cardboard or is this... I can't be blooming bothered. I really can't. I'm sure it's saving the planet, but to be honest with you, I don't have that many years left, so I'm not bothered about saving the planet. I never do anything like that. No, I don't. I'm not interested. I really couldn't care less. I do my little bit with saving the planet. I'm saving all the vineyards in Italy, making my Prosecco. I think that's quite enough. World leaders all sending congratulations to the Queen. And Grant Shapps has ruled out an emergency visa for airport staff. They've also ruled out, I suppose it must be the same thing actually, people from abroad going to work at the airports. He said no, you're not going to be allowed to do that. But they haven't sorted out the problem yet. And as we head into summer, it's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's going to be tempers frayed. Already they brought in the police. Armed police have had to go to some airports because people have started arguing with the staff. It's nothing to do with the staff. They can't do anything. And Reggie said, I was behind a nice cream-coloured Bentley at the traffic lights the other day. I didn't think it was you, so I didn't pull alongside. Well, you don't want to look cheap. There's no point looking cheap. No, mine is fountain blue. So I wouldn't have a cream car. It makes it look like a wedding, doesn't it? Steve, the Mayor and TfL are mostly penalising cars with diesel engines and older petrol cars, not nice new Bentleys. No, it's true. It's true. They're looking for the diesel engine. Have you seen the price of diesel? Diesel has gone through the roof. I don't know, and older petrol cars. Because sometimes I'll be in London, I look at some cars, I think, how in God's name has that made it into Trafalgar Square? You know, these cars are very old. I can remember years ago, you could actually buy cars really, really cheaply. Now, they don't seem to exist. Cheap cars. You know, when I first learnt to drive, you know, and I borrowed my dad's car, and then I bought my first car, and it was £100. That's how much my first car cost. £100. And it was a Ford Popular. And I have to be honest, I mean, to me, it was, I didn't know about, you know, cars and all the rest of it. Was it a Flintstone car? No, it wasn't. No, £100 was considered quite low. It was in grey, because most of them came in grey. The only thing it had was 3 gears, first, second, third, and reverse. And the windscreen wipers worked on compression. So in other words, the slower you went, like that, going down the motorway with your foot pushed to the floor, 20 miles an hour, it would go slow. I couldn't quite understand it. If it rained, you were completely screwed because you just couldn't see out the windscreen. Mind you, I did drive one car once, and the windscreen wiper broke. The wire came off, and it snapped, and I lost half of it. And so I thought, I'll see how far I can drive without a windscreen wiper going. And the rain was coming down like there was no... It was a nightmare. Because, you know, you would think that it would just run onto the windscreen and run off. No, it came down so fast I could barely see in front of me. Barely. You can't drive. Of course you can't. You're saving the world for us. I think personally you're doing it for yourself, I think. But, yeah. No, I mean, put it this way, you should always learn to drive. There's always going to come a time where... And also, nowadays, you can't get a driving test for love nor money, and it costs a fortune. In my day, I did all my lessons, and I had a woman teaching me to drive. So we spent a lot of time in lay-bys, and, you know, she was applying her makeup, and then, you know, to get out of the car and straighten her dress and all that. And so but it was, I wasn't remotely interested, dual control cars. So in other words, she had a set of pedals on her side, which aligned my set of pedals. So in other words, if I went to go over traffic lights, which were orange, she would brake and the car would stall. And I remember thinking, oh, God, this is going to be a nightmare. But I passed second time. But it didn't cost so much money in those days. Nowadays, A, it costs a fortune, and B, if you can get a driving test within a couple of weeks, you're very, very lucky indeed. You can't. Yeah, it's what? It's everything's a money-making business. Every single thing now. There is nothing that exists out there. Nobody's going to do you any favours. It's all money-making, but you should have learned to drive at your age. You should have done. What? Yeah, but you should still learn to drive. I was driving at 17. I was driving at 17 because I wanted to get out there and drive, and it then meant that you could go out with your friends in the car. You know, you could put them on the back of your bike. I was going to say, have you got one of those little panniers at the front as well, so you could put your baguette in there, you know, things like that. I love it. I love it. Young adults nowadays, I'll only mention this briefly because it's come up on the programme before, they don't know traditional dinner party etiquette. In other words, they don't know if you sit down at a table, they've got no idea how the knives and forks work. You know why? They're only used to food in polystyrene boxes. You know, when they go to the local kebab shop, they go, I'll have doner kebab pal and chips, large doner and chips. So it never comes up. They don't know. It's like glasses in front of you. I mean, normally, if you go to a proper place for sort of dinner, you'll have at least 2, if not 4 or 6. Go to one of the Queen's dinner parties, you could be having 6 glasses in front of you quite easily. And just remember, if ever you're invited to Buckingham Palace, eat quick. Eat quick. The reason I tell you that is because once the Queen has decided she's had enough, she pushes a button under the table, the doors open and they come and take your plate away. So if you're sitting there thinking, oh, I'll take my time, and say, where are you from? Oh, yeah. Ukraine? Nice. You had this sort of food? It's very nice. And all the rest of it. If you spend too much time doing that, the doors will open, the Queen decides, because she hardly eats anything, and your plate will vanish before your eyes. So my advice is, get a doggy bag, tip it into it, and they go, finished.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
It's the only way to do it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So today you can be going out. Apparently online car buying has taken over from car auction, says Roger, making cheap cars a thing of the past. Oh, right. So that they don't have car auctions anymore. Oh, don't they use... Oh, right. I thought you used to have things like that. The trouble is, I wouldn't know what to look at. You know, if somebody said, oh, this car's good, you know, I'd want to drive it. I want to... Although, strangely, I don't test drive any of my cars. And I've had in my life probably around 15 cars, which actually isn't a huge amount of cars. And only once, twice, have I done what they used to call hire purchase. In other words, you'd see a car and they'd go, well, listen, easy payments on this one. It's £230 a month over 3 years or 4 years, whatever it was. And you wouldn't think about that. You just go, oh, I can have it for 230 quid a month. Until you're a year in and you suddenly think, my God, I'm losing money left, right and centre on this. So, in fact, I had 2 cars. One was a Mazda MX-3 and the other one was a Fiat Tipo, which was, it was quite nice. It was very sort of comfy. And then I just decided to sort of go upscaling, which I thought was sort of quite a nice idea. And then once you sort of get into a routine, I'm kind of into it, which is good. Lindsay in Cornwall says the Dawn Chorus has started as you came on air. Both favourite things of mine. That's what we like. I love the Dawn Chorus. You don't get it so much in London. You just get sparrows going because of the pollution. Apparently London is still polluted. Have all these cars out there that are polluting the place and, dreadful thing. I mean, it was smokeless fuel. I remember when that came in and they used to I try and be fairly good about it, I mean, when you looked at the early pictures of London, look at Mary Poppins, the opening shot of, it's a painting of London. And what do you see? Smoke. Smoke all over. I mean, I used to drive in London when we used to have the smog. You couldn't see in front of your car. You could not see the bonnet on the car. It was that bad. It was really that was because of pollution. It was really dangerous. Really, really dangerous. But then, everything is dangerous. I mean, I tend to find, driving on little country roads is a bit dangerous as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, what is? Surfing. I know, but we live in hope. We live in hope, don't we? It's, I'm quite sure, it's going to be good for you. I don't think he's booked any more surfing in this year. He's going to Cambridge this weekend, but he won't tell me why. I'm assuming he's probably tagged electronically. Oh, that's right, you're making music. So what instrument do you play? You play bass guitar. Kumbaya melod, blink, blink, blink. Bass guitar, the most boring guitar under the sun. I mean, honestly. Who do you model yourself on? Is there anybody? Is there any famous bass-playing guitar? You like Flea? Who's Flea? That's from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Is that somebody's name? They're called Flea, or do they have a name like Simon? They got that? Probably. Flea. No, listen, nobody's christened Flea. That would be just silly. There he is, Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, he's got a new role. He hopes to be getting better. Lovely. He's a bit weird, isn't he? He's a bit, and you model yourself on him. So, wait a minute, he's an Australian-born. So, his name's Michael. Michael! No, call me Flea, mate. Call me Flea. It sounds a bit more like in your face. He's also an Australian-born American musician and actor. He's 59. Michael Peter Balzery. Flea. Ask you. What would your name be then? What would your name be, Elliot, if you were going to change it? Giraffe. Giraffe. Because he's tall. That's it, actually. That's the only reason. So you're going off to play with your friends. Oh, how lovely. Do you have tunes that you play? Dum, 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 dum. That sort of thing. I don't want to join your band, no. Because I thought originally he was playing triangle. Because when I went to prep school years and years ago, we had a music room, and I wanted the drum, but some little boy got to it before me. I nearly sort of beat him up. But I thought, no, I'll be gracious, let him have the drum. And so he had the drum, and I ended up with a triangle. And as you can well imagine, triangles didn't feature very, very heavily in most of the music that we were playing. But I used to love at Christmas when I went to you need to ping every so often. Or failing that nice one, which got all the like tubular bells and you run your thing along it. That's quite nice. But I used to play the flugelhorn in the brass band, which is a cross between a trumpet and a cornet. And I couldn't read music, but as long as I knew the tune, I was okay. And the bandmaster would write down the fingering. So on your music sheet, it would go 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, and things like that all the way through. As long as I knew the tune, I was fine. But of course, when you play a brass instrument, what do? You're basically spitting into it to get the sound. And then you play trombone, yeah. Probably a reason. And but in fact, you have to get rid of the saliva. And so at the bottom of every instrument, there's a little valve, and you sort of lift up the valve and then go, and all of a sudden you dribble in front of it. Well, when we used to play in our brass band, we do it for a Christmas concert. I was always in the front row. Don't ask me why. There was no logical reason for it. There's quite a few of us in the front row. And every so often you'd have to sort of push the little valve and go like that and watch all this saliva dribbling out. Whole front row used to move. It was hilarious. I loved it, actually. I liked things like that. But it was good. I do like a brass band. In fact, at one point I started buying brass band records. The GUS Footwear Band were very famous. Gus, we used to call them, and the Brighouse and Rastrick, of course, because they got into the charts with Terry Wogan and the Floral Dance. And so I sort of grew up with brass band music, and I've seen all the programmes on the television where they're literally, this is up north, we don't seem to have it down south, all the little villages have got a brass band and they get together. Have you ever seen the film Brassed Off? That's really good. That's a really good film. And it's about a girl wanting to join a brass band, and they're going, oh yeah, you any good, love? And she goes, well, my dad was in the brass band, and she plays, and she's brilliant. She's absolutely brilliant. And it was lovely. Brassed Off was I think came out in about 1996. It's got Ewan McGregor, Pete Postlethwaite in it, and it's lovely. It really is lovely. It's a sweet film, and you should get hold of it. You should get hold of it. It's very good. Whether it's them playing, I can't remember, but it was still very good. Steve, my first car in 1966 was £35. An Austin A40, says Jill in Ireland. Loved it. I was a driving instructor in my 30s. I lived in Wimbledon. I'm now 81, and I've never test-driven a car. No, me neither. Me neither. I've never test-driven a car. I've never actually, when people say, do you want to go for a test drive? What for? Does it go? Yeah. Leave your hair alone. Honestly. Now I've got an AP who spends all his time, is that all right? I know. And I could tell that they're looking at themselves, their reflection in the glass. And so I don't know, does that look all right? Be like me doing it. Be absolutely ridiculous. Elliot, don't. I've got no hair. Well, as far as you're concerned, I've got no hair. I see a full head of hair. As far as I know. Oh, Paul McCartney, says Carol, is probably the most famous bass guitar player in the world. Even his violin-shaped Hofner bass has become iconic. Oh, right. There's a thing you can buy now. I've seen it advertised, and you clip it onto your guitar, not a bass guitar, but any other sort of guitar, and it basically plays the notes for you. You just strum the guitar, and it plays the notes that you're looking for. And I thought, what a brilliant idea. It saves you having to learn all those ridiculous lessons, playing guitar. I wish I could play piano or organ. I wish I could play. You got a piano in your room? I want to. Oh, I love them. A friend of mine plays by ear. We used to use him on the programme on LBC, and so somebody would phone up and go, oh, can you play Ski Sunday? or something like that, and he would just literally on his organ, he had this organ that did all these choral sounds and everything else like that, and he would just go into it. And I said, how do you do that? He said because once I know what the tune is, he said, I can just play it by ear, which is good. Guitar and piano lessons, I know. It was kind of, expected of young kids earlier on. They thought, if the worst comes to the worst, you could get a job in a pub banging out tunes on a piano. Bobby Crush I've known for years, and he plays what they call honky-tonk piano, which is dun-dun-dun, a bit like Liberace. Liberace played sort of honky-tonk piano, and but never played at home. Only ever played in the theatres, in the hotels in Vegas. He didn't do anything else at all. So you were never, if you were going to go round his house, you were never, ever going to be getting a recital from him. He just didn't. No, he didn't. He was just very good at it. But there's some lovely documentaries about Liberace. And, in fact, there's been quite a few documentaries about Liberace, including one after he died. He died of an AIDS-related illness. And his people decided to get him out of Vegas as quick as possible. So they got a sort of plain hearse in, got him out. They were halfway across the Nevada desert, and the mayor of Las Vegas went, bring him back. He was a nasty piece of work, very nasty piece of work. And he wanted to, he had the power to say, we want to know what he died of. Everybody knew what he died of, but the mayor wanted it on record that he died of an AIDS-related illness. He was a rather nasty little piece of work. And so they had to turn round and bring him back, because that was his worst nightmare. That was Liberace's worst nightmare, that people knew that he was gay, although everybody knew he was gay. I know, it was sort of just one of those things. In fact, he sued in the High Courts in London because there was a gossip columnist in the Mirror, I think, called Cassandra. And Cassandra, who didn't quite know enough about Liberace, had basically called him this mincing puffball of mother love, and all that kind of thing, basically insinuating that he was gay. So Liberace went, we're going to take you to court, because in those days it was bad news to be gay. So they went to the High Court, and he was questioned, and you can see the transcript of the trial. At one point they said, do you wear perfume? And he said, I do wear fragrance because my fans like me to smell nice. They were basically trying to whittle him down. In the end, he won, and he got libel damages for Cassandra daring to suggest that Liberace was gay, whereas of course everybody knew he was gay. But you can't say it in print because they were basically saying it was a bad thing. This simpering, I think ice cream cone or something came into it of mother love, and Cassandra didn't like it. I forget what Cassandra's name was, William somebody, I think. But well documented. A bit like this programme, 5:15.
This is...
We'll help you find more. Search BT Digital Marketing Hub. BT means business.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently, Gavin says, I played soprano cornet in a brass band. They arranged the seating plan differently for each band. But you're right, no logic to it all. I'd forgotten about the spit valve until you mentioned it. I used to do it on purpose to annoy people. Because you had to, they used to test you. When we had the brass band at school, the bandmaster came round and they had to try, because based on the size of your lips determined what instrument they gave you. So mine was small, so I could do a cornet or a flugelhorn, whereas one of the boys there, slightly rotund person, he was playing the euphonium, because you've got to have a big to play the, bigger mouthpiece on a euphonium. But I used to love taking my instrument home and polishing it. Oh, I tell you, I used to get the brasso out. I'll be there, I couldn't play the thing. I mean, as I say, unless he put down the fingering for me. But it was great. I loved it. I felt as though I was sort of part of it. We were allowed to take our instruments home. So I always used to think, if I was sitting on the bus, they were all looking, going, he's in the band. Which I thought was pretty cool. If you were in the band. There was nothing else I was good at school. Although I was a table monitor and in charge of the tuck shop as well. So it was very cool, very cool. I mean, to be honest with you, table monitor was, if you didn't like somebody on your table, they weren't getting seconds. So as simple as, even if there was enough in there, you're not having it, okay? Get yourself moved to another table. Nobody likes you, Prince Andrew. And, I was in charge of Brussels sprouts. That's where my love of Brussels sprouts came from. Yeah, I loved them at school. Other people used to hate them. Me, I thought they were absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The 2-year-old daughter of Tom Parker kisses daddy's face because he's on a book, which is lovely. And, I've also got some photographs for sale. Now, you know all about these photographs because they are the shots of a lion in a flat in London in the 70s. And you know who it is. It's the lion called Christian. And this was two guys. One was Australian and one wasn't. And they went to Harrods and they bought a lion cub. In those days, Harrods' boast was they could get you anything. You wanted an elephant? They get you an elephant. And they wanted a lion cub. And Harrods had a lion cub in called Christian. And Christian was... Have you not heard this story? Oh, Christian was fantastic. He was a very boisterous cub. And the two boys used to have a shop in World's End called... I can't remember. It used to sell pine furniture. And Christian used to sit in the window as a cub. And unfortunately, as with... Sorry, alive. Of course he was alive. They bought him from Harrods, weren't they? They're selling dead animals. No, he was a live cub. He was a lion cub. You've never heard this story? He's the most famous lion cub in the whole of London. They used to take him out in the back of the car. He'd be sitting on the back of the car, open-top car, and they'd drive through London with him. And he was in the shop. The shop was called Sophisticat. And anyway, Christian grew. Christian got bigger and bigger, and they used to take him to the local church, which had an enclosed garden so that Christian could run around and things like that. And, but this lion has a very good story. He gets to be such a size that he's a bit too big for them to manage. So they decide that he's going to go to Africa. So with the help of some people from the Born Free Foundation, they decide to take Christian back to Africa to a guy called George Adamson. If you've ever seen the film Born Free, you'll know all about George Adamson. George Adamson took Christian under his wing, and the idea was to then transfer Christian from being a domesticated lion into going and finding his own family. And this was the big thing. And so that's what happened. They reintegrated Christian into the wild. And years later, the two boys went back out to Africa and they decided to see if they could find Christian. And so they go, and George Adamson had said to them, the last time I saw him, he was round here. I think he's got a family now. I think there's a lioness, and I think there's some cubs. And the two boys, and you'll find it on YouTube, and you'll watch it, and you'll go, bloody hell. And they go out there, and then Christian appears on the top of a rock, and he looks at them, and then something clicks inside him that he suddenly remembers, wait a minute, I know these people. And he bounds towards them and throws himself onto them. And it's on YouTube. You check out Christian. It's the most amazing piece of film. And what they've got is they've got all their private photographs that they took of Christian in the flat at World's End. And so Christian drinking from the toilet, which is exactly the same as cats do. Cats do exactly the same thing. We used to have a dog that used to do it as well. It's all very embarrassing. But no, Christian, the lion, meeting the boys again after all the years, and then he bounds towards them. And you look at it and you think, it's registering. Look, and he runs and he runs and he runs, and he suddenly realizes who they are. It's really brilliant. And, you know, all of his instincts to sort of attack them, that goes out the window. He's just seeing them again, and he's not seen them for ages and ages. It's fantastic, isn't it? It is absolutely brilliant. And they've got all these private photographs. One of the boys died, I think, at the beginning of the year. But they're selling these pictures of Christian in the flat above the shop. It's a really good story, actually. And there's a book, surprisingly, called A Lion Called Christian. And there's a DVD, and you can watch it. It's all available. We don't tell fibs on this programme. We don't need to. We only tell the truth. What else have we got for you this morning? Well, we haven't even looked at the papers, but you can imagine they're all full of Prince Louis. Very badly behaved little boy. And the fly past, the red, white and blue, the red arrows, and the crowds in the Mall, and just gives us something to look forward to. You know, because it's been a miserable few years, and it's miserable for those people going to the airport and everything else. Paul and Joe say we're a little bit confused, you can tell. Why does your AP make you coffee? Oh, come along, you can't be that stupid. Because I'm a celebrity. I mean, goodness sake, I don't have the gift of making coffee. or tea or anything like that. If I want scrambled egg on toast, they make scrambled egg on toast. That's how it works in radio. You're obviously not in the show business. You know, that's what happens. I sit here and I go, oi, tea. In fact, I don't even need to say the word. I just need to hold up a cup and go, you know, and that kind of works. I don't drink coffee, by the way. I only drink tea. I have had coffee. It's not like I've never had it before. But I'm far too busy being entertaining and wickedly funny. And so that's what the APs do, you know. And then when they become famous, as if, you know, then the AP will then go and make them tea and stuff like that. You know, my boys make the coffees. Well, they don't make the coffees, but they put in the order for the breakfast programme. That's how it works. You know, and if you're sort of sitting here and you've got things to do and you've got to check something, I haven't got time to go to the kitchen and put a tea bag in a cup and hold it under the hot water tap. And what do you think I am? Some skivvy? I don't think so, honestly. I can't believe you even asked. But that's how it works. It's like if you go to theatre. If I go to theatre and do my one-man show, I don't make tea or do sandwiches. That's in my rider. The rider is Steve gets a private dressing room with a couple of sort of bowls of fruit, bottle of Prosecco, and which actually we got on the last rider. I was quite surprised, actually. Yes, no, we don't have. I don't do sweeties. No, I don't do anything like that. No, we don't do anything like that. No, I'm not trying to save the planet. I just want the Prosecco and a cup of tea, which the boys will happily go and make me. Because, you know, I've got to save all my energy for going on stage and going, ta-da! You know, like that. Exactly. I mean, that's how it works. I wouldn't have nuts, though. I definitely wouldn't have nuts. I would. I'm sure you do. I mean, there's some cereal out there you can have. It's been sitting there for ages. You'd love it. We don't eat... But this is all nuts. This is saving the planet and things. You're like, kimchi. Who's she? That's somebody Prince Andrew went out with. Kimchi. Who's that? What's kimchi? It's Chinese. Fermented cabbage. What planet are you from? Have it on sourdough. What's that? Oh, and an egg. Oh, right, okay. I was watching the other day. There was a very good thing. Rick Stein was in China. He's going around the world cooking, and they go to this fish market, which is open 24 hours a day, and there's a Chinese interpreter there, and she says, you know, what we can do is buy some fish or crabs or something like that. We take them to this restaurant for a small fee. They cook it for you in this restaurant, which I thought was a brilliant idea. And he bought crabs, and he said to her, where do these crabs come from? And so she asked the bloke where these crabs come from, and he went, England. They were British crabs that had been caught here because the Chinese crabs apparently taste a bit fishy, but the English crabs were delicious. So they took it to this restaurant and they allowed them to film in the kitchen cooking on woks. Because, you know, when we do it in a wok, it never gets to the right heat. It's a bit mamby-pamby, isn't it? You sort of turn up sort of the electric or the gas. Whereas, in fact, if you watch them cooking in a Chinese restaurant, they're turbocharged. This thing is a flame that when you take it's like... Whew, take the ceiling out. I know, because we used to live in Hong Kong, and I've been everywhere. There's nowhere I've not been, actually. Nowhere I go, people want to make me tea. Isn't that good? You know, even coming up to the news at 5, somebody will say, can I get you a cup of tea? It's like, it's automatic. It's sort of, and you get brownie points, you know, and then somebody will say to me, so how's your AP, Steve? And I say, they make a good cup of tea. Elliot, we had to train. I mean, seriously, I mean, it was a bit like lion taming. You know, he used to sort of make that. He said, well, okay, Steve, tell me how I make the perfect cup of tea. And I said, well, first of all, you put the bag in and you leave the bag in the cup, and you don't squeeze the bag. You just let it ferment all by itself. And the colour it goes is basically slightly off creosote. You know, and it did take him a while to actually get used to making a cup of tea for me. And I would look at it. Well, your tea, yes, it was a bit dark, I have to tell you. A little bit dark. I'm looking for a better colour. You know, but luckily, I don't complain. I'm one of those lucky, fortunate people in the business who never complains about anything. You know, some people go, take that away, I'm not having that. Bring me a proper cup of tea. I don't do that. I always go, I shan't be asking them again to make a cup of tea. But that's the way it goes. So Johnny Depp is going to be the highest paid actor in the world after the libel trial. Isn't it funny how it turns around? 1 minute not going anywhere, the next minute highest paid actor. And unfortunately for Amber Heard, she can't even afford to pay the thing. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, she should go back into court again. They should make all a possession order on her property. You can't just take on a court case without realising if you lose, it's going to cost you money. It's as simple as that. And she hasn't got 7 million. or ever likely to have by the sound of it. Steve, your knowledge of Liberace is second to none. I saw him several times and have some porcelain items from his Malibu home, the original King of Bling. Oh, God, King of Bling. Oh, some of his suits were of lights, and he would go off stage.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Do you want to see something more fabulous? You go off stage and put this thing on. It's really good. This June the 3rd, it's Bank Holiday Friday, which means it's Bank Holiday Friday. I don't think it actually means anything at all. It does mean, though, that there is loads of stuff taking place today, which you can get involved with, or you can watch it on the television or listen to it on the radio, and it'll be fantastic. Whether the Queen is going to make an appearance today, I don't know. Isn't it funny? Every time I've seen her, she looks happy, and I mean, she's the first British monarch to mark 70 years on the throne. Huge crowds, which I would expect there would be, because she's very, very popular, and people wanted that reassurance. You know, she's been there through thick and thin, but she has pulled out of the St Paul's service after discomfort. And I think that's her problem. The problem is walking. She did a bit of walking at Windsor, but you could tell that it was a bit of an effort for her. And she doesn't want to be seen in a wheelchair. I don't know what the reason for that is. It's just a case, I suppose, really, of, you know, people might go, oh, she can't walk anymore, she's declining and everything else. So, yeah, I think she would see it as something, because then somebody's got to be appointed to push the wheelchair, and then it's not easy, because most of the surfaces she's going over are sort of stones or something like that. But she's decided not to go. As I say, Prince Andrew, if you've only just woken up, has come down with COVID. Sorry, I mean, you just couldn't make it up, could you really? Because everybody knew that he wasn't invited to stand on the balcony, neither was Harry or Meghan. And they just have to keep a low profile, because it's not about them. Even Arthur Edwards, the royal photographer, was saying you should stay well away, because it's not about you. This is about the Queen and the pomp and the circumstance and all the stuff. Then we had a few little disruptors, basically sad, pathetic people, who decided that, you know, the Queen was remotely interested in people demonstrating about veganism. I mean, I ask you, I mean, come on. Yeah, but this is about, you know, trying to make the country better and everything else. It's got absolutely bugger all to do with people climbing over barriers and upsetting people, you know, and in the middle as well of a big parade. Luckily, the police wrestled them to the ground, and as I say, hopefully we'll never hear from them ever again. Well, one of them phones up. There was always one who phones up. I think various presenters on LBC have talked to some of these people before, but it's just not good enough. You know, don't spoil other people's fun because your own life is so shallow. Kevin the Milkman says, as a fellow bassist, I've got to stand up for the producer. We are the bedrock of any band. Will you stop it? Don't. You make him worse. It's our groove that gets everyone on the dance floor. And we help, not him. Not him. And we help make the guitarist sound good and cover up the drummer's mistakes. Not him. Seriously, he's only just bought this thing. He hasn't even managed to take it out of the case yet. You know, and he's going down to, you know, thumb a few tunes or something with his friends who are also in the band. Why he didn't pick something a lot easier, I've got no idea. But he seems fairly cheerful with it. But, yeah, it's great. You can imagine what the rest of them look like, can't you? I can imagine it's going to be one of those ghastly school pictures of sort of little person, giant person, you know, guitar. Steve, do you think Elliot could play the didgeridoo, says Shane? I shouldn't think so. You ever played a didgeridoo? They're really difficult. You basically are sort of and that reverberates down the tube. It's not mumbling. It's not mumbling. It's you know, making the tune, making it vibrate. I mean, the only person I've ever heard who played the didgeridoo was Rolf Harrison. He's a bit persona non grata, so we don't talk about that. But it was one of those sort of things. I don't know why it ever became invented, but I did have one at one point. Somebody brought one in, and I had to go. In fact, I think that's a very good impression, actually. No extra charge for these impressions. Some programmes charge you extra. Not me. Not me. It comes as part of the package. So, Shane, the answer is no, he couldn't. Mind you, I managed to fool people years ago into thinking I could play the banjo. And we were very lucky, because Alan Dodgen came in, and we got this banjo, and we tried to play it. And so what we discovered that was in Dueling Banjos from the film, there is a bit which goes at the beginning, blung, 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 blung. And so what we did, we played it, and I was talking over the top of it. So Alan would say to me, so do you think you can have a go at it? I said, I'll have a go. I'll have a go. And so we played this thing underneath me, blung, 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 blung. And he went, oh, that's not bad. And then we went to the next bit, blung, 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 blung. And then it got a bit faster and faster until we played Dueling Banjos. And so when we did the show, the live show at Fairfield Halls in Croydon, I walked on stage with the banjo, even though I couldn't play the thing, which was good. Alinka says, I'm being treated to champagne afternoon tea at Claridge's this Sunday. Any ideas where to park? Oh, God. In London, on the Sunday, when there's going to be things taking place? Oh, no. Claridge's. Actually, no, you're not. You're sort of in the thick of it there, aren't you, really? I mean, there are places around Claridge's to park. I've had afternoon tea there. It's very nice. We did it as part of Make Some Noise. Somebody bid to have afternoon tea with me at Claridge's, and it was but just remember, Helinka, sorry for getting the parking for a second, if you want more sandwiches after you've eaten the sandwiches, ask for more sandwiches. They'll keep delivering them. You don't have to have what they just put in front of you on the cake stand and everything else. You can keep ordering more sandwiches. A lot of people think you just get the one lot of sandwiches, but you don't. If you're being treated to it, it's a very nice treat. But there are places to park. It will be metered parking, and remember, it's a normal Sunday, so you've got congestion charge, and you've got to pay for parking. I mean, there are places to pay. How far you can get in there, I've got no idea. That is the problem. That is the problem. I mean, to be honest with you, any chance of taking a car or a cab or something like that, which make it a bit easier? But, you know, I merely mentioned, I couldn't actually recommend anywhere at all. Gillian Ireland says, all my favourite topics again. When I was 17 in 1957, I used to hang around the Palladium stage door. I got to know Liberace quite well. Always found him very nice. I even went out with his valet for a couple of weeks. I was very naive and always wondered why it was a very innocent relationship. It was at the time of the Cassandra court case. Yes, which he won. Mark is a Marbella cabbie. It says, just back in Marbella after dropping DJs at Malaga Airport, which was already heaving at 4:30 a.m. Very big party weekend here. So there you go. I'm thinking of trying to send Elliot to one of these sort of places, but the trouble is because he doesn't dance, he's just going to be sort of propping up the DJ box, basically saying, you got anything by the Beatles? You know, or ABBA, you know, voulez-vous, you know, Mamma Mia, here I go again. That'll be Elliot's thing. Andy says, it's been a busy week that's left me confused. I've flown from Gatwick 3 times this week, all early morning flights, and I managed to get from the front door to the departure lounge in less than 30 minutes. But the papers are saying it's chaos. The early starts have bode me well, because as well as getting to the airport early, just in case, has meant I've been able to partake in a full English breakfast. Oh, I love a full English before flying out. He says, great to hear you this morning as I sit and finish up this week's work for a nice long weekend. Very nice. Susie says, the Queen isn't attending St Paul's because of the travelling between Windsor, not because of her mobility or anything No, she's not going because she's already admitted. What did she say? I can't remember what she says, actually. But, no, she can't do it. What's the blooming thing? I've lost the blooming thing now. It's typical, isn't it? Basically, it's a bit of walking in St Paul's. So she's had to pull out of it. So, and there's no way that she would go in a wheelchair. There's no way that she would go into St Paul's in a wheelchair. So, that's why. Steve, when you mentioned the GUS footwear band, it brought back memories. My dad, Alan, and granddad, Thomas, played in the band. Also, when it was originally known as the Munn and Felton Works Band, they both played cornet. And I remember going to the Royal Albert Hall and watching them play in the national championships. In the year that I was born, 1964, says Diane, they won the national championships playing Gilbert Vinter's Variations on a Ninth. In 1971, they were the world champions, and I've got a lovely photo of my dad and granddad either side of the trophy. However, our dog Rebel, a Westie, didn't appreciate the finer points of the playing. He used to howl when my dad played. I love listening to you, and I miss you at the weekend. Yeah, but I mean, listen, it's only a couple of days. Goodness sake. Roger says Kevin the Milkman will probably finish his round early today as there's not much traffic. No, it takes him the same amount of time, actually. And we're going to get the rundown of what takes place today very shortly for you, so you know exactly where to go, what to do, because you don't want to miss it. And it's going to take place tomorrow, and we've got things on Sunday. So there's all to play for, as they say. But it was the picture on the balcony, the Queen smiling. She got a walking stick, and it was lovely. But Prince Louis found the noise of the aircraft a little overwhelming. It's difficult to tell if he was screaming or just basically shouting obscenities, because everybody else, they had to tell him to stop waving at one point, and because they're very noisy, the aircraft. But he's got his fingers in his ears and his hands out. It's amazing, really. But so many memories. But she will miss today's events, and she enjoyed today immensely, but episodic mobility issues were experienced during the course of the day, and that's why she's pulling out. So it's all to do with mobility. So now you know. So I didn't say it was the travelling between Windsor and London, because she comes up to Buckingham Palace. But, it's mobility, Susie. It's mobility, and that's what it is. She can't manage that, so she's not going to do it. Also, the funny faces that the princes were pulling left the fans in stitches. And everybody looked wonderful. They all they all liked it. And for some reason you got Meghan and Harry. Whether they went back to Buckingham Palace afterwards, I'm not sure. I've got no idea. But it was the fly past, and all the crowd loved it. They all filmed it, because you won't ever get it again. That's it. It's never going to happen again, which means that you have to go. You have to go and see something today. If you don't want to, then you don't have to. Nobody's going to force you to. If you're not a fan of the royal family, well, that's fine. But the rest of the country's going. I mean, even as I was waiting for my car this morning to bring me in, there were young people in Twickenham staggering back with all their bags, so you knew that they'd been to the Mall. And I think that's quite nice that young people... They've done surveys saying young people are going, oh, we don't really want this kind of thing. Well, all the ones I saw apparently do. Former England football star Michael Owen says his daughter signing up for Love Island is a father's worst nightmare. Well, she's obviously got some ego going on that she thinks that she can do well. It depends whether she's developed a personality, but she gets the full backing. Well, of course she has. What are you going to do? Say she can't go because she's going to tell you where to stick it? But, I'm sure it'll be fine. They've also got James, Emily and Jessica. Crikey, loads of people. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But it's the way that it's going to be edited which will determine whether or not she gets voted out by people, or whether they allow her to stay in. Just having your father as Michael Owen, most people wouldn't even know who he was. Doesn't help. And here we are. Organisers say they had the largest ever gathering of mermaids. Sorry? What? I know it's past. I can tell the time. Luckily, I had to... Well, we'll do a break when I'm ready for it. I tell you. Start pushing me on the time, pal. I might make you sit here till 6 o'clock before I take a break. I haven't quite decided yet. Going back to the mermaid record, and apparently they had 388 merfolk. That's mermaids and mermen in Plymouth, which is quite nice. I think the people who believe in mermaids and mermen are slightly peculiar, but they managed to get 388 of them, so a world record. Now it's 5:15.
This is LBC.
Hey, Harry. Hello, mate. Should I back the underdog?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I see that Sean Ryder wants to go back to the jungle. God, no, you were boring last time, mate. Don't push it a second time. I don't think anybody should go back to the jungle a second time. There was talk of Lady C, that foul-mouthed old baggage, who, if you check out her arguments on YouTube, is quite phenomenal. I mean, she really has a very high opinion of herself, which is about the only one, because nobody else liked her. And what else we got? Her Majesty's favourite dog breed, and their corgis. I didn't know that they get long-haired corgis and short-haired corgis. I've never been a big fan of... I like most dogs. I mean, I don't dislike them. It's just that, given the choice, if I was actually going to have a dog, it certainly wouldn't be a corgi. I go for something else. So today, what have we... Oh, I've lost it. What have I lost it? Oh, wait a minute. We've got all sorts of things taking place today. 11 a.m, St Paul's Cathedral. OK, that's where you're going to be seeing loads of it, except the Queen. For mobility reasons, she's not going to be there. That's 11 o'clock this morning. 12:25, members of the royal family afterwards attend a Guildhall reception hosted by the Lord Mayor. So that's an opportunity to see the members of the royal family. And I think most of you will be having your street parties. Even my friend Rich, who's got about half a mile away from his own house because they're having a street party, which I don't think he's going to be going to. My friend Ian in America, he said, is it all cake and tea? No, I don't think so. Rich told me, says Ian, his road had a party, but he had no idea if there'll be cake. Isn't it all about tea and cake? No, not necessarily, no. I think there'll be sausage rolls and sausages on sticks, cheese and pineapple, all sorts of just sort of party, not halloumi. They don't do halloumi, honestly. What street party have you ever been to where they do halloumi? Have you ever heard of anything like it? Goodness sake, you might as well just live in the food aisles at Marks and Spencer's. They've got a special offer on halloumi straws at the moment. 15 quid, you can have 5 different items. So I bought 2 lots of meatballs, which looks quite good, which were quite spicy, actually, a bit spicier than I was anticipating, but I wouldn't eat halloumi. Although somebody told me you'd probably quite like it, but who the hell wants to be healthy? That's what I say. You know, I'm quite happy with this body, or 2 of them. You know, and sort of, I mean, different people eat different things. I'm trying to think what's the most unusual thing I've ever eaten. I can't remember, actually. I can't remember whether it would be halloumi, but I haven't eaten halloumi. Although people say you'll like it, Steve. Everything tastes like chicken. It does. If I ate this piece of paper, it'd taste like chicken. All chicken. And Mr. Neil says, great to be hearing you on a Sunday. 8 days a week. How have I managed to appear on Sunday? There must be some reason for this. So 8 days a week. God, can you imagine? 8 days a week. If you were doing that, 8 days a week. I used to do 6 days a week. And I have done 7, actually, in the past. I researched my family tree. This one says, turns out I'm related to Hoyt Pollard, the banjo player in Deliverance. I'm a professional bass player. Oh, God, honestly. That's all we need, honestly. They all crawl out the woodwork, don't they? I'm a professional bass player. That's why I'm in Vienna. I have a degree in music from the Vienna School of Music, and after 30 years of playing, I now live for my royalties. No bass, no band. Rock on, Elliot. Yeah, whatever. The trouble is, I mean, he's just unbearable. So I don't want to make a big deal about it, but God knows. He doesn't really play bass. He's got the case, and apparently there's some sort of guitar thing in it. But, I mean, he doesn't play. He'll just sort of stand there and go, OK, what tune are we going to play now, OK? You know, I mean, I can't... Yeah, what's going to be top tune tomorrow? Top tune. Which ones have you learnt? Have you learnt any tunes to play? Anything particularly exciting? The one with the stone... What are you asking me for? I don't know. I've only just got over the fact Flea is the name of somebody. I want to be adored. And you play... Oh, I know he does. Oh, he's very insecure. Seriously, I've never known anybody... Seriously, I've never met anybody as insecure as Elliot. But, listen, with his bass guitar, he can travel the world. He's just a troubadour. Just a troubadour, aren't you? Wanders from town to town playing his boring, blooming bass. And we all have to suffer with it. You know, given the choice, this concert, which is taking place tomorrow, do you really think the Queen has got the faintest idea of what Queen, the group, and Adam Lambert are? Or she could sing Duran Duran songs, or Diana Ross. Because Diana Ross should be very interesting. The last time she was here, we had a bit of a tantrum, and I suspect there might be another one as well. On Sunday, they've got these coaches, open-top buses, I think 6 of them. Silver Jubilee, Ruby Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, Diamond Jubilee, Sapphire Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee. And there's going to be all sorts of famous people on each bus. Gloria Hunniford and Cliff will be on one of them. Alan Titchmarsh, I think, is going to be on it. There's all sorts of people on there. And it'll be a case of the commentators who will have to go on top of the bus. You're going to be seeing so-and-so, so-and-so. They'll all be fighting for the front bit. But of course, tomorrow, the Epsom Derby takes place. Queen and the family expected to head to the racecourse. No, they're not. Family will go, but the Queen is not going to be going. And 7:40 members of the royal family arrive at the Platinum Party at the Palace Concert. And then 8 till 10:30, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours for watching, you know, all of these sort of things here. Queen, Adam Lambert, Alicia Keys, Duran Duran and Diana Ross. And, apparently we had Mr. Neil sent a photo. He said, we had a hog roast and halloumi kebabs last night at our church. Lorraine in the choir, fireworks, and the lighting of the beacon. Woo! That's cool. Lovely church. Very old, isn't it? Very old. And halloumi fries. Yeah? Not for me, I'm afraid. I don't know why. Henry says wagon wheels. Wagon wheels. Like wagon wheels? Yeah. They got sugar in. Oh, right. Don't eat those. There's some wagon wheels out there. Are they your wagon wheels? But somebody's left wagon wheels in the office, Henry. They're sort of on the table. But they're definitely not mine. I just left some. I mean, I do like them. I'm sure they've shrunk since because I remember them being bigger when I was little. But mind you, everything's like that, isn't it? When you were little, everything seemed so much bigger. You know, yeah, a miracle. I loved it. I love the idea of Rock On Elliot. I don't think we need to encourage this any further. And Sarah says, you always slate the BBC. What do you mean, slate it? We're paying for it. I don't want to pay for it anymore. Thank you very much indeed. But the coverage of the celebrations was fantastic. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, anybody could have covered it. ITV, Channel 4, Channel 5, you know. The episode of EastEnders with Charles and Camilla, filmed back in March. They filmed that ages and ages ago. And Brian Connolly thought they were the lookalikes he's booked. Yeah, I mean, I love the way the BBC waste our money. Do you want to know how much that actually cost you? How much did you pay for that yesterday? It was a lot of money. A lot of money. Those stages are not cheap to hire. They're really not. Henry says, are you the culprit behind the recent bowls of Skittles sweets in the office? I certainly am. I certainly am. Because I thought Skittles would go down nicely, and Henry likes Skittles, you know, because he can pick up handfuls of stuff like that. He thinks it's fab. So Skittles, I never brought Skittles in before. I was going to bring in treats, not treats. What are they called? I can't remember. Peanuts with sort of different sugar candy coatings on them as well. I think that might be treats. They've got all sorts of things in Costco, all in big, what I call party bags. The sort of nice sort of things, which I think that, you know, the kids for parties go, yeah, I want that. That could be really nice. What I'm going to have to eat today, I've got no idea, because everything's going to be open. I thought, being the bank holiday, all the shops would be closed. I really thought that they're all going to want the time off, but no, they're open. But as I say, Paul Cooper's Fruit and Veg is closed tomorrow. Open today, open yesterday, but closed tomorrow because the market's closed. So you can't get the fruit and veg in because it would have gone off. So that's quite nice. I bet you anything Henry's eaten that wagon wheel, because I think there was one left in the packet. It was on the desk, and I looked at it and I thought, that's quite nice. But were they Johnny's? Johnny who? Johnny Jenkins? Who's he? Who's a producer? Good Lord above, honestly, I tell you, there's people in this building I've never even heard of. And he likes wagon wheels, does he? How lovely. How marvellous. It's a different wagon wheel, because it's got a picture of jam on the front of it, so I'm not sure whether or not it's sort of perhaps a limited edition or something like that. But when I was at school, we used to have them. And snowballs. I loved snowballs. Again, it's all sugar, so it's no good for certain people, because you can't eat sugar. I don't know why, actually. Henry says the Skittles, I thought, there's 2 left in the packet. You see, he's already experimented. Henry cannot resist, because he's in a relationship at the moment, which, you know, I'm trying to find. Actually, interesting enough, Henry, Sonny from our sister station Capital, he's just split with his girlfriend, which is in all the papers today. They've been going out for 5 years, I think. 5 years. Which is quite a long time, isn't it? I thought it was generally the 7-year itch, but no, 5 years. But they're still going to remain close friends. I love. Thank you, Mr. Neil, for sending in the picture. I like it. I've never seen any beacons lit, but I do love a firework, as you can well imagine. I'm a bit into fireworks. And Kevin the Milkman, there you go, told you, no early finish for him. He says, I usually start the round at 10 o'clock in the evening, with my first customer being in Westminster. And I was not going to attempt delivering around Westminster and Victoria at that time, with the world and its dogs still being around from the day's celebration. So I'm running 3 hours later than usual. But as it's a bank holiday, I'll hopefully pull some time back. See, bank holidays mean nothing to a lot of people. They've still got to be out there because people still want their milk and they still want all the goodies, and they just want to see Kevin's smiling face and his legs. Because he wears shorts all the time. Like my postman, Darren, he wears shorts all the time. Pushing his little trolley with all the letters in and everything else. I don't think there's come winter, I've never seen him in long trousers. Only short trousers, whereas we're praying that Elliot never ever wears shorts. One of those things, some people look good in them, some people don't. You know, and that's the kind of thing. But, so are you playing are you doing a concert in Cambridge, or it's not actually? Oh, just playing together, rehearsing, you know, for when you take over Wembley or something like that. Wow, and you're doing that for 2 days or just 1 day? 2 days of that. My godfathers, I tell you, glutton for punishment. Glutton for punishment. Imagine. So if you've suffered with 1 day with tone-deaf people, you got 2 days of it. You're playing in somebody's garage or you are, right. Gets really bad, doesn't it, honestly? But I remember when I was younger, we used to sort of take our records round to friends' houses and they'd say, you're going to bring your records round, Steve? And I used to take my records round there, and we'd sit there and listen to the Beatles and all the other things which we thought were fabulous at the time. So what else we got? So
to keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Well, there's Michael Owen and his daughter, so it's loads of publicity because she looks like she could be a model. And he said, I hope she enjoys herself. Well, she's going on there to find somebody, so I'm assuming the answer would be in the positive for that one. Also, you barbecuing people. Now, we've discussed barbecues before on the programme. I'm not a great barbecue fan. 6 minutes to 6. Welcome to Friday morning. And as I say, not too much going on today, just the service and then the royal family. But I mean, if you go down to St Paul's Cathedral, you will see members of the royal family. And it's not the most difficult place to get to. They've done a big piece in the paper about the ghosts which seem to haunt the royal palaces. Starting with Buckingham Palace. Before there was Buckingham Palace built on that ground, it was Buckingham House, wasn't it, I think? Because it's been, I think, the British monarch's residence in London from 1837. But before that, it was in the hands of a monastery. Palace staff have reported hearing the sound of ghostly single gunshots coming from inside one of the first-floor offices. Windsor Castle appears to house a host of royal spectres. Her Majesty is said to have seen the ghost of Elizabeth I when a child in the library. And Henry VIII's ghost is heard thudding around the deanery cloisters with his gammy leg, while George III, who suffered bouts of madness, has been seen staring from the window of a room where he was confined. Also, apparently, Queen Victoria and executed Charles I have been sighted, because that's where he's buried, Windsor Castle. He's in the crypt there. Balmoral, after Albert's death, Victoria spent much of her time at the estate, supported by her close friend, and we were never too sure how close John Brown was. His ghost has been spotted several times wearing his trademark kilt, stalking the castle's corridors. Sandringham apparently has a chilling pedigree. Both George V and George VI died there. A footman said he'd seen a servant who had died the year before in the property, whilst other staff have even refused to go in a creepy downstairs bedroom. Over at Hampton Court, they've got an absolute raft of ghosts. A royal home since Henry VIII's time. The ghosts of at least two of his his wives is still reckoned to be in residence. The screams of Henry V's wife, Catherine Howard, beheaded in 1542, are heard in the gallery where she was arrested, now called the Haunted Gallery. And the ghost of Jane Seymour appears on a set of stairs leading to the room where she gave birth to his heir. And apparently in 2003, security staff struggled to explain a Skeletor-style figure in period dress caught on CCTV cameras going through a fire door. Holyrood Palace, they've all got them. Kensington Palace, but my favourite, the Tower of London. Most famous ghoul to wander the grounds, Anne Boleyn, who was beheaded there in 1536. Other sightings include the princes in the Tower, the sons of Henry IV, who was supposedly murdered in the Tower on the orders of Richard III back in the 15th century, and spooked staff and visitors have reported seeing the ghostly pair dressed in medieval clothing at the site. Ooh, scary, scary. What have we got here? We've got Men Behaving Badly star Caroline Quentin reckons her new drama, which is called The Lazarus Project, will resonate with viewers. It's about a time traveller who's seen global catastrophes that spell the end of the world. I haven't seen her on television for ages, actually, so perhaps we might get some more of that. Selling Sunset might need subtitles. Cast member Chriselle Staus has been learning naughty British slang, which may confuse fans of the global Netflix show. She's taking part in ITV2's Celebrity Karaoke Club, the biggest pile of garbage I've ever seen on the television. Celebrities? Who are the celebrities? Love Island's Laura Anderson said we had to teach her dirt. Who's Laura Anderson? I'm sorry, darling, who are you? Oh, you were on Love Island. Which decade was that in? Because I've seen Celebrity Karaoke Club before. God, I mean, honestly. Filmed in something that looks about the size of a shoebox. And really, I mean, to call them celebrities would be an understatement. I can't remember, we went in the last one. It was so dreadful. In this one, that's right, David Potts. Exactly. Who? Melvin O'Doom, yeah. Mark Francis Vandelli. Is this for the latest one or the last one? Is this the latest? This is the last one, yeah. Luke Kempner, whoever. Scarlett Moffat and Diana Vickers. But Mark Francis Vandelli, I mean, nobody knows who he is. David Potts, you don't know who he is. Not a clue. And Luke Kempner wouldn't have the faintest idea who these people were. And how can they call it a celebrity karaoke club? It really is. It's just basically celebrities being complete idiots. You know, I didn't think there was anything particularly... And they're bringing it back again. God, we must be desperate, mustn't we? I'd rather watch Prince Louis screaming his head off as the planes passed overhead. Far more entertaining. But it was interesting to look at the expressions on Prince George's face, but when the aircraft spelt out 70, I was a bit slow on that one, and I went, oh, that's nice, I like that a lot. So Kim Kardashian was refused tickets to Trooping the Colour. A source told The Sun the Ministry of Defence politely turned down her request for the best seats in the House. A well-placed source told The Sun there are just some tickets you can't buy. No, you can't. But also the majority of it, what's she got to do with the royal family? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Go away, stay away. But everybody was there in Norfolk, you know, outside the pubs in Cambridgeshire. The villagers all turned out, and Hove. So I think people are having two street parties. I think they must do, because they can't just have had them yesterday. I think a lot of people have them today. But I didn't realise that the Shard was lit up, because I thought it was lit up all the time. Blackpool, on the Tower, they had fireworks and everything else. Islamabad, which is lovely. Glastonbury, Druids were taking part in things. And then the front of Buckingham Palace was all lit up with photographs of the Queen throughout her years, which is good. And all the people who sort of came out and said it was fantastic. I found something better, though, nearly something better. A British Domino's worker has been crowned the world's fastest pizza maker. He made 3 pizzas in 70 seconds. Zagros Jaff wowed 8,000 spectators as he hand-stretched dough and put sauce and toppings on 3 large pizzas as fast as possible. He comes from Portsmouth. He beat rivals in 56 seconds, but got a time penalty as one was overweight. He said, I'm so excited. I didn't realise you could make pizzas that fast. Very good. What next, the papers are now saying for Amber Heard. She needs to rescue her reputation. She needs to lie low, like many a star before her, says Ed Hopkins. He says the public on the whole are forgiving, but they need a lot of time. It's not unheard of to make a comeback. Look at Winona Ryder, Nicole Richie, even Michael Jackson, who all returned triumphant after PR incidents. Whether or not she makes it, I've got no idea. First of all, she's got to cough up the money. You can't just go, I don't have the money. Well, you've got to find the money, dear. You have to find the money. You just can't sort of write that off. It's in a court of law. Unexpected morons in the bagging area on the chase with Fab Bradley Walsh. What country forms the northernmost part of the United Kingdom? Natasha? Yorkshire? Bradley, what grain is most commonly used to make porridge? Warren. Rice? On the weakest link with Ramesh Ranganathan. In relation to employment, the abbreviation WFH usually stands for what three-word phrase? Jenny Bond. What fish are you? We don't know what planet Jenny was on. Yeah, not even... Tipping point. Ben Shepherd. Antrim and Armagh are both countries in which country of the UK? Mandy. Dublin. I mean, seriously, there must be an agency for these people. And as Love Island is about to confirm, this season's must-have write-on accessories are deaf people. This is Ali Ross writing. London-based TV executives, you see, think their presence makes them look lovely and caring, and lots of other things that don't come naturally. So I applaud your lack of cynicism if you thought profoundly deaf Nathan and James out of Channel 4's latest series of Hunted. But the last two series of SAS Who Dares Wins have left me believing the outcome of these shows is largely dictated by the politically correct selection process. If Hunted bosses were expecting this boisterous pair to be as enchanting as Rose Ayling-Ellis, then more fool them. They obviously think it's the latest thing, isn't it? You know, it's a shame, really. So he says, grow up. Yeah, because they're making such a big deal about it. They can't, and you think to yourself, but goodness sake, honestly, we've grown up a little bit from this. Beaches, parks, beer gardens rammed yesterday. Tens of thousands battled airport queues to get away. Millions enjoyed. My friend Lynn, she went off to holiday, and she said they only had to wait 30 minutes to get on the plane, and they got there in plenty of time. 28 degrees. 28 degrees. Oh, I've got some more pictures from Mr. Neil of fireworks. I love fireworks. Love fireworks. You can't get enough of them. Unfortunately, it's a bit difficult if you've got sort of dogs and animals and things like that. And down where my godchildren are, they've got horses in a paddock, so you can't let fireworks off there. Just wouldn't be nice. But perhaps they could put them away or something for the night. They've got a rare Apple I computer, fully restored and signed by the man who built it. Could fetch, how much do you think at auction? 400,000 quid. 400,000. It's one of the 200 motherboards that Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak still exist with 20 operationals. The one for sale was the first Apple used outside of North America. Good God. It's going to be sold online. And very appropriate it is too. Stressed out lags, people in prison, by the way, are getting therapy sessions with pygmy goats that are under 2 feet tall. Music is also piped into cells at night to help inmates sleep, and they get classes in guitar, ukulele, yoga, and meditation. Where is this? Oh, it's in East Yorkshire. It's a Category C Humber jail. Wow. And a screen print portrait of the Queen by Andy Warhol is set to fetch up to £180,000 when it comes up for auction in London. Which is not bad at all, is it, really? Not bad at all. And ABBA, Lay All Your Love on Me, still getting wow reviews, absolutely wow reviews, and so well done to everybody who's been down to that. If you were lucky enough to get tickets. 5:45 is the time.
On LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 13 minutes to 6. Somebody says, Steve, I'm with you. The shop should be closed tomorrow. It doesn't feel like a bank holiday if they're all open. But it's not a bank holiday tomorrow. The bank holiday is today, Friday, and yesterday. The Saturday, Sunday is not bank holiday. It's just normal Saturday and Sunday. So that's why. But they're closed. I mean, certain ones, because if you need to go and get fresh fruit and vegetable, if you've got a fruit and veg shop, the markets are not open. All the big markets where they go and get all their stock from are closed. So, but it's not bank holiday. The bank holiday is only the 2 days. Only the 2 days, which was the Thursday and Friday. The rest of it is just normal, actually. Somebody says, if you were surprised to see Johnny Depp playing guitar on stage at the Royal Albert Hall, I was surprised to see Tim Peake playing guitar on stage at the Royal Albert Hall on May the 15th, dressed in NASA outfit, came on stage and played the last track together with the musicians. What a great afternoon that was, says Connie in Stockwell. How lovely. What a nice thing to do. Mike says the boyfriend hooked up a DVD player to the telly yesterday And we watched a couple of episodes of Map and Lucia from the 80s with Prunella Scales, Geraldine McEwen and Nigel Hawthorne playing a very camp Georgie Pilson. Effortless acting. The narrowboat's getting a bit hot again in the sun. I've never seen Map and Lucia. I've never seen it. Nick in Kent says, I'm going to tell my mum she's more important than Kim Kardashian because she and my sister had tickets to watch the Trooping of Colour via my niece. I said yesterday, it's who's in the King's Troop. It's not what you know, but who you know. The whole day was amazing. It looked fantastic. It looked absolutely fantastic. And somebody called Arnold says, I'm sure back in the 60s, Skittles were called Glees. I don't remember that one. I really don't remember that one. But I love the Corrie star. It was in all the papers today, called Tony Maudsley. I don't know who he is, actually. So it doesn't make any difference. He has mocked celebrities who seem surprised their distant relatives are dead on genealogy shows like Who Do You Think You Are? Tony, who plays George Shuttleworth in the soap, and Kenneth Dubake in TV's Benidorm, says when they're looking at something from the year 1876, why is it the celebrity is always shocked and distressed when they show them a death certificate? When they sign up to the show, there's a very good chance these people are going to be dead. He said, I've done a full family history back as far as 1698. I couldn't believe how many of them were dead. I was in pieces. I know. It's interesting, isn't it? Some of those programmes they show you, and some of them they don't, because it turns out that some of the people in there have got sort of families who are wrong-uns. You know, they've sort of discovered all sorts of criminals and stuff like that, and people sent over to Australia and then people sent back again. It's amazing. So here's I knew the moment I was watching it on the television that was going to be the picture in the paper. And this is 4-year-old Prince Louis listening to his grandmother, and she's sort of explaining, and then the planes go overhead, and they're noisy. Nothing you can do about it, but they're just noisy. And so he basically is sort of screaming his head off, and at one point he stuck his thumb in his mouth, and his mother patted him on the head, saying, "Get your thumb out your mouth," you know, because they've got lip readers. Get your thumb out of the mouth. How did the animal rights mob get through the cordon? They all look a bit grubby and dirty, actually. But they've all been arrested, so that's good. What happens to them now, I've got no idea. But don't spoil everybody else's life, just because you want to ruin your own. We don't want our lives ruined. That was quite good with all the kids in the carriage waving, because they like that. Kids love being in horse-drawn carriages. It's quite a cool thing to do. And they were waving until Charlotte told Louis he can take a break from it. Stop waving. So she patted his hand, so he didn't have to. And then the Queen turned up, pressing the Commonwealth of Nations globe, and that sets off all these lights. And they were all over the place. In Edinburgh, in Blackheath, in Piccadilly Circus, yep. We're all included in it, which is lovely. Dan Walker, have you seen all the adverts? They're trying to get people interested in him reading an auto cue on Channel 5 News. Didn't look very exciting to me, I'm afraid. The lawyer of Amber, as Depp enjoys fish chips and Newcastle brown ale at a local pub. Amber can't pay off her £7 million libel bill, says the lawyer. Well, she better find the money. Better find the money. You can't just sort of go, oh, I've been into court, I've done this. Basically, I've been caught out, but I haven't got the money to pay it. Well, you better find it. You know, if you go into court, you're expected to find the money. Mind you, if she can't find the money for that, hope she's going to pay her lawyers. That would be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it, really? Also, Britain to arm Ukraine with precision-guided rockets that have a range of up to 50 miles to help match Russia's artillery arsenal. These are the M270 launchers, and the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, has confirmed the delivery of an unspecified number. Can be more than 2, isn't it? Can be more than 2. Jan Moyer, writing today, and Amber wanted, she says, to be a heroine, but now she's defined by this circus of sadness. It all is, isn't it? It all is. It's very sad. And as I say, the next one we've got to find out about is Colleen Rooney and Rebecca What's-Her-Face. You know, this is going to be a very interesting one. I'm predicting on that one, on the old Vardy, I don't think anybody's going to win on that. Irrespective of the lawyers, I think they're just going to say to him, you've both been incredibly stupid. And you have to... And when they're back from holidays, I've got no idea. But they don't need to go back into court. Johnny Depp wasn't there for the result of his court case. He was not there. He was over here playing guitar with Jeff Beck. But whether or not Rooney and Vardy... I mean, if you remember, Vardy just walked out of court when she didn't like what one of the lawyers was saying about her. And I thought, if I'd been the judge, I'd gone, oi, get back. Who do you think you are? Answer is nobody. You're a nobody. Neither of them. Not great, really, for the defence, but, you know, we'll wait and see. Birthdays today. Jill Biden, US First Lady, a former teacher, and it's her birthday. Allen Ginsberg, the beat writer who coined the term flower power, best known for his poem Howl, listed by the FBI's Director General Edgar Hoover. He used to cross-dress Edgar Hoover. I seem to remember reading something about him a long time ago. And what else do we have? Former Lib Dem leader Charles Kennedy, on this day in 2015, was found dead by his secret girlfriend. According to friends, Mr. Kennedy, who's only 55, was in a relationship with Carol MacDonald, widow of his friend, Murdo MacDonald. Colleagues said Westminster's heavy drinking culture bore some blame for his passing. Mr. Kennedy, who fought a long battle against alcoholism. So I had no idea. No idea. You know, I mean, you just assume that a lot of MPs and leaders of parties do drink because there's a lot of socialising. But to be found dead at the age of 55, he must have been going it. That's an awful lot. Who else born on this day? James Purefoy, the Somerset-born actor, burst into laughter when asked if he'd been digitally altered for his nude scenes in the TV series Rome. He says, I won't say who it was, but there was a willy that may have been enhanced, but mine's all mine, I'm afraid. There you go. Now you know these things, just in case you were wondering about it, just in case you were worrying. In 1961, on June the 3rd, Elvis Presley was enjoying his fourth consecutive UK #1 with Surrender. And in 1977, Bob Marley and the Wailers released Exodus, named by Time magazine as the best album of the 20th century. So that's good, isn't it? Kim Kardashian, royal party, please. No, go home. Nobody's interesting. And strangely enough, BBC presenter Gary Lineker's disdain for the Union Jack has reached a crunch point with Countess Bathurst after Lineker described flags as pieces of cloth on a stick. The Chatelaine of Cirencester Park in Gloucestershire blasted the Walker's Crisp brand ambassador, saying, I've tried really hard, but I can't get excited about crisps. They're just slices of fried potato, right? Does it make me a bad person? No. But apparently, Gary Lineker, they make you a very rich person. You've said some daft things in your time. Yeah, exactly, just advertises crisps, doesn't it? It's just bits of potato, really fattening. Really, really fattening. Not good at all for you. News coming up very, very shortly. Did you know at one time, I remember reading, I went to an exhibition. It was at the Royal Albert Hall, and it was about the air hostesses and what they had to wear. Some of the British Airways air hostesses had to change into paper dresses on the flights. They were paper dresses, and they were short enough for people to sort of look up, as they say. And apparently passengers used to try and set fire to them when they were on the planes. And the very first air hostesses couldn't marry, have children, or work after 32, but they did have to go to Charm Farm, wear skimpy outfits and kiss passengers. There is a new book out which lays bare the mile-high misogyny of an age, and you can get hold of it. Sounds fantastic. And they've got all sorts of people. Air stewardesses have got stories to tell, the like of which you cannot imagine. I must read it. You know, adverts hinted they might like to join the Mile High Club, which apparently, just in case you don't know what it is, I'll let you check it out yourself. Not something we can discuss on a programme like this at all. Queen playing at the arena in Manchester with Adam Lambert. 5 stars. But of course you would expect them to. They're fully professional. They've been doing it for God knows how many years. And I'm delighted that they got 5 stars. Plus, what else were they showing as well? There was all sorts of films out. I've not been to the films for ages and ages. But I tell you who's coming back. Claire Grogan is coming back. They were very popular. I like Claire Grogan. I like Claire Grogan a lot. But I like, because my brother's going to see Queen with Adam Lambert, who is absolutely amazing. Luckily, they're big fans. So they're going off to the O2. So they'll have done the show tomorrow night. And then the following night, I think, they'll be doing the O2, which will be very nice indeed. Very nice. Queen's pledge to the world. All my life, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust. And that's exactly what she's done. But with her mobility problems at the moment, we hope that she gets better. But she's allowed to be tired. She's allowed to sort of pace herself. So when we do see her, we get even more excited. We get even more excited that she sort of made the effort. She looked fantastic. But it was the kids that stole the show. If anybody else was standing on the balcony hoping they were going to get pictures taken, forget it. It was the kids. The kids with their funny faces and the noise and all the rest of it. Because I should imagine it must be deafening. It's deafening enough on my television. Ministers have spelled out as well how pubs and other businesses can return to the traditional crown symbol to pint glasses, which I quite like. But I wonder really, does anybody in this country below the age of about 40 know how many ounces there are in a pound? 16. I know, 16 ounces in a pound. I knew that because, avoir du poids. Yeah, I knew it. I know these things. It's like how many pennies in a pound, how many old pennies in a pound. Go on, how many? You don't know? 12, no, 240 in a pound. You not realise? It does seem unnecessary. To be honest with you, you could wear pockets out in jeans and stuff like that because you used to carry all these pennies. They were quite hefty little things. What were guineas? A guinea was £1 and a shilling, I think you'll find. £1 and a shilling was a guinea. How many shillings in a pound? 12. No, how many shillings? Oh, I don't. 24. Is it 24 shillings in a pound? Can't remember. I've lost that one. How much was half a crown worth? No, 12.5 pence. And a 10p piece, a 2 shillings was 10 pence. I've still got farthings and threepenny bits and sixpences at home. But that's because I'm old. Well done to Claire Balding. She did very well. And Michael says 12 pennies in a shilling, 20 shillings to a pound. And then somebody wrote in and said 14 ounces in a pound, Steve. No, there was 16 ounces in a pound. I mean, you really must have been last one in the education department. 16 ounces in a pound. 16, OK. Roger says Amber Heard will most likely be able to pay in instalments because of the amount of the fine. Well, I think she should be thrown in prison till she's...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
It up. That's ridiculous. Angie says, we all know when the Queen says she's in discomfort, she's in great pain. Well, I think she just finds it difficult to walk. I mean, she's 96, for God's sake. Not going to be taking up a marathon anytime soon, is she? The shots of the Lion's life in the flat. Christian. This is it. This is in 60s. He was bought for 250 quid. Christian was. Dined on steak and went out with his Australian owners John Rendell and Anthony Ace Burke. The Rolling Stones, who rehearsed nearby, often visited him. In 1970, Christian released into the wilds of Kenya when he got too big, but a year later the owners met up with him, an occasion captured in a famous film. The auctioneer's Saunders said an exotic animal was part of 60s London Harrods sold a variety, and so they're selling the photos of his life up for sale, which is lovely. Mr. Rendell died in January, but they became very famous for Christian, and he remembered them, and that's why it was so nice. So I hope you've checked that out as well. Claire Balding, awarded a CBE in the Queen's birthday honours. I mean, she's just almost too perfect. She does everything. You know, when she started doing the commentary at the races and stuff like that, people were saying, oh, what does she know about it? Well, it's in the family. She knows the Queen because her father was a trainer. He trained horses for Her Majesty. But she says here she cringes at the memory of one childhood encounter with the monarch. Her father, Ian, trained horses, once burst into the kitchen to find the Queen unexpectedly having breakfast with her parents. My father glared at me, so I concentrated on cutting up my sausage, Balding explained. I still recall in slow motion the way the sausage shot across the table towards the Queen. I tried to grab it and knocked away the milk jug. The Queen merely raised an eyebrow. Mercifully, the said sausage narrowly missed the royal guest, because she's well connected. That's why she knows about the racing. So when you watch her talking about things, she knows all about it. That's why she's very good. Also, who else got something? Often hailed the nation's favourite clergyman, showbiz vicar, the Reverend Richard Coles, notes he hasn't been honoured by Her Majesty, complaining 3 friends knighted, and what did I get? Whilst acknowledging Sir Reverend isn't permitted, Coles cheekily suggests it doesn't preclude him from having letters after his name. Shameless. But also lovely Dame Joanna Lumley She says, we had some keen people in our square in South London today who'd started maybe unwisely on some white wine at about 10 o'clock in the morning. I thought, not sure if that's all going to work all day. Joanna wisely resisted channeling sozzled ab-fab alter ego Patsy by peaking too soon. If ever she is interviewed by you, she will always go into Patsy at the end. She'll always do a bit of Patsy. Sweetie darling. And it just falls into place. She's delightful. Absolutely delightful. Bill Roach, who is, as you know, Ken Barlow. We think he's got some romance coming up in Coronation Street. 2 ex-people are going to be there. He was talking, I think Rula Lenska and Wendy Crozier will be back in a few weeks. Now, whether or not he was supposed to tell you that, I don't know, because the interview, I think, was filmed a little while ago. But even so, he's not bad for 90. Not bad for 90. So, Amber... Oh, I've just heard. Amber is going to appeal the £8 million judgment. Yeah, whatever. Do your worst. Do your worst. And graphic warnings on cigarette packaging lead smokers to hide their packets but not to stub out the habit. There used to be a brand of cigarettes, correct me if I'm wrong, called Death. And it had a picture of a skull and crossbones. And even that didn't put people off. People carried on buying cigarettes called Death. And I speak as an ex-smoker. Not that I ever smoked anything like that. I'm afraid I was a Rothmans man. Benson and Hedges occasionally, if I could be bothered. I wasn't really. San Moritz, if I had a cold, because they were menthol. But my favoured cigarette of choice was Dunhill International. And I used to smoke. I could get through 60 a day. 60-a-day cigarettes, because you could smoke in the LBC studios. I could fill up ashtrays in about 15, 20 minutes. So that was the way it was. You could smoke in the studios, and then I remember we went to a new building, and they said it's no smoking, and people were going, what? What do you mean? Because loads of people seemed to smoke in those days, and so somebody said, well, could we designate an area to smoke? And the place they designated to smoke was my studio. So I'd be doing my programme like this, and there could be 10 people in my studio, all happily puffing away on cigarettes. I'd have to sort of like. And I can remember once we had a guest in, and it was Warren Mitchell who played Alf Garnett Until Death Us Do Part, and he walked in with cigarettes and walked back out again. We had to get air fresheners in and all the rest of it to try and... He was a very vehement anti-smoker, very vehement. And I smoked for years, since I was 14. And 60 a day until I got angina. And that kind of stopped it very, very quickly, because you just couldn't walk anywhere anytime soon. It was all a little bit embarrassing, I'm afraid, really. So I went in to have my stents put in, and now we've got about 8 stents put in, which are which sort of help you breathe. Whether or not I need some more, I think you can have up to about 20 stents put in, and they just put them in and all the rest of it. I can remember because somebody said, how are they going to get into your heart? And I said, because they go into different places. They're going up your wrist. And if you're having it done, if you're booked in for it, it's easy peasy. It's as good as having your cataracts done. It's as good. God knows I've had enough procedures done. Oh, wait a minute. I saw David Beckham's name. David Beckham led a host of celebrities praising the Queen. He posted on Instagram. This is what David Beckham posted. Today we celebrate 70 years of service and inspirational leadership of our country. Let's commemorate her remarkable reign with a great British party. Do you think Dave really wrote that? I don't think so. I don't think Dave would know the word inspirational. I don't think he's the brightest penny. I did see Julie Andrews. Do you know she's 86? 86, Julie Andrews. And Paul McCartney is 79. 79. Sheridan Smith was there, 40. They always tell you people's ages. Steve Allen, 68. They always used to say that. And Jerry Halliwell, 49, shared Insta posts of her and the band meeting the Queen in the Royal Variety performance. Penny Lancaster posted a photo of Rod Stewart in front of Buckingham Palace ahead of performing on Saturday night. Said excitement and nervous. Oh, it'll be fantastic. You've got a captured audience. They're sitting in front of you. They were standing in front of you. Should be absolutely... Oh, I should imagine the atmosphere is going to be remarkable. Remarkable. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, blimey, I wish I was in there or comparing that. That would be a nice gig to get. I like the story of a sneak thief who broke into a car, ignored the driver's valuables, and stole a Greggs sausage roll. I don't know why. Victim Dean Morris was furious that the snack had been pinched, even though his phone and wallet were left behind. So he bought this thing in Llanelli in South Wales. It left him fuming. He said somebody had seen my car was open, opened the car door, seen all of the important stuff and went, I tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to go for that sausage roll, because they're very nice, they're sausage rolls. And I believe they're giving away free over this weekend, but it's got to be something, you've got to be registered with something. I can't remember what it is. But whatever it is, you get your free sausage roll. Because I think they do a deal. You get 4 for 3 for the price of 3. But I could eat them very easily. No problem there whatsoever. No problem. So critics warning the case will silence abuse victims. This is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I just looked at her face in the court as they were going through, did you believe she did this? Yes. And this was the jury. This was the jury. So that's why. What else we got? Airport chaos. The Jet2 boss, who's called Steve Heapy, says the airport chaos has been blamed on lazy Brits who live on benefits and sit on their arses. Pardon my French. Not that it's French, but it sounds a little bit like French. He's rumoured to have made the comment in talks this week as BA and EasyJet demanded more powers to hire visa-free workers from Europe, because apparently the industry struggled to replace staff lost in the pandemic. Many unemployed cabin crew in Spain are seen as an alternative labour pool, but the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, rejected the call. Why? I don't quite understand why. We've got people in to pick fruit and do all sorts of bits and pieces. EasyJet say they're struggling to fill key roles as they want more than the £17,000 to £24,000 on offer. I think so too. You get more for standing on, as a guard, sitting on your bum, having a cup of tea on a train and then going, this is the so-and-so train going to Winter and Eton Riverside. And the next station is Clapham Junction. I mean, you can make about 50 grand a year on that. Not difficult. Not difficult. I quite like it when they do it. I remember getting on a train years and years ago at Waterloo, and obviously we had one of those guards who thought he'd make a name for himself. So he came on, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 728 South Western Railways train to Windsor and Eton Riverside. Very nice place, he said. Very nice. But if you've never been to Windsor and Eton Riverside, it's lovely. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. I like walking over the bridge to Eton, because that's far nicer, and I feel you could drive through to Maidenhead if you were really desperate and you had the petrol in the car. If you haven't got the petrol in the car, there's no chance. But walking over to Eton, if you manage to catch it during school time, the boys walking up and down the roads with their frock coats on, and they slowed. Oh, really? Oh, right. They slowed the speed down. Well, I mean, have you been anywhere in London? 20 miles an hour, all round our neck of the woods, 20 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour. It's absolutely... You don't have any choice. You don't have any choice. And we have roads now that are closed off during the daytime because kiddies want to go to school. So they close off working... It's just absolutely ridiculous. It really is. Mind you, something else that's ridiculous, I shall tell you about in a moment. It involves your cup of coffee and the prices that are going through the roof. And you're paying for frothy milk. Mind you, as I say, the good news is we obviously had some impact because Pret a Manger in Twickenham, when they first opened, I mean, still they don't take cash. They only take credit card or cards or whatever it is. So annoying. But they didn't have any bacon rolls. Now they have bacon rolls. I like to feel duty bound that was my shaming of that, because I didn't want the egg and bacon. Then somebody said you could take the egg out. I said I don't want to take the egg out. I just want to open. But somebody else saying I smoked Piccadilly and Consulate. I don't think you can buy Consulate anymore. They're a menthol cigarette. And Steve, you could smoke on planes. Oh yes, I remember. And Beth says your caller is confusing £14 in a stone. £14 in a stone as opposed to 16 ounces in a pound. And another one here. How many fluid ounces in a British pint? How many fluid ounces in a British pint? I have to think about that one, actually. How many fluid ounces in a... It's not... I don't know what it is, actually. I'm not too... Is it about 19? Are you talking about an imperial pint? If you're talking an imperial pint, well then I would yes, I think it's about 19.2152 or something like that. Off the top of my head. I'm probably wrong. But that's an imperial pint. So, I mean, it's a limited extent in the Commonwealth nations, so that's why it is. But I never worry about things like that. I mean, I've only just coped with us going decimal. I used to have dreadful trouble with all these different bits and pieces. And another one here. Somebody else talking about it's amazing how we all forget, isn't it? Boris wanted to take us back to the pounds and ounces. I can remember, I told you there used to be a shop in Staines, in the marketplace, a jewellery shop, and all the prices in their windows were in pounds, shillings and pence. Even after we went decimal, they were pounds, shillings and pence, which I thought was amazing. Sarah says, the moment the planes flew over, the younger children on the balcony could have worn ear defender headphones, especially made for children. I don't think they bother with things like that. I think they wait for them to suffer. And they do suffer, actually. Steve, every Christmas, says Kim, and New Year, my parents used to put out a load of cocktail cigarettes for the family and guests. Oh, they were lovely. All different colours. All different colours. You know, you'd get a box. I used to smoke more cigarettes because they came in menthol or normal tobacco. They were very thin. Very, very thin. And it was lovely. There's cocktail, Sobrani cocktail cigarettes. And reds, purples, yellows, greens. Lovely. They were really nice. Cocktail cigarettes. No, they weren't flavoured. No, they were just cocktail cigarettes. I mean, I don't think there was a British film that was made where people didn't smoke. You know, smoking was considered quite... I can remember going to the cinema, and if you sat on the right, you could smoke. If you sat on the left, you couldn't. Why that made a difference, I've got no idea, because the smoke just drifted. Never smoked in your life? My God, you're the nearest thing to a saint we've ever had. Really? They say that, do they? Yeah. Not to your face, I bet. No, I started smoking at 14. Mainly because my parents always had cigarettes at home. My mother smoked one cigarette a year at Christmas. And she would only go... and then put it out. That was it. How she managed that, I'll never know. My dad smoked a pipe. So we had a cigarette box, which I've still got, silver. And they had cigarettes in it. And my mum said, you don't want to start smoking. You'll be sick. So she was out one day and I was at home. And I thought, I'll try one. So I took a cigarette out of the box, went round the back of our garden shed and lit it up. But I didn't know how to inhale a cigarette. So I thought that to make the smoke come out your nose, you just swallowed it. So I go... swallow and it would come out your nose. It was really very, very odd and bizarre. And it was early sort of smoking. And then I just got, in fact, after I gave up for 2 years, which I thought was really good, I stupidly fell into that trap of thinking, I'll just have one cigarette a week. But you can't. You can detect the effects of cigarette smoke in the brain quicker than heroin. It's that fast. And cigarettes, I remember going out, I was with some friends, we went to the Players Theatre, down on the Charing Cross Road on Villiers Street, and in the bar you could smoke, and somebody said, do you want a cigarette? And I go, actually I don't smoke, I wouldn't just mind one. So I smoked this cigarette. Within 15 minutes I was back in the car to find a garage that sold cigarettes. They were so addictive, and that's when I just got, I stopped 2 years ago, about 15 years ago now. 15 years, probably not, a bit more. My producer and I at the time, Mandy Siegel and I both stopped at the same time, because I discovered if you wake up in the morning and you're a smoker, that first cigarette takes you on to the second cigarette, the third cigarette, the fourth cigarette, and then you sort of get yourself in the bathroom, and then you think, I'll just have a shave and I'll have a cigarette at the same time, and it was quite normal. Then we discovered if we didn't have the cigarette first thing in the morning, you could leave it later and later and later. And we used to smoke. We would run from the studio on the hour. She would go, OK, the news is coming up, Steve. And I go, OK. And we'd be ready. As we're running through the newsroom, we're lighting the cigarette. So addictive. So addictive. And I've not had one. I was tempted to have a cigarette, but then... strangely enough, you think, I'll just go a cigarette. And then after about 2 minutes, you forget about it. It just sort of disappears. I wouldn't have a cigarette now because, I'm sort of diabetic and also I'm too old to start smoking. It looks a bit ridiculous. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed smoking. That's why I never criticise anybody for smoking. If you want to stop smoking, you'll stop smoking. Nothing worse than somebody preaching, going, you shouldn't smoke. It's bad for your health. It's bad for the environment. It's this and that. Do what you want to do. You want to kill yourself, I mean, I was actually in hospital waiting for the stents, and there were people in the same hospital having the stents done, and they couldn't wait to get outside and have a cigarette. And I'm thinking, but they've just given you stents. You know, but that's the way it goes, isn't it? Jenny says, my husband's due for a stent op in 2 weeks, his first. It's so easy. Literally. I mean, you know, you'll be called in and they will decide. Sometimes I had to go to the hospital once and they determined whether or not you're urgent enough to be seen that day or whether or not. And so I then got my appointment. They said, yes, we will see you, Stephen. And I was in first, I think, which was great. And literally, you just lie on the table, you stretch your arm out, they put a little needle in to give you a bit of happy juice, so there's no pain, you won't feel anything at all. And it'll probably take, depending, you know, on sort of, you know, how it sort of goes, whether or not it could be an hour, could be an hour and a half, something like that. And then they need to keep you in hospital. You don't have it done and then you walk out. But I promise you the one thing is, if you're suffering with walking because you've got angina, the moment your arteries are opened up, it's like a new lease of life. And they'll put you on blood thinners, which means that, you know, your blood won't clot or anything like that, which is lovely. Tim says, did I hear Greg Wallace was awarded an MBE? Does he do charitable work then? I've got no idea. They both got them, didn't they? John Turode as well. And Mary says, a pint of water is £1.25, 20 ounces. Oh, listen, I'm not going down that route. And Roberto says, Steve, seeing the government plans to revive imperial measurements, who's in favour of also bringing Roman numerals back into use? Roman numerals. I've got a kitchen clock with Roman numerals on it. I don't know why. I don't speak any Roman at all. I do a bit of Latin, but it's not enough. It's not conversational enough, you know, to actually get me by on things like that. So, I'd love to speak Mandarin. Oh, I'd love to speak it. The only thing I learnt to do in Hong Kong, and we were there for 2 years, but I was very young, I was only 10, was to read from 1 to 10 because it was on the telephone dial. So you could learn to do 1 to 10. So you'd look at it and go, some, si, whatever it happened to be. And we had a Chinese maid as well, provided by the RAF. Everybody gets them, because there's so much entertaining to do that you have somebody, she lived in, she was called Arlene.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Interesting. Michael says 12 pennies in a shilling, 20 shillings to a pound. And then somebody wrote in and said 14 ounce in a pound, Steve. No, there was 16 ounces in a pound. I mean, you really must have been last one in the education department. 16 ounces in a pound. 16, OK. Roger says Amber Heard will most likely be able to pay in instalments because of the amount of the fine. Well, I think she should be thrown in prison till she's coughed it up. That's ridiculous. Angie says, we all know when the Queen says she's in discomfort, she's in great pain. Well, I think she just finds it difficult to walk. I mean, she's 96, for God's sake. Not going to be taking up a marathon anytime soon, is she? The shots of the lion's life in the flat. Christian. This is it. This is in 60s. He was bought for 250 quid, Christian was. Dined on steak and went out with his Australian owners John Rendell and Anthony Ace Burke. The Rolling Stones, who rehearsed nearby, often visited him. In 1970, Christian released into the wilds of Kenya when he got too big, but a year later the owners met up with him, an occasion captured in a famous film. The auctioneer's Saunders said an exotic animal was part of 60s London. Harrods sold a variety, and so they're selling the photos of his life up for sale, which is lovely. Mr. Rendell died in January, but they became very famous for Christian, and he remembered them, and that's why it was so nice. So I hope you've checked that out as well. Claire Balding, awarded a CBE in the Queen's Birthday Honours. I mean, she's just almost too perfect. She does everything. You know, when she started doing the commentary at the races and stuff like that, people were saying, oh, what does she know about it? Well, it's in the family. She knows the Queen because her father was a trainer. He trained horses for Her Majesty. But she says here she cringes at the memory of one childhood encounter with the monarch. Father Ian trained horses, once burst into the kitchen to find the Queen unexpectedly having breakfast with her parents. My father glared at me, so I concentrated on cutting up my sausage, Balding explained. I still recall in slow motion the way the sausage shot across the table towards the Queen. I tried to grab it and knocked away the milk jug. The Queen merely raised an eyebrow. Mercifully, the said sausage narrowly missed the royal guest, because she's well connected. That's why she knows about the racing. So when you watch her talking about things, she knows all about it. That's why she's very good. Also, who else got something? Often hailed the nation's favourite clergyman, showbiz vicar, the Reverend Richard Coles, notes he hasn't been honoured by Her Majesty. Complaining, 3 friends knighted, and what did I get? Whilst acknowledging Sir Reverend isn't permitted, Coles cheekily suggests it doesn't preclude him from having letters after his name. Shameless. But also lovely Dame Joanna Lumley. She says, we had some keen people in our square in South London today who'd started maybe unwisely on some white wine at about 10 o'clock in the morning. I thought, not sure if that's all going to work all day. Joanna wisely resisted channeling sozzled ab-fab alter ego Patsy by peaking too soon. If ever she is interviewed by you, she will always go into Patsy at the end. She'll always do a bit of Patsy. Sweetie darling. And it just falls into place. She's delightful. Absolutely delightful. Bill Roach, who is, as you know, Ken Barlow. We think he's got some romance coming up in Coronation Street. 2 ex-people are going to be there. He was talking, I think Rula Lenska and Wendy Crozier will be back in a few weeks. Now, whether or not he was supposed to tell you that, I don't know, because the interview, I think, was filmed a little while ago. But even so, he's not bad for 90. Not bad for 90. So, Amber... Oh, I've just heard. Amber is going to appeal the £8 million judgment. Yeah, whatever. Do your worst. Do your worst. And graphic warnings on cigarette packaging lead smokers to hide their packets but not to stub out the habit. There used to be a brand of cigarettes, correct me if I'm wrong, called Death. And it had a picture of a skull and crossbones. And even that didn't put people off. People carried on buying cigarettes called Death. And I speak as an ex-smoker. Not that I ever smoked anything like that. I'm afraid I was a Rothmans man. Benson and Hedges occasionally, if I could be bothered. I wasn't really. San Moritz, if I had a cold, because they were menthol. But my favoured cigarette of choice was Dunhill International. And I used to smoke. I could get through 60 a day. 60-a-day cigarettes, because you could smoke in the LBC studios. I could fill up ashtrays in about 15, 20 minutes. So that was the way it was. You could smoke in the studios, and then I remember we went to a new building, and they said it's no smoking, and people were going, what? What do you mean? Because loads of people seemed to smoke in those days, and so somebody said, well, could we designate an area to smoke? And the place they designated to smoke was my studio. So I'd be doing my programme like this, and there could be 10 people in my studio, all happily puffing away on cigarettes. I'd have to sort of like. And I can remember once we had a guest in, and it was Warren Mitchell who played Alf Garnett in Till Death Us Do Part, and he walked in with cigarettes and walked back out again. We had to get air fresheners in and all the rest of it to try and... He was a very vehement anti-smoker, very vehement. And I smoked for years, since I was 14, and 60 a day until I got angina. And that kind of stopped it very, very quickly, because you just couldn't walk anywhere anytime soon. It was all a little bit embarrassing, I'm afraid, really. So I went in to have my stents put in, and now we've got about 8 stents put in, which are which sort of help you breathe. Whether or not I need some more, I think you can have up to about 20 stents put in, and they just put them in and all the rest of it. I can remember because somebody said, how are they going to get into your heart? And I said, because they go into different places. They're going up your wrist. And if you're having it done, if you're booked in for it, it's easy peasy. It's as good as having your cataracts done. It's as good. God knows I've had enough procedures done. Oh, wait a minute. I saw David Beckham's name. David Beckham led a host of celebrities praising the Queen. He posted on Instagram. This is what David Beckham posted. Today we celebrate 70 years of service and inspirational leadership of our country. Let's commemorate her remarkable reign with a great British party. Do you think Dave really wrote that? I don't think so. I don't think Dave would know the word inspirational. I don't think he's the brightest penny. I did see Julie Andrews. Do you know she's 86? 86, Julie Andrews. And Paul McCartney is 79. 79. Sheridan Smith was there, 40. They always tell you people's ages. Steve Allen, 68. They always used to say that. And Jerry Halliwell, 49, shared Insta posts of her and the band meeting the Queen in the Royal Variety performance. Penny Lancaster posted a photo of Rod Stewart in front of Buckingham Palace ahead of performing on Saturday night. Said excitement and nervous. Oh, it'll be fantastic. You've got a captured audience. They're sitting in front of you. They'll be standing in front of you. Should be absolutely... Oh, I should imagine the atmosphere is going to be remarkable. Remarkable. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, blimey, I wish I was in there or comparing that. That would be a nice gig to get. I like the story of a sneak thief who broke into a car, ignored the driver's valuables, and stole a Greggs sausage roll. I don't know why. Victim Dean Morris was furious that the snack had been pinched, even though his phone and wallet were left behind. So he bought this thing in Llanelli in South Wales. It left him fuming. He said somebody had seen my car was open, opened the car door, seen all of the important stuff and went, I tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to go for that sausage roll. Because they're very nice, they're sausage rolls. And I believe they're giving away free over this weekend. But it's got to be something, you've got to be registered with something. I can't remember what it is. But whatever it is, you get your free sausage roll. Because I think they do a deal. You get 4 for 3 for the price of 3. But I could eat them very easily. No problem there whatsoever. No problem. So critics warning the case will silence abuse victims. This is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I just looked at her face in the court as they were going through, did you believe she did this? Yes. And this was the jury. This was the jury. So that's why. What else we got? Airport chaos. The Jet2 boss, who's called Steve Heapy, says the airport chaos has been blamed on lazy Brits who live on benefits and sit on their arses. Pardon my French. Not that it's French, but it sounds a little bit like French. He's rumoured to have made the comment in talks this week as BA and EasyJet demanded more powers to hire visa-free workers from Europe. Because apparently the industry struggled to replace staff lost in the pandemic. Many unemployed cabin crew in Spain are seen as an alternative labour pool, but the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, rejected the call. Why? I don't quite understand why. We've got people in to pick fruit and do all sorts of bits and pieces. EasyJet say they're struggling to fill key roles as they want more than the £17,000 to £24,000 on offer. I think so too. You get more for standing on, as a guard, sitting on your bum, having a cup of tea on a train and then going, this is the so-and-so train going to Winter and Eton Riverside. And the next station is Clapham Junction. I mean, you can make about 50 grand a year on that. Not difficult. Not difficult. I quite like it when they do it. I remember getting on a train years and years ago at Waterloo. And obviously we had one of those guards who thought he'd make a name for himself. So he came on, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 728 South Western Railways train to Windsor and Eton Riverside. Very nice place, he said. Very nice. But if you've never been to Windsor and Eton Riverside, it's lovely. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. I like walking over the bridge to Eton because that's far nicer. And I feel you could drive through to Maidenhead if you were really desperate and you had the petrol in the car. If you haven't got the petrol in the car, there's no chance. But walking over to Eton, if you manage to catch it during school time, the boys walking up and down the roads with their frock coats on, and they slowed. Oh, really? Oh, right. They slowed the speed down. Well, I mean, have you been anywhere in London? 20 miles an hour. All round our neck of the woods, 20 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour. It's absolutely... You don't have any choice. You don't have any choice. And we have roads now that are closed off during the daytime because kiddies want to go to school. So they close off working. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It really is. Mind you, something else that's ridiculous, I shall tell you about in a moment. It involves your cup of coffee and the prices that are going through the roof. And you're paying for frothy milk. Mind you, as I say, the good news is we obviously had some impact because Pret a Manger in Twickenham, when they first opened, I mean, still they don't take cash. They only take credit card or cards or whatever it is. So annoying. But they didn't have any bacon rolls. Now they have bacon rolls. I like to feel duty bound that was my shaming of that, because I didn't want the egg and bacon. Then somebody said you could take the egg out. I said, I don't want to take the egg out. I just want to open the thing and eat it properly. That's a terrible waste, isn't it? 6:15.
This is LBC.
During yesterday's flypast over the Mall, US President Joe Biden's urged Congress to act on gun control. He says mass shootings have turned schools, supermarkets and other everyday places into killing fields. And a consultation's being launched today on using imperial measurements more often in post-Brexit Britain. Ministers say it's part of plans to restore common sense to the statute book. LBC weather, showers across central and western parts, dry with sunny spells in the far north and south of the UK, cool and cloudy near some North Sea coasts. Elsewhere, it will feel warm with a daytime high of 22 degrees.
This is LBC.
Everyone can make little changes to waste less. And at McDonald's, we're no different.
Like reusing our old cooking oil to make biodiesel.
That helps fuel my truck.
Or recycling my used McCafe cup at McDonald's.
To make a birthday card for me. Thanks, Dad.
It's the start of a plan to recycle and reuse even more. Because we know when you change a little, you change a lot. Recycling units available in UK restaurants. Search National Cup Recycling Scheme. Includes cards and other products.
In a world divided by choice, one man must stand alone and make the ultimate decision. What pair of glasses to choose?
Oh, sorry. I just overheard that little thing you were doing there. It's 2 for 1, so you get both pairs.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Thank you.
2 for 1 from £69 at Specsavers. You know you should. Including single vision lenses to the same prescription.
Ask in store for details.
Grow happiness this bank holiday weekend with 20% off outdoor plants at B&Q. From fragrant lavender to freshly picked herbs. Shop 20% off outdoor plants in store at B&Q. Hurry, ends Monday. You can do it. Excludes bulbs and turf, ends 6th of June. Subject to availability. See in-store or DIY.com.
Today's tale begins when Sarah was scrolling through her feed. Suddenly, Sarah heard the scariest sound.
The Wi-Fi is down.
Sarah was trapped by the spinning wheel of doom.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's Unbreakable Hybrid Broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
It all started from your kitchen table. That's where you designed the logo, wrote a business plan, and built your website. Then you took the leap and opened a shop. Heard your Uncle Paul tell you, most businesses don't make it past the first year, but you breezed past the first year. Then you discovered BT's Digital Marketing Hub, an easy way to advertise online. Suddenly you had so many new customers you had to open a second store. Take that, Paul. You do your business, we'll help you find more. Search BT Digital Marketing Hub. BT means business.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. 27 minutes to 7. So today there's only the royal family. 12:25. No, a bit before that. They're going to be at St Paul's Cathedral. The Queen is not, due to a mobility problem. And then they'll go to a Guildhall reception. And then tomorrow, which is not a bank holiday, I hasten to add, but I just have to reaffirm with everybody, it's not a bank holiday. This is the bank holiday today. Thursday, bank holiday, Friday, bank holiday, Saturday and Sunday, quite normal. And you've got the Epsom Derby race taking place, and there's going to be a guard of honour. Now, the Queen's not going to that either. All people who've ridden for Her Majesty will be there, forming a guard. There's about 40 of them, I believe. And then 7:40, members of the royal family arrive at the BBC's Platinum Party at the Palace Concert. And then 8 till 10:30, it'll be stars like Queen and Adam Lambert, Alicia Keys, Duran Duran and Diana Ross. And then on Sunday, there's all sorts of things taking place, including all these buses, open-top buses with loads of people in to celebrate the Silver Jubilee, the Ruby Jubilee, the Golden Jubilee, the Diamond Jubilee, the Sapphire Jubilee, and then the Platinum Jubilee. I mean, when you think about it, it's an achievement in itself. It really is. So, price of coffee. This is Costa coffee, you know, and to be honest with you, it's just frothy milk. That's all you're paying for. They're under fire. They put up their prices for the second time in 6 months. A flat white at the chain increased overnight from £2.95 to £3.30. which is a 12% increase. A small cappuccino used to be £3.15. It's now £3.50. I mean, it's just absolutely a blatant rip-off. Costa said the increase varies depending on the drink and the size, but the average is 14p. One customer said, my salary hasn't increased 10%. This is my last day in one of your shops. Another said, are you trying to put yourself out of business? Absolutely ridiculous prices. Costa put up the price at the end of last year, of course hit by poor harvest, supply chain problems and higher transport costs. And a spokesman said, we know this is a challenging time, which is why we are absorbing costs wherever we can. Well, you haven't. You just put the prices up. Not absorbing anything at all. But then you have the choice on the high street. You can go to all these other places. I don't know what they all charge. Because I personally haven't had a cup of coffee in a coffee shop for ages and ages. I mean, I used to have them all the time. But I used to have extra dry. Used to drive them mad. And yet, in Starbucks, they're taught how to do extra dry. And extra dry is basically the shot of coffee and then a tiny bit of froth. I don't want milk in it, just froth. Okay, that's extra dry. No, it's not. It's called extra dry. I don't do wet anything. No, I've never done wet. I've always got a towel handy. I'm one of those sort of people. But no, extra dry. And so some of them would fill it up with milk. And I used to have to say to them, I'm sorry, because they had a thing on the television about, you know, if we haven't made your coffee right, ask again. I got nearly abused from this bloke who was making coffee. The girls were so much better doing it. The boys are not very good at making it. They don't do service industry. And so I said, it's all milk. You know, the idea is extra dry. It's in your manual. I know because I've seen it, and they tell you, you know, how to make it. And there you go, small amount of it. Tiny, you see mine, that's why it's simply a little tiny bit of, and I mean a tiny bit of milk. You know, because I'm not supposed to drink loads of milk anyway, because it's apparently not very good for you. I mean, I know you can ask for, it's diabetes, but I mean, everything's diabetes, isn't it? I'm not supposed to eat strawberries, but I ate loads of strawberries last night with cream, you know, which was like, really, it was double cream. I poured it over them, and it kind of like, you know, was begging me to eat it. Eat me, it was going. And I'm getting round to you. Don't push me. I'd have my meatballs, and then I thought I'd go to the strawberries. But I'm not supposed to have them. I'm not supposed to have grapes. I'm not supposed to have mango. I'm not supposed to have watermelon. No, I don't drink cream by itself. I very rarely use cream. Occasionally, I'll put it into a stew or something like that, or if I'm doing if I'm creating something that Marks and Spencers have made. I'm not, no, believe you me, I'm not missing out on anything. I'm really not. I'm a really bad diabetic, you know, where they're trying to sort of get my numbers down and everything else. I was doing terrible numbers. Terrible. It's just the way it goes. It is just the way it goes. You know, some people are good diabetic. People say, how do you know if you don't feel very well? I said, you know, I can feel it in my stomach. You know, I can tell. I don't need to sort of check my numbers and things like that. And I quite like the thing that tests your blood pressure. You know, I'm like a miracle of the NHS. You know, you put the sleeve on, tighten it up, and then rest. You've got to really relax. You know, if you're stressed, you're going to get high blood pressure. And so you relax. And they'll say, just relax, Stephen. You go, don't say that. Make me all nervous. And then you push the little button, and it sort of inflates itself, and then it reads the number. It's very clever. Very clever. Steve, speaking of cigarettes, I once saw a man with a trachea pipe with a cigarette in it. I don't know if you'd encourage that, says Jack. Oh, there used to be a very famous actor called Jack Hawkins, and he had throat cancer, and they'd equipped him with it. He had like a tracheotomy, and he had a hole in his neck, and he used to have to put his hand over it it is my... And he was like that. It was very interesting. I've seen a few people doing it. I've never heard of somebody with a cigarette in it. I think that's kind of stretching it a little bit too far. Glyn says the mockers of the imperial measures missed that market traders were fined and threatened back in the early 70s by the law for selling in pounds and ounces. The new legislation would purely allow imperial to be used if desired, not to replace metric. Prefer my weight in stones to kilograms. Well, I don't understand it. I come from a different generation. You know, if somebody says, how much do you weigh? I've got, I don't know, 14 stone something, I think I'm 14 stone. Whatever it wasn't as much as I thought it was going to be, actually. In Greg, Steve, says Ray and Hayes, A latte, £1.85. But the trouble is, do you not find, you know, when we go out, we've now become this sort of coffee. In broadcast news, they're all sitting at the table ordering their double decaf with, you know, almond milk and all this kind of stuff. And I thought, we're never going to get to that stage. Oat milk. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, the fridges in this building are full of oat milk and this milk and almond milk. It's so naff. Not my sort of thing at all. But they did say, we'll be doing that over here. And people go in there and they order their coffees. And some people have their own coffee mugs. They take them in there and somebody fills it up for them. It's really quite amazing. But I don't actually drink that much coffee because, you know, I don't want to be like, woo, spark out, I think. Roberto says, if you've seen one royal procession between Buckingham Palace and Trafalgar Square, you've seen the Mall. Well, I mean, I think, yeah, you've seen the Mall. Yeah, seen them all. Okay. The Americans call it malls, don't they? They call it the mall when you go in there. When we went to our first one in Florida years and years ago, Dale and I, as we walked in, this bloke's rushing out. He'd shoplifted a whole pile of CDs, rushed out, the car was waiting, chucked him in the car and off they drove.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
And I remember thinking, my God, I've been in 5 minutes. We arrived in Cannes years before on holiday. Within 10 minutes of walking on the Croisette, we were offered drugs. We went to Amsterdam. We go to Rotterdam, first of all. We stayed in Rotterdam. Within 10 minutes of being in Amsterdam, want to buy some hash? I'm sorry? Would you like to buy some hash? I don't think, what, hash browns are they? I don't really understand. Anyway, so everywhere we went, we must have looked like the sort of people who were interested in doing these sort of people's drug things. And then they opened up cafes in Amsterdam where they had menus of all the drugs you could... I mean, seriously. It was another world. I came from a rural upbringing, and we didn't do things like that at all. You know, I mean, the nearest I actually got was putting a flower on my bicycle to celebrate Flower Power. But that's about as far as I got. We didn't do any of this sort of weed stuff. It was all a little bit naff, I'm afraid. And I've seen people before. You see them, actually, sitting by the side of it. They look as though they're on another planet. Yeah. You're right, man. Have you got some money? And yeah, no, actually, I haven't. Actually, somebody did ask me for money the other day in London. You know, you'd be sitting by the bus stop and somebody would come up and go, excuse me, mate. In fact, was it this morning? Yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. And said, excuse me, mate, I'm trying to raise enough money to get back home to Liverpool. Have you got a credit card I could use? Yeah, right. Of course not. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. And then somebody once, because Dale used to get it all the time. And the trouble is, if you're a celebrity and you get asked by a homeless person for money, you're never sure if it's a journalist who might be doing it to see whether or not you would give money to them. So he used to have to give money. But this particular bloke was outside Joe Allen's years ago, and he said to Dale, he said, oh, excuse me, Dale. He said, have you got a spare 15 quid? Dale went, do you know, I haven't. He said, I've got a £5. I said, you're such a fibber. I know you've got 15 quid on you. He said, I'm not giving 15 quid to somebody. That's just ridiculous. And I agree, actually, because it's easy. They all sit by cash machines. You know, have you got any spare money? Why do they sit by cash machines? With a dog. Always with a blooming dog. They sit by there, you got any spare money? It's a cash machine. You know, of course I haven't got any spare. It either does tenors or, you know, we haven't got any money at the moment. People are suffering. You know, if you can't afford to buy your cup of coffee in Costa, there's no hope that you're going to be giving over 10, 15 quid to somebody. But it's the audacity, isn't it? You know, people say, and you just have to tell lies. Sorry, mate, I don't have any money on me. You know, I've only got an Oyster card, and that's not much use to anybody, is it, really? A treasure hunter, I quite like this story, has started to dig for a hoard of gold and silver lost by King John 800 years ago. He's got permission to excavate a field in which he claims to have overwhelming evidence the Robin Hood villains' rings, gems, and silver are buried. Oh, I love it when they find these things. He is 100% certain he's going to be finding it. So he's got his metal detector, and he claims that it's a cash box containing up to £120 worth of silver carried by the king, because they used to travel in those days, entourage, and all their gold and silver would be with them. Consequently, people would try and rob them all the time. Brian says, black grapes good for diabetics, as are strawberries. No, strawberries, absolutely not. No. Definitely not strawberries. They've got fructose. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Pret-a-manger. Oh, I've seen this one, Kiri. I know all about this. Have you seen the Pret-a-manger deal? 20 quid or something. You get 5 coffees or other drinks a day for 20 quid for a month. Have you ever done that? And this includes all their drinks. Hot chocolate. Seriously, I think it's £20 or £25 a month, and you get up to 5 drinks a day, every day of the week. It's the best value I've ever heard of, and it's every single one of their drinks. I think so, yes. You download the app. Yeah, but it's every drink. The hot chocolate, all their juices, everything, smoothies, the whole lot. How they do it for the price, I've got no idea. No idea. But it's very good value. I've not done it yet. I'm just getting used to the fact that Twickenham have the bacon rolls, which is a couple of those a day. I'm a happy bunny. It's 7:15.
This is LBC.
At Tesco Mobile, get the incredible iPhone 13, featuring the most advanced dual camera system ever on iPhone, and 25 gigs of data to share every stunning moment this summer. All for just $33.99 a month with Club Card prices, saving you a massive £216. Plus, unlike most networks, our prices stay fixed throughout your contract. This is Supermarket Mobile. To switch, pop in store or search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps.
Ends 19th of July. Was $39.99, saving £6 monthly. Club Card, 36-month credit and rolling monthly issue agreement required. Charges and terms at tescomobile.com/terms. See tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
For the latest travel news, go to lbc.co.uk.
Did you know that Volkswagen have agreed to a payment of £193 million to affected diesel drivers in a first-of-its-kind UK settlement? At My Diesel Claim, we're handling claims against numerous vehicle manufacturers and represent over 600,000 drivers who have already started their claim. If you owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2009 and 2020, you could be eligible for significant compensation. It's easy to sign up. Simply head to mydieselclaim.com and start your claim today.
Where you from? Join me, Lily Almond, on my new podcast, Where You From, where I speak to big names about the intent behind that question. Listen and subscribe on Global Player.
Grow happiness this bank holiday weekend with 20% off outdoor plants at B&Q. From fragrant lavender to freshly picked herbs. Shop 20% off outdoor plants in-store at B&Q. Hurry, ends Monday. You can do it. Excludes boards and turf, ends 6th of June, subject to availability. See in-store or DIY.com.
You work hard for your money. Best invest.
Time is ticking. Let's go with 100% warmth.
You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Too much warmth, more coldness.
You work hard for your money.
You're in the freezer.
You work hard for your money. Best invest.
Is the light on? So it's mysterious and you're cold.
You work hard for your money. Best invest.
Yeah, try to add the offer maybe.
With Best Invest, get free coaching and smart planning tools. You work hard for your money. Best invested.
Impressive. When you invest, your capital is at risk. Bestinvest.co.uk.
Britain, EE have a great deal of broadband ready to deal out, like our super fast 36 megabit fiber broadband, all powered by BT for just £27 a month. EE customers get it all for £24 a month. Want mega fast speed? Our 900 megabits full fiber can handle over 100 devices. So get fiber broadband now, but only until the 9th of June.
24-month contract. CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. Broadband only. New customers. £31.99 for a month 25. 18.3% UK availability for 900 megabits per second. Terms apply.
Here's to John. His drive is going better than expected. Not just because he's going away for the weekend, but because he's virtually there. He can almost taste that first ice cream on the beach. Why? Because he beat the rush by visiting Esso midweek to fill up and check his tyre pressure. Not on the morning of the trip, like everyone else. We applaud you, John. Extra sprinkles for you. You're our kind of driver. Esso. A planned journey is a smoother journey. See esso.co.uk for details.
You've spent months planning your new bathroom and the dream bath to soak in. And now the moment you've been waiting for.
It's freezing cold.
Oh, don't let an old boiler spoil your new bathroom. Upgrade your boiler with British Gas and get 250 quid off. Plus, you can save up to 21% on your energy bills. Search British Gas New Boiler. But hurry, offer ends 13th of June. T's and C's and exclusions apply. New boiler saving compared to G-rated boiler.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 11 minutes to 7. So not too much going on today, unless you're having your street parties and looking forward to seeing the neighbours. I'd take your own food. I think that's the best way. I think it's going to be a lot of cakes. I don't mind. I haven't had a piece of cake for ages, actually. The only cake I used to like was sort of fruit cakes and stuff like that. But I might buy a cake today and just treat myself. You know, have a sort of a bit of a Victoria sponge or something like that. Too much sugar. I know. But then I compensate. It's a Jubilee treat. I just sort of up the insulin. I just go up 1 or 2 notches, you know. It's cool, isn't it? Actually, talking of that, I couldn't remember whether I brought my pen with me today, and I have. And then I forgot the needles. Doesn't help, does it really? How stupid am I? I remember one time I had to go into Boots at Waterloo Station, because I had the pen, but I didn't have any needles. I had to buy a box of needles. They don't just give you one needle. You know, and I get them on prescription. To buy a box of needles, about 15 quid. So I've now got more boxes of needles at home than you can shake a stick at. But changed my life. That and glasses. All the things you look forward to, isn't it? Steve. Oh, yeah, everybody tell me about Pret a Manger. We think it's really good value, actually. That's, you know, if you drink a lot of coffee every day, it's good. Chris says, you defo live in a rip-off capital. A bacon sandwich and a cup of coffee, £2.40 up where I am. Yeah, but I mean, who wants to live there? I mean, you paid £7 for what? For a tuna sandwich in Hampton. £7? Oh, I tell you, I knew I was going to tell you this story. Some people went over to Mykonos. Now, I don't know if you've ever been to Mykonos. It is the most phenomenally expensive rip-off island you've ever heard. These people went to a place, and the waiters... But come on, come sit here. This was in the papers the other day, and I forgot to tell you about it. Come sit here. They sat down, they had 2 drinks and some oysters, and were presented with a bill of £580. And the waiters, thugs... They named the oyster bar. Apparently lots of them do it over on Mykonos. It's quite well known for ripping tourists off. And so one of them, a woman sat down, American, her bill came in at €780, and she said, I'm not paying it. And they said, we're going to make sure you don't leave the country. And they ganged up on her. So if you're going to Mykonos, don't be tempted by people going, come sit here. They do it here. Have you ever been past all the restaurants here? They do it, come sit here, and you think, no. Check the prices, because if you get ripped off, don't say we didn't warn you. I remember thinking about it, but I mean, £2.40 for a bacon sandwich and a cup of coffee. I mean, you know, I bought 4 bacon rolls the other day in Pret a Manger. It was £13.90, I think, for 4 bacon rolls. I mean, coffee at Wetherspoons is £1.20. They used to do free top-ups, didn't they? Alex the locksmith brought a birthday cake for today. And go to Costco, Steve, get a big cake for about 15 quid. It'll feed about 10 people. Yes, I know all about Costco cakes. Know all about that. But, you know, the trouble is, wherever we are, Chris is in Whitby and he says, you know, it's cheap up there. And it probably is. But down south, it's expensive. It is expensive. I mean, sometimes even I sort of balk at the prices. And because of distribution and stuff like that, prices are going through the roof. They really are, and people are going, oh, it's okay, we'll buy all this sort of fast food takeaway. It's seriously expensive. You know, if you get, I don't know, McDonald's or stuff like that, have you ever actually sat down and worked out that you could make this stuff cheaper yourself? It can't be that difficult to do. I mean, I can't do it, but that's why, I suppose, really. But, you know, people like having takeaways, and I suppose they'll find the money from somewhere. As I was only saying to Amber Heard the other day. I was saying, you'll have to find that money, love. You can't get away from it. So, today, the Britain's got final coming up. And here she is. It's Lauren, I think it's Allred. So, but she's already an established person. She's already got an album out. Quite a number of these people, they're not as amateurish as you think they are, which is a bit of a shame. Apparently... Nothing worse than being overlooked by nosy neighbours, especially if you're trying to sunbathe, so spare a thought for Alan Carr. It was revealed that school kids taunt him over the garden fence because he's got a luxury home. He says, and kids watch me sunbathing. Well, you better buy a place that's got a bit more privacy if you're a millionaire. And I'm assuming you must be a millionaire. You know, people peering over the fence at you. I mean, honestly, that's pushing it a little bit. Do you not think so? So today, not very much. Tomorrow, it's all going on. And then on Sunday, you've got the coaches. And it's going to go quite well. I think it's going to go quite well. I think you'll all be out for the coaches and the buses and watching all the celebrities out there because it's fun. And there's one thing we need in this world at the moment, it's a bit of fun. It's been too miserable for ages. People have lost jobs. You know, people are still... Today, people will be suffering at the airports, although I've spoken to a load of people, and they've said, you know, we managed to get to the... My Lynn and Joe managed to get to the airport, 30-minute delay, and then they were on the flight, and it all took off. So perhaps it's only certain flights. Only certain flights. What else we got? John Turode admits tasting all the dishes on TV's MasterChef can make him a bit chubby. And to be honest with you, if you do taste it, I always thought chefs actually, because they do taste things like sauces and stuff like that, you're bound to put on a little bit of weight. But anyway, so he actually got an award the other day, as did Greg Wallace. Robert Rinder says he collected football stickers but ranked the players by how good looking they were. Well, as he's gay, I would think that would probably be the kind of... Who cares? Who cares? Well, they play football. No, we're more interested in, you know, what do they look like? Far more entertaining. And boffins have grown plants in alien soil for the first time, but they look far from out of this world. Did you see that plant the other day that we were telling you about, which is huge? It's the size of this town. Wigan. Imagine. Something as big as Wigan. Good Lord above. And Steve... I knew somebody would know which one it was because I couldn't remember the name of it. I go to Mykonos, says Tommy, every year, and the bar in question, DK Oyster, is renowned for ripping people off. They named it in the paper the other day. But the trouble is, if you don't pay it, they're going to get heavy with you. So the idea is, if you go to Mykonos, avoid DK Oyster. Don't get anywhere near it, because these people will force you to sit down. It's almost like... I don't know, I can't think of any other way. It's pressurised. Come and sit, come on, come in here. And I see it here. I see it here outside. On this corridor here, there's people standing outside every restaurant. Come in here, come in here. I mean, I wouldn't suggest that they were ever doing anything but just serving tourist food. But in Mykonos, average bill price, if you're called in and you stupidly sit down and just go, we'll have a couple of drinks and some oysters, between 500 and 700 euros. Seriously, I mean, Mykonos is phenomenally expensive anyway.